Regardless of what we do in our lives or how we are proven wrong, people often cling to their beliefs. It's a curious thing how the mind works. We can be faced with undeniable proof, yet we find ways to justify our actions and mold reality to fit our narrative. It's a stubbornness rooted deep within us, a refusal to admit that we might have been wrong. Then, by your own rules, you've lost. Take this man, for example. Even now, with my blade at his throat, I could see the wheels turning in his mind, searching for a way to reconcile what just happened with the worldview he's held onto for so long. In his world, strength is everything. But what happens when that strength is challenged? When it's shown to be insufficient? The truth is, most people don't change. They double down, holding on to their beliefs even tighter because to admit they're wrong would be to admit weakness. And in a world like this, weakness is the one thing no one can afford to show. But there's another side to it as well. Sometimes, we say things we don't truly believe, and actions and words are misaligned. We claim to value strength, but when faced with someone stronger, we balk. We claim to despise cruelty, but when it benefits us, we turn a blind eye. It's hypocrisy at its finest, and yet it's a part of who we are. People are contradictions, walking a thin line between what they believe and what they do. They'll preach about justice yet turn around and commit the very acts they claim to despise. They'll speak of honor and loyalty yet betray those closest to them when it suits their needs. And why? Because deep down, we're all just trying to survive in a world that doesn't make sense. We latch onto beliefs, rules, and codes because they give us a semblance of order, something to hold onto in the chaos. But when the moment comes, when those beliefs are tested, that's when we see who we truly are. If I wanted to move my blade just 1 inch more, your neck would no longer be connected. Your head would be spinning on the ground, and this place would be dyed in blood. This guy before me is some sort of a leader. He was most likely a 2-star awakened, something that not many people were. They most likely thought that if they were to bring a 2-star here, they would be able to deal with me. But that cannot be the case. After all, I am a 3-star awakened, and I am not even a normal awakened myself. I am different, as my strength cannot be completely measured in terms of normal cultivation standards. The man's eyes flickered between my blade and my face, a mixture of fear and anger playing across his features. He gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaw tightening as he tried to muster some semblance of control over the situation. If you were to do such a thing, he growled, his voice low and trembling with barely contained rage, this city won't let you go. Do you have any idea who I am? I tilted my head slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of my lips. No, I replied calmly, I don't know you, but I have some ideas. The man's eyes narrowed, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening. Then, if you know it, how dare you still resist? Do you think you can get away with this? I'm not someone you can just push around, kid. I shook my head slowly, my gaze steady and unwavering. I'm not resisting, I said, my tone even. You and your men are the ones being unreasonable. From the start, your subordinate was the first to bother me, harassing a girl here in this very inn. And then, it was you the superior who came looking for me with a threat. His face twisted in anger, but I could see the uncertainty creeping into his eyes. The weight of my words was starting to sink in, and the reality of the situation was becoming clearer to him. He was outmatched, both in strength and in resolve, and deep down, he knew it. You think you can just do whatever you want because you're strong? He spat, his voice laced with desperation. This city has rules. There are consequences for actions like yours. I chuckled softly, the sound devoid of humor. This city has rules, you say? Then there were those rules when your men decided to harass an innocent girl. Where were those consequences when they thought they could do as they pleased without fear of retribution? The man's eyes darted around the room as if searching for support from the patrons who were watching the exchange with a mixture of fear and fascination. But there was no one here who would stand with him, not after seeing the clear disparity in power. You came here expecting me to bow to your so-called authority, I continued, my voice dropping to a cold whisper. But authority means nothing if it's built on the backs of the weak. Strength without justice is nothing more than tyranny, and I have no intention of bowing to tyrants. He opened his mouth to retort, but no words came out. In any case, thanks to you, My mood is now ruined. The man's eyes widened in surprise, his jaw clenching as he tried to process what I had just said. The shift in my demeanor was unmistakably I was no longer interested in playing this little game of dominance. The time for talk had passed. I stood up slowly, my gaze never leaving his. Since I no longer have an appetite, let's keep things simple, I said, my tone cold and devoid of any pretense of civility. Take me to your superior. His eyes narrowed in response, confusion and anger flashing across his face. What? He growled, clearly not expecting this turn of events. I tilted my head slightly, my expression hardening. Do you have a problem with hearing? I asked, my voice dripping with mockery. I said, take me to your superior. Now. His eyes darted to his men, who were standing behind him, uncertain and clearly uncomfortable with how things had escalated. The man's pride was on the line, and I could see the struggle in his eyes as he weighed his options. Do you think you can just he began, but I cut him off with a sharp glare. I'm not asking, I said, taking a step closer, my presence looming over him. I'm telling you, take me to your superior, or this ends here, and it won't be in your favor. The coldness in my voice left no room for argument. He could see that I wasn't bluffing, that I was prepared to follow through on my words. The realization seemed to sink in, and I could see the fear in his eyes as he finally understood the gravity of the situation. Fine, he spat, his voice laced with bitterness. Follow me. Without another word, he turned on his heel and stormed out of the inn, his men scrambling to follow. I waited a moment before moving, giving them just enough time to realize that they were being watched, that their every step was under scrutiny. Vitaliara's voice echoed in my mind as I followed them out. This is a bold move, Lucavian. Are you sure about this? Of course. You are going right into the enemy's base. Enemy? I asked, my tone more curious than anything else. Aren't they? Vitaliara's voice carried a hint of confusion. After all, you've intimidated them and threatened them. Doesn't that make them your enemies? I shook my head slightly as I followed the man through the streets, the morning light casting long shadows on the ground. They're certainly not people I like, I admitted. But that doesn't automatically make them my enemies, especially not from the city's perspective. City's perspective? Vitaliara's voice was laced with intrigue. What do you mean by that? I nodded thoughtfully as we walked. Do you really think everyone in this city is unreasonable? That everyone acts purely out of pride and nothing else? Isn't that how humans are? She countered, her tone skeptical. Driven by pride, ego, and the need to prove themselves? I couldn't help but chuckle at that. If that's what you think, then you need to broaden your horizons, Vitaliara. Sure, some people are like that, but not everyone. There are those who think beyond their pride and act with reason and purpose. They're the ones who keep a city running, who maintain order even in chaos. Vitaliara was silent for a moment as if considering my words. You're saying there are people here who could be allies? Potentially, I replied. Or at least people who can be reasoned with. Not everyone in power is a brute. At that moment, the man leading me came to a halt in front of a large, imposing building. It was a sturdy structure made of weathered stone with reinforced wooden doors, the kind that had seen many years and many conflicts. He turned to face me, his expression still one of barely concealed irritation. We've arrived, he said curtly. Wait here. I'll call my superior. Sure, I replied, keeping my tone neutral. As the man turned and disappeared inside the building, I took a moment to assess my surroundings. Vitaliara's voice echoed in my mind again. You seem pretty confident that this will go your way. Indeed I am. How? You will see. A few moments passed in silence, the weight of the situation settling around me as I waited outside the building. Then, the door creaked open, and a different man stepped out. Oh, this one is legit. The man who had taken a step outside was taller and broader than the first, his presence commanding attention. His face bore the scars of countless battles, and his eyes held the hardened look of someone who had seen more bloodshed than most could imagine. As soon as I saw him, I knew this was someone who had been through wars, someone who had survived when others hadn't. His aura was heavy with experience, the kind that only comes from being on the front lines of countless conflicts. It is tingling. There was a certain pressure coming at him, something that I was very well accustomed to. He took one look at me, his gaze sharp and assessing, before turning to the man who had brought me here. "Hector," he said, his voice deep and gruff, tinged with a slight irritation. "You're telling me this young pup is the one who beat you and your men? Are you mocking me?" Hector, the man who had led me here, flinched slightly at the superior's tone. "No, Captain," he said quickly, his voice trembling just a bit. "He's stronger than he looks. We're Broken Bar. We underestimated him." The captain narrowed his eyes at me, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be sizing me up, trying to determine if I was worth his time or if I was just another upstart looking to make a name for myself. I met his gaze evenly, refusing to be intimidated. This was a man who commanded respect, yes, but I had faced worse, much worse. The captain's lips twitched into a small, almost imperceptible smile, though it carried no warmth. "You've got guts, kid," he said, his tone laced with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "But guts alone don't get you far in this world." "No, they don't," I agreed, my voice steady. "But they're a good start." The captain's eyes flickered with interest, though his expression remained hard. "Puhaha Broken Bar." Then he suddenly laughed hard, his hand on his stomach. The captain's laughter echoed through the courtyard, a deep, almost mocking sound that carried an undercurrent of danger. His men, who had been watching in tense silence, began to close in around me, their hands resting on their weapons, eyes gleaming with anticipation. The atmosphere shifted, the tension thickening as they prepared for a possible confrontation. I could feel their bloodlust, the hunger for violence that simmered just beneath the surface. Though many of them were likely 1-star or 2-star awakened, they were still formidable in their own right. But it was the captain's aura that truly commanded attention, a pressure that marked him as a seasoned warrior, someone who had ascended to at least 3-star. The captain's laughter died down, but the smirk remained on his face as he looked at me with a mixture of amusement and disdain. "You've got a smart mouth, kid," he said, his tone laced with a warning. "But you're standing in the middle of my men. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't have them tear you apart right here and now." The men around me tensed, their hands tightening on their weapons. The captain's words hung in the air, a clear challenge and a test of my resolve. But instead of flinching, I met the captain's gaze head-on, my own expression calm and unyielding. A small smile tugged at the corner of my lips as I slowly scanned the faces of the men surrounding me, then returned my focus to the captain. "Because if you do," I began, my voice steady and unwavering, "I'm confident I'll take more than half of these men down with me." The captain's eyes narrowed, his amusement fading as he registered the seriousness in my tone. Whether I was bluffing or not, a Broken Bar. It was something that he could not measure at all. "And considering the state that this town is in, I doubt you can afford to do such a thing." I kept my gaze locked on the captain's, the tension between us palpable. He was a seasoned warrior, someone who had seen more than his share of bloodshed, but so had I. And in this standoff, I knew I had the upper hand, and not just because of my confidence, but because I understood the situation in this town better than he might realize. As I stared him down, my thoughts drifted back to what Harlan had told me about my mission. He wanted me to kill the bandits while keeping my sword intact. While that might just sound like a test to me, there was also another reason why he requested such a thing from me. The town had been struggling ever since most of its awakened had been sent off to war. Bandits had taken advantage of the power vacuum, preying on the weak, and those who remained were spread thin, doing their best to maintain order. Every awakened man in this town was valuable, a crucial piece in keeping the fragile peace that was left. That led to the situation where the awakened became more powerful than they were supposed to, with less authority. By making me deal with the bandits, Harlan also aimed to achieve peace. And that simultaneously affected the city as well, just like the captain before me. And that's exactly why he won't risk a fight he can't afford, I thought, my confidence solidifying. The captain's eyes flickered with a mix of calculation and doubt. He was weighing the potential cost of pushing this any further, and I could see the moment he decided it wasn't worth it. His men were watching him, waiting for his decision, and I knew he wouldn't gamble their lives or his owner on a fight that could leave them weakened. Finally, he let out a low, rumbling chuckle, the tension easing just a fraction. "You're not wrong," he admitted, his tone grudging. "This town's hanging on by a thread, and I can't afford to lose any more good men." I held his gaze, my expression unchanging. "Exactly. We both know the value of keeping your forces intact, especially in a place like this." The captain studied me for another moment, then laughed again, the sound rough but genuine this time. "You're good, kid. Real good. I was testing you, and it seems you passed. Now, what do you want?" I allowed a small smile to grace my lips, knowing I had gained a measure of respect from this man. "Why don't we discuss that somewhere more comfortable?" The captain's laughter rumbled once more, and he shook his head in amusement. Right. Where are my manners?" He turned and gestured for me to follow. "Come on then. We'll talk inside." As I followed him into the building, Vitaliara's voice echoed in my mind, "You played that well." "I knew he wouldn't take the risk," I replied mentally. "It's all about knowing what cards to play and when." "We're broken bar. You really are reckless." He broken bar. As I stepped into the building, the heavy wooden door creaked shut behind me, cutting off the outside world. The room was dimly lit, with a few flickering lamps casting long shadows on the walls. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of aged wood and the faint aroma of tobacco, creating a sense of age and history that permeated the space. The captain led me to a small table near the back of the room, where he finally stopped and turned to face me. His expression was slightly more relaxed now, the tension from our earlier encounter having eased. "I realize I forgot to introduce myself," he said, a touch of amusement in his voice. "Name's Roderick. I'm the one responsible for the garrison here." "Lucavian," I replied with a nod. "Just a traveler passing through." Roderick let out a low chuckle as he gestured for me to take a seat at the table. "Well, Lucavian, it seems you've already made quite an impression here in Rackenshaw." That was not my intention. I took the offered seat, my eyes scanning the room out of habit before settling on Roderick again. He waved to a nearby attendant, who quickly brought over a tray with a steaming pot of tea and 2 cups. The captain poured the tea himself, a small gesture of respect that didn't go unnoticed. We sat in silence for a moment, the only sounds being the soft clink of porcelain and the distant murmur of voices outside. Roderick took a sip of his tea before finally speaking, his tone more serious now. "So, what is it that you want, Lucavian?" "You didn't come here just to show off your skills. There's something on your mind." I nodded, setting my cup down as I met his gaze. "You're right. I didn't come here just for a fight." Roderick raised an eyebrow, clearly interested. "Go on." I leaned forward slightly, my voice steady as I explained. "Rackenshaw is hanging by a thread, as you said. The bandits around here are a threat not just to the villagers but to the stability of this town. They're taking advantage of the power vacuum left by the war, and it's only a matter of time before things get even worse." Roderick nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing in thought. "And you think you can change that?" "I can," I replied confidently. "I am going to clean this place." "I am going to clean this place." Roderick studied me for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he tried to gauge my intentions. "So, you're saying you can handle all the bandits around here?" he repeated, his tone skeptical yet intrigued. "But what's in it for you?" "You're not doing this out of the goodness of your heart." I allowed a small smile to form on my lips, leaning back in my chair. "Nothing much," I said casually. "Just money would be enough." Roderick's gaze remained sharp, clearly trying to read between the lines. "Money, huh?" he said slowly. "You're a practical man, I'll give you that. But you must know that Rackenshaw isn't exactly overflowing with wealth. The war's taken its toll on everyone here, as expected." "But that is fine, too," I replied, looking at him. "I already kind of expected such a thing. Considering the fact that the problem with bandits and other things could be solved if they had enough funds to hire some strong people, the fact that it was not solved alone showed the lack of funds as well. That was why I had another request in my mind. I want an identity as a citizen of the Arcanese Empire." Roderick's eyes narrowed as soon as I mentioned my request, his suspicion flaring up almost immediately. His body tensed slightly, and I could see the wheels turning in his head, trying to make sense of why someone like me would want citizenship in the Arcanese Empire. After all, He must have already thought that I was a citizen, since that was the natural reaction. But I was expecting this reaction. There was a reason why bandits were able to roam the outskirts of Rackenshaw so freely. If the city had enough funds and resources, they would have sought help from outside. But their situation showed otherwise. "What exactly are you after?" Roderick asked, his voice low and cautious. "Money wasn't your goal after all, was it?" I shrugged, raising my hands in a calming gesture. "You don't need to look at me like I'm some sort of criminal. If I were here to cause harm, I wouldn't be sitting across from you drinking tea and negotiating." His gaze remained hard as stone, but I could see the curiosity in his eyes, even if he didn't fully trust me yet. "So, what's your game, then? Why would you want to become a citizen of the Arcanese Empire?" I leaned back in my chair, my expression as calm as ever. "Let's just say I have my reasons. And before you ask, no, I'm not an enemy. If I was, I would have acted differently. But right now, all I want is the freedom to move within the Empire without constantly looking over my shoulder. Official citizenship would provide that." Roderick was silent for a long moment, clearly weighing his options. The silence between us stretched out, the clink of his teacup the only sound that broke the tension. "I'll be honest with you, Lucavian," he said finally, his tone serious. "That's not an easy request. Citizenship isn't something you can just hand out to anyone who walks in off the street, especially with your background." "I understand that," I replied smoothly, "which is why I'm offering to clean up your bandit problem. I'll take care of what your soldiers can't. In return, I want that citizenship." "You can make it happen, can't you?" Roderick's lips pressed into a thin line, but I could tell he was considering my offer. Finally, he let out a long sigh. "You're asking for something that's beyond me." "Buta Broken Bar, I do have contacts who can help with this sort of thing." I smiled. "Then we have an understanding?" Roderick leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the table as he met my gaze head-on. "You clean up the bandits, and I'll put in a good word for you. But be warned, it won't be easy. The bandits are more organized than you think." "I expected nothing less," I replied with a grin. Roderick studied me for another moment before nodding. "All right, Lucavian. We have a deal. But I'll be watching closely. Don't give me a reason to regret this." "You won't," I said. "Sigh." He released a long sigh as if he was troubled. "Now that we have a deal, I want to ask some questions regarding the bandits." "Would that be okay?" "That is fine. Let me explain everything first." Roderick leaned back in his chair, his expression serious as he began to explain the situation. "The bandits you're dealing with aren't just some ragtag group of thieves. Their leader, a man named Corvin, is a peak 3-star awakened. He's powerful, ruthless, and commands a lot of respect among his men." I listened intently as Roderick continued, mentally taking notes on every detail. This Corvin was clearly the central figure I needed to be concerned about. "But Corvin isn't alone," Roderick went on, his tone grim. "He has at least 5 other 3-star awakened under his command. They're spread out across the region, each leading smaller groups of bandits. That's why we've had such a hard time dealing with them. Even if we manage to weaken one group, the others quickly retaliate or regroup. It's a coordinated effort." "So, you're saying that it's not just about taking down Corvin," I said, more to confirm my understanding. "I'll need to dismantle his entire network." Roderick nodded. "Exactly. The key to bringing down Corvin is weakening his support structure. His lieutenants are the backbone of his operations. Take them out, and Corvin will be vulnerable. But be warned, each of those lieutenants is formidable in their own right. They've been with Corvin for a long time, and they know how to fight." I absorbed the information and am already planning my approach. Taking out a network like this would require strategy. I'd need to move quickly and decisively, ensuring that none of the lieutenants could rally the others. Or our broken bar. Roderick must have noticed the gears turning in my head because he added, "There's one more thing you should know. Corvin and his men are deeply embedded in the local area. They've got informants in the towns and villages, and they've been extorting the locals for protection money. The people here are terrified of them, and for good reason. If you make a move against them, it won't stay secret for long." I kind of expected it. Roderick sighed again, clearly troubled by the situation. "We've tried everything we can to keep them in check, but without more resources or higher level awakened, we're stuck in a stalemate. The best we've managed is to contain them, but that's a losing battle in the long run. I get it, I said with a grin, leaning back in my chair. Now that I've heard the full situation, I can say these are your initial payment offer won't be enough. Roderick's gaze sharpened, his eyes locking onto mine. He didn't seem surprised by my words, though. Instead, he simply studied me for a moment, the weight of the room pressing down on us as he considered his next move. Finally, he sighed, his shoulders relaxing slightly. That's what I kind of expected, he admitted, his tone resigned but still firm. So, what do you want? I leaned forward, my smile widening as I met his gaze head-on. Not much, I began, my voice calm and measured. All I want is a reference letter for the Adventurers Guild. Since you're in charge of the garrison here, your word would carry weight. Wouldn't you agree, Knight Roderick? Roderick's eyes narrowed slightly, but there was no shock in his expression. Instead, he gave a small, knowing nod. You've done your homework, he said, a note of grudging respect in his voice. Yes, I hold the title of knight, though I don't often use it these days. I thought as much, I replied, my tone respectful. Your authority here is recognized, and a reference from you would open doors for me within the Adventurers Guild. That's all I'm asking for. Roderick leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms as he considered my request. The room was silent, the weight of our conversation hanging between us. Finally, he gave a slow nod, a decision made. Very well, he said, his tone measured. I'll write you that reference letter if you succeed in taking down Corvin and his lieutenants. But know this, Lucaviana, if you fail, or if you bring more trouble to this town, that offer is off the table. Understood, I replied with a nod. I have no intention of failing. Roderick's lips curled into a small, grim smile. Good. Then we have a deal. Now, is there a map where I can identify the places where the bandits are staying? Roderick nodded, though his expression remained serious. We've got something, but I'll be honest with you, it's not entirely accurate. Tracking these bastards down has been difficult, and we lack the manpower to conduct a thorough search. But we do have some educated guesses about where their hideouts might be. He reached over to a nearby desk, pulling out a rolled-up map. The parchment was worn and creased, evidence of frequent use, and as he unfurled it, I could see markings and notes scrawled across the landscape. The map detailed the region surrounding Rackenshaw, with the city itself at the center, surrounded by forests, hills, and a few small villages. Hey, a broken bar. This mission, I will reap quite benefits. Roderick tapped a few points on the map. These are the areas where we suspect Corvin's men have set up camp. But like I said, this is based on what little information we've been able to gather from the locals and the occasional scouting mission. It's not definitive, but it's the best we've got. I leaned in closer, studying the map intently. Each marked location was in a different part of the surrounding wilderness, dense forests, hidden valleys, and even a few near the mountains to the north. They were spread out, which would make it difficult to strike at them all at once. But it also meant that if I played my cards right, I could take them down individually before they had a chance to regroup. This area, Roderick said, pointing to a cluster of markings near the eastern side of the map, is where Lothar, one of Corvin's lieutenants, is believed to be operating. Shadowbrook Village is right here, and from what we've gathered, he's been using it as a base of operations for raids on nearby settlements. We've had reports of increased activity in this area, so it's a good place to start. He then gestured to a spot further south, closer to the city. Here's another suspected hideout. It's a bit closer to Rackenshaw, which makes it more dangerous for us. They've been attacking supply caravans and traders trying to bring goods into the city. We think this might be where Corvin himself is stationed, but again, we can't be sure. I nodded, taking in all the information. It's a start, I said, my mind already working on a plan. I'll begin with Shadowbrook and see what I can find. If Lothar is there, I'll take him down and disrupt their operations. That should weaken their overall network and make it easier to deal with the others. I stood up, feeling the weight of the mission ahead settle on my shoulders. I've got the general gist of things, I said, folding the map carefully and tucking it away. Roderick watched me closely, but I could see a flicker of something in his eyes, or perhaps a mix of hope and doubt. He wasn't entirely convinced, but he knew I was his best shot at dealing with this mess. Without another word, I turned and made my way to the door, feeling the cool metal of my airstock at my side. The tension that had filled the room slowly dissipated as I left, but the air outside felt charged with anticipation. The task ahead was daunting, but it was one I was eager to face. As I walked down the street, my thoughts turned to the mission Harlan had given me: deal with the bandits without breaking his sword. I unsheathed my airstock, holding it up to the light. The blade was worn, the edge dull and chipped in places. It had seen better days, and the task of keeping it intact through a series of battles would be anything but easy. But then again, I wasn't one to shy away from challenges. This blade, I muttered to myself, feeling the familiar weight in my hand. It's been through a lot, but I can't afford to let it fail me now. Vitaliara's voice echoed in my mind. You're taking this pretty seriously. But aren't you worried? That sword doesn't look like it'll hold up for long. I sheathed the airstock, my grip tightening around the hilt. That's what makes it interesting, I replied with a small grin. If it were easy, it wouldn't be worth doing. Always chasing after the thrill, aren't you? She replied with a hint of amusement. Isn't that what makes life exciting? I shot back, my mood lightening just a bit. Besides, this mission isn't just about the sword. It is not just about the sword. I mean, making connections with that grumpy old man. Don't you think it will be beneficial? How are you that sure of his talent? That is a secret, Humphrey. Vitaliara let out a small, playful huff as she leapt onto my shoulder, her tiny paws finding their place on my head. You're pretty crafty, you know that? To think you'd negotiate with the captain of the garrison himself, asking for such rewards. I couldn't help but smile at her observation. Crafty, perhaps, but I'm just being practical, I replied, continuing down the path toward Shadow Brook. What I'm doing here isn't just beneficial for me or Harlan. It benefits almost everyone involved, and that's why I need compensation from all parties. Harlan may be paying for his part, but that's irrelevant to the others. They each have their own stake in this, and I'm making sure they recognize that. Vitaliara seemed to mull over my words, her tail swaying gently as she perched comfortably. You're playing a dangerous game, you know, balancing so many interests at once. A broken bar, it could backfire. It won't. Is that so? I will be looking forward to seeing you then. I will be sure to put on a good show for you. In the dimly lit tavern on the outskirts of a village, the air was thick with the scent of alcohol and the low hum of muffled voices. The laughter of men, boisterous and slurred, filled the space, while women in tattered dresses moved between tables, offering drinks and fleeting smiles. The room reeked of decay and indulgence, a den for those who had long abandoned any semblance of honor. At the center of it all, seated at a table overflowing with half-empty mugs and discarded food, was the man they all looked to, the leader of the bandit gang. His greasy hair clung to his forehead, and his fingers lazily stroked the neck of a wine bottle. His eyes, bloodshot from nights of excess, scanned the room with a look of bored superiority. Get me more wine, girl, he slurred, waving a hand dismissively at a young woman who hurried to fetch another bottle. His attention shifted back to the group of men surrounding him, a mixture of fear and admiration in their eyes. Tell me again how much we've raked in this week, he ordered, his voice thick with both satisfaction and greed. One of his lieutenants, a scraggly man with a crooked nose, cleared his throat before answering. We've collected from 3 of the villages, boss. The usual protection fees. They've been paying up without much trouble, though there was some resistance from that blacksmith in Oakfield, the man reported, his gaze darting nervously to the leader. We dealt with him, though. Ain't no one crossing us after that. A cruel grin spread across the leader's face as he leaned back in his chair, taking a long swig from the wine bottle. Good. Teach 'em their place. The more they fear us, the easier this gets. Another man at the table, younger and eager to please, chimed in. The people here, they'll never stand up to us, boss. You've got them wrapped around your finger. Of course I do, the leader scoffed, tossing the empty bottle aside. Who else would dare challenge me? I've got the whole damn region under control. His words oozed arrogance, and the men around him nodded in agreement, eager to bask in his reflected power. One of the women leaned in close, draping herself over his shoulders, and he chuckled, clearly enjoying the attention. As his indulgent laughter faded, one of the men seated beside him leaned in slightly, his voice low but steady. Lothar, just a reminder. The meeting time is approaching. Lothar's expression shifted instantly, the smirk dropping from his face as his eyes narrowed in irritation. He grunted, tossing a half-eaten chunk of bread onto the table. "Don't remind me," he growled, his voice dripping with disdain. "You know how much I hate these damn meetings, especially when he's involved." The men around him shifted uncomfortably, well aware of who Lothar was referring to. It was no secret that despite his position as one of Corvin's top lieutenants, Lothar harbored a particular dislike for one of his peers, a man named Ulrich. Ulrich was cold, calculating, and always seemed to carry an air of superiority, something Lothar found infuriating. "Ulrich thinks he's so damn clever," Lothar muttered, more to himself than to his men, his hands clenching into fists. "Strutting around like he's Corvin's right hand, looking down his nose at the rest of us." The man beside him wisely remained silent, not daring to add to Lothar's irritation. Lothar's eyes, now bloodshot from more than just the alcohol, darkened as he took another swig of wine. "I don't know why Corvin keeps that smug bastard around," he continued, his voice a bit a rasp. "He's not as tough as he thinks he is. One day, someone's going to teach him a lesson. Might even be me." "Of course, boss. We all know that you are the best." Lothar leaned back in his chair, enjoying the playful attention of the woman beside him as his lieutenants continued to praise his strength and cunning. His mood, soured by thoughts of the meeting, had begun to lighten again as the alcohol took hold and his men fed his ego. "Right. You think so, too, sweetie?" he asked, grinning at the woman leaning over him. She cooed, running a hand through his greasy hair. Just as Lothar was settling back into his usual indulgence, one of his subordinates rushed into the room, his face pale and breathless. Lothar's grin faded, his eyes narrowing at the interruption. "What the hell is it now?" Lothar grumbled, clearly annoyed. "Can't you see I'm busy?" The man hesitated, glancing nervously at Lothar before speaking, his voice shaking slightly. Sorry, boss. There's someone outside. He's asking for you." Lothar raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "And why the hell should I care? Who is this guy?" "I don't know, boss," the subordinate stammered, wringing his hands. "But he's young, and he has this scar broken bar over his right eye." "I don't know, boss." "But he's young, and he has this scar broken bar over his right eye." For a moment, the room fell silent. Lothar's expression darkened as he leaned forward, clearly irritated by the vague description. "Why should I give a damn about some punk with a scar?" he growled, his voice rising. The subordinate swallowed hard, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Because, boss, a broken bar. He's already killed Ruckus, Jake, and Ronan." Lothar froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. The weight of those names hung in the air for a moment as if it were impossible for him to comprehend what he had just heard. "He killed my men?" Lothar repeated slowly, his voice barely contained as rage began to bubble beneath the surface. The subordinate nodded quickly, taking a step back as if expecting Lothar's wrath to erupt at any second. "Yes, boss. Ruckus, Jake, and Ronan. He took them out. We found their bodies outside the village." Lothar slammed his fist down on the table, sending the mugs and plates clattering. "You're telling me some scarred-up kid just walked in and took out 3 of my best men?" His voice was a roar now, his face flushed with anger. Before the subordinate could respond, the door to the tavern suddenly creaked open. All eyes turned to the entrance, where the dim light from outside cast a long shadow across the floor. A figure stood in the doorway, his lean frame silhouetted against the fading daylight. The room seemed to hold its breath as the figure stepped forward, revealing the cold, calculating gaze of a young man. His right eye was scarred, a jagged line that cut through his face, and the faintest hint of a smirk played on his lips as he locked eyes with Lothar. "A broken bar. You've got quite a setup here," the young man said, his tone light and casual as he took a slow look around the room. His gaze swept over the scattered mugs, the discarded food, and the half-drunken men who were now frozen in shock. He smirked, taking in Lothar's seething expression before his eyes landed on the 2 women hanging on either side of the bandit leader. Not bad, the young man continued, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Looks like you were really enjoying yourself, huh? This place isn't half bad. Nice little den of indulgence you've got going here. Good food, good drink, a broken bar. His eyes flicked to the women, and clearly, good company, too. Lothar's face twisted in anger, his fists clenched on the table, but the young man seemed unfazed. He took a few more steps forward, moving with an unsettling ease, his gaze never leaving Lothar's. The room remained silent, everyone watching the scene unfold as if waiting for the explosion of violence that seemed inevitable. The young man stopped at the edge of Lothar's table, his fingers brushing casually against a plate of fruit. With a slight lean to the side, he plucked a single grape from the plate and tossed it into his mouth, chewing slowly as if savoring the taste. He said, his tone still light, almost playful. Not bad at all. You've really set yourself up nicely here. Shame it's all about to come crashing down. His smirk widened slightly as he locked eyes with Lothar once more, the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a knife. Lothar's rage was barely contained, his voice a low, dangerous growl. Who the hell do you think you are, walking in here like you own the place? The young man raised an eyebrow, the smirk on his face deepening as he chewed thoughtfully on the grape. Who the hell am I? He echoed, his tone almost mocking. Is that really important? Lothar's eyes narrowed, his fists tightening on the table. The men around him shifted uneasily, the tension in the room palpable. Lothar's gaze never wavered from the young man's face, his pride and rage mixing into a dangerous cocktail. It is important, Lothar growled, his voice thick with menace. Because if I'm feeling generous, I might just put your name on your grave. That is if you catch me in a good mood. The young man chuckled softly, shaking his head as if Lothar's threat was more amusing than intimidating. Your humor's not bad, I'll give you that, he replied, the playful edge never leaving his voice. But we both know this isn't going to end with you being in a generous mood. Lothar couldn't make sense of the situation. The arrogance of this kid, strolling in here as if he had no care in the world, throwing out casual insults, eating his food as if this was just a game. But more than that, something was off. Lothar couldn't sense anything from him. No cultivation, no aura, nothing. As a 3-star awakened, Lothar was used to being able to size up his opponents to gauge their strength. But this young man, he was a blank slate, a complete void. That could only mean one thing: he was at least a 4-star awakened, far beyond Lothar's level. But that couldn't be right. Someone with that kind of power and this young? There was no way someone like that would be here in a backwater den like this. Lothar's mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening, but the longer he stared at the calm, confident smile on the young man's face, the more unsettled he became. There is something a broken bar. There is something about this bastard. A broken bar. An unsettling feeling. It was as if there was something dark about this bastard before him, something that he could not quite make sense of. While he could not see anything or sense, something about this bastard was giving him chills. Before Lothar could act on his rising rage, one of his men, a burly bandit standing just behind the young man, snarled in frustration and drew his sword. Without hesitation, he swung the blade in a wild arc, aiming for the young man's neck. But the moment the sword began its descent, the young man moved. His hand flicked to his side, and in one fluid, almost impossibly fast motion, his own blade was drawn. The sound of steel slicing through the air was crisp, followed by the wet, sickening noise of flesh being severed. Shing! The bandit's eyes widened in shock as the young man's sword carved cleanly through his neck. Blood sprayed into the air in a violent arc, painting the tavern walls in crimson as the bandit's head tumbled from his shoulders and hit the floor with a dull thud. For a moment, the tavern fell into absolute silence, the only sound the soft drip of blood hitting the floorboards. The young man stood in the center, his sword still gleaming with fresh blood, a small, amused smile playing on his lips. Well, he said, his voice calm and unbothered by the carnage. I think that's enough talk, don't you think the same? Lothar stared at the headless body of his man, his mind struggling to process the sheer speed and precision of the kill. Around the room, the rest of his men tensed, their hands instinctively moving to their weapons, but there was hesitation, a fear of after what they had just witnessed. "Fuck you." But the tension snapped a moment later as one of the other bandits, driven by rage or panic, let out a battle cry and lunged at the young man, followed by two more of Lothar's men. Their swords flashed as they charged, determined to overpower the stranger. The young man's smile widened just slightly as he sidestepped the first attack with effortless grace, his sword a blur of motion. Clang, clang. Steel met steel, but the strikes were parried with such ease it seemed almost mocking. Slash. In the span of a heartbeat, the young man cut through the first attacker, his blade slicing cleanly across the bandit's chest. Blood sprayed once more as the bandit crumpled to the floor, lifeless. Stab. The second attacker barely had time to react before the young man's long sword pierced through his abdomen, skewering him in a precise thrust. Slash. The third bandit hesitated, fear flickering in his eyes, but it was too late. With a swift, almost playful flick of his wrist, the young man brought his sword down in a lethal arc, severing the man's arm. "Aawag!" The bandit screamed in agony, but the sound was cut short as the young man's blade found his throat, silencing him forever. In the span of mere seconds, three more bodies lay lifeless on the floor. The young man stood still, his expression unchanged, almost as if none of this had required any effort at all. He glanced at the remaining men in the room, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Well?" he asked, his voice casual, almost bored. "Anyone else?" "Well?" "Anyone else?" The silence that followed the young man's casual question was thick and suffocating. Every remaining bandit in the tavern stood frozen in place, their hands hovering over their weapons, eyes wide with fear. No one dared move. No one dared speak. The sight of their comrades' brutal deaths had stripped away any illusion of bravado they once had. The young man let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. "This is what makes you all such peasants," he said, his voice dripping with disdain. "When a weak person stands before you, you bare your teeth, snarl, and pretend you're wolves. But when a stronger one appears, a broken bar." His eyes swept across the room, his smirk widening. "You cower like frightened sheep." The room remained silent, not a single man brave enough to answer. The tension was palpable, the atmosphere thick with the weight of impending doom. The young man's words cut through them like a knife, stripping them down to their most primal fear. No one dared meet his gaze. Satisfied with their silence, the young man shifted his attention to Lothar, whose face had turned a sickly shade of pale. The bandit leader's eyes darted around the room, clearly weighing his options, but it was obvious there was no escape. He was trapped. "There's no need to think of an escape," the young man said, his tone calm but carrying a terrifying finality. His eyes locked onto Lothar's, cold and unyielding. "Everyone in this room is going to die." Lothar's throat tightened, and for the first time in years, he felt genuine fear creeping up his spine. His mind raced, but the truth was undeniable. The young man standing before him wasn't just some wandering swordsman. He was something far more dangerous, far beyond anything Lothar had ever encountered. Lothar swallowed hard, his voice shaking as he finally forced himself to speak. "Woe broken bar, who are you?" The young man's smirk widened, his eyes gleaming with cold amusement. "Does it really matter?" And with that, the young man's blade gleamed once more, ready to strike. The purple starlight emanated through the air, illuminating everything. Lothar realized that he could no longer avoid the fight. Schlank. He grabbed the axe, which was resting on the ground right, and then channeled his mana into it. Being a 3-star awakened, he was already able to manifest his mana outside of his body and weapon. Lothar awed the sound, a desperate attempt to regain control of the situation. He swung his axe in a wide arc, the blade crackling with mana. As it cut through the air, a beam of energy shot forth from the swing, a crescent of raw power aimed directly at the young man. The force of the blow sent chairs and tables flying, the ground itself seeming to tremble under the weight of the attack. Without hesitation, Lothar leapt from his chair, using the momentum of his swing to propel himself forward. His eyes were wild with desperation, his axe raised high as he charged the young man, determined to crush him before he could make another move. But the young mana broken bar, he didn't flinch. Instead, he watched the incoming strike with a calm, almost amused expression, his smirk never fading. As the beam of energy approached, he spoke, his voice light and teasing. finally decided to fight, have you? Swoosh! Crack! With a slight shift of his body, the young man tilted just enough to evade the beam, the energy passing harmlessly by him, smashing into the far wall with an explosive crash. Dust and debris filled the air, but the young man remained completely unfazed. His eyes gleamed with a vibrant purple glow. A starlight mana began to swirl around him, the air itself seeming to hum with the sheer power radiating from his body. The long and thinner stock in his hand pulsed with the same starlight energy, its blade shimmering with an ethereal glow. Lothar swung his axe down with all his might, the heavy weapon descending like a guillotine. But the young man was ready. In one fluid motion, he raised his estoc to meet the strike. Clang! The clash of steel reverberated through the room as the estoc met the axe. Lothar expected the sheer weight of his weapon, combined with his 3-star strength, to overpower the young man. He was certain the boy would stumble or, at the very least, show some sign of strain. But he didn't budge. The young man's thin, elegant sword held firm against the brute force of the axe, deflecting the strike with almost insulting ease. Lothar's eyes widened in disbelief. His axe was heavy, forged for crushing blows, and yet a broken bar this boy, this slender kid, had deflected it as if it were nothing. Is that all? The young man asked, his tone still light, almost mocking. The glow of starlight around his body intensified, the purple energy swirling faster now as if feeding on Lothar's growing frustration. The young man's blade shimmered, the black starlight that now coated it pulsing with ominous energy. His eyes gleamed with the same ethereal purple as he grinned at Lothar, his mocking tone cutting deeper than the blows themselves. Well, let me show you how you really need to move. And then, before Lothar could even register the shift, the young man shot forward, a blur of dark energy and speed. It was as if the air itself folded around him, propelling him directly in front of Lothar. The movement was so swift, so precise, that it seemed as though the young man hadn't even moved until he had simply appeared. Lothar's eyes widened in panic as the thin estoc gleamed, now only inches away from his chest. He saw it coming, but there was no time here, no chance to block, no space to evade. The speed was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Schlunk! The estoc pierced cleanly into Lothar's side, slipping between his ribs with sickening precision. He gasped, his breath catching as the blade slid through his flesh like butter. His hand instinctively went to the wound, gripping at the blood-soaked fabric of his shirt, but the damage was done. Rah! Lothar roared as his mana surged from his body in a desperate attempt to create distance. The force of the pulse sent a shockwave through the room, scattering loose objects and forcing a momentary gap between him and the young man. Just as Lothar had anticipated, the boy leapt back with ease, avoiding the mana pulse with a grace that only deepened Lothar's dread. Swoosh! The momentary pause gave Lothar's men the opportunity they needed. With battle cries erupting from their throats, they charged at the young man, their weapons raised high. Lothar, gritting his teeth, clutched at his bleeding side and staggered back, his mind racing. We just need to tire him out, he thought, eyeing the potion hidden within his pouch. If we can push him long enough, I can heal and finish him off. The bandits swarmed the young man, swinging their blades and axes with all the fury they could muster. But the boy remained unfazed, his eyes cold and calculating as he watched them approach. For a moment, it almost seemed like he was bored by their efforts. The young man closed his mouth, taking a slow, deliberate breath through his nose. His body remained still as the bandits closed in, and for a split second, time seemed to hang in the air. Then he moved. In one swift, fluid motion, his sword traced an elegant arc through the air, and from the blade, a beam of crescent-shaped starlight erupted. The beam rushed forward on a horizontal axis, slicing through the air with a brilliance that filled the room with an ethereal glow. Slash! The crescent of starlight tore through the room like a silent storm. Everything in its path was bisected with terrifying precision. Tables, chairs, even the walls crumbled as the energy carved through them. The men who had charged forward were caught in the beam's trajectory, their bodies severed in two before they even had time to realize what had happened. Blood sprayed through the air, mixing with the starlight in a macabre display. 5 of Lothar's men, however, had managed to cover themselves in mana just in time. The beam struck their shields of energy, sending them skidding backward but leaving them alive though visibly shaken by the sheer power they had just witnessed. Lothar watched, his heart pounding in his chest. He could scarcely believe what had just happened. In a matter of seconds, half his men were gone, their bodies lying in pieces on the floor. The few who remained were visibly trembling, their hands shaking as they clung to their weapons. The young man straightened, his sword still glowing faintly with the remnants of starlight. He glanced at the 5 men who had survived, his expression still calm, almost indifferent. "Looks like you have a few left," he remarked, his voice quiet but deadly. "Not that it'll make much difference." The 5 remaining men gritted their teeth and wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. Their bodies trembled with the strain of channeling their mana into their weapons, a clear indication that all of them were too star awakened. The air around them buzzed with the weight of their combined energy, but despite their wounds and fear, they stood ready. One by one, the bandits prepared for their final stand. 3 of them, wielding heavy axes, growled as their weapons glowed faintly with the essence of their mana, while the other 2 gripped swords, poison dripping from the edges of their blades. They knew they couldn't outmatch the young man in pure power, but they were bandits, dirty fighters by natura, and they had their tricks. Poisons that could paralyze, weapons with hidden spikes, and a deep-rooted instinct for survival at any cost. They attacked all at once, a desperate and chaotic rush meant to overwhelm him. The 3 axemen swung in wide arcs, their blades heavy and menacing, while the 2 swordsmen lunged from either side, their poison blades gleaming with malice. The young man, however, remained eerily calm. He moved with the fluidity of a seasoned predator, his eyes cold and focused as the first axeman swung at him. Swoosh! With a single motion, the young man's estoc danced through the air, meeting the heavy axe with terrifying precision. Clang! The axe was cleaved in two as if it were nothing more than paper, and before the bandit could even react, the starlight-coated blade sliced through his torso, bisecting him cleanly. Blood sprayed, and the first man crumpled to the ground in 2 lifeless pieces. The second and third axemen followed quickly, roaring as they tried to use their sheer strength to force the young man back. One of them hurled a vial of poison at his face, hoping to catch him off guard, as expected. But the young man was far too quick. He sidestepped the vial effortlessly, his estoc carving a lethal path through the air once more. A blinding flash of starlight cut through the second axeman's chest, sending his body falling in halves to the blood-soaked floor. The third axeman tried to bring his weapon down in a powerful overhead strike, but he never had the chance. With a quick thrust, the estoc pierced straight through his throat, ending his life in an instant. His body slumped to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. The 2 swordsmen, realizing the hopelessness of their situation, tried to retreat, but the young man gave them no such opportunity. He surged forward, his body a blur as he cut through the first with terrifying precision. The poison on the man's blade never even came close to reaching its mark. A clean slice through his abdomen and the bandit was gone. The final bandit swung wildly in a panic, his poisoned sword barely grazing the young man's shoulder. But the attack lacked any power or conviction, and the young man dispatched him with a quick, decisive strike. The estoc flashed once, and the last man fell to the ground in 2 pieces. None of the 5 had lasted more than 2 moves. The tavern was now quiet, save for the sound of blood dripping from the corpses littering the floor. The young man stood amidst the carnage, his blade still gleaming with black starlight, his expression calm as ever. The young man turned slowly, his eyes locking onto Lothar, who stood frozen amidst the wreckage of his men. Lothar's body was still trembling, his hand gripping his bleeding side as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat filled with the cold realization that death had just swept through his gang like a storm, and now it was his turn. The young man took a step forward, his expression calm, almost bored. "So?" he asked, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "Are you coming or not?" Lothar met his gaze, swallowing the lump of fear that had formed in his throat. His mind raced, trying to make sense of it all, trying to find some meaning in what had just happened. Desperation flickered in his eyes as he finally managed to speak. "Why?" Lothar asked, his voice trembling, barely more than a whisper. "Why are you doing this?" The young man tilted his head slightly, his brow furrowing in mild confusion. "What do you mean by why?" he asked, his voice calm and measured as if the question itself were nonsensical. Lothar coughed, wincing as the pain in his side flared up. "With your talents, you could find a job anywhere," he muttered, his voice hoarse. "Why waste your time here, in a backwater like this? Why bother with us?" The young man's lips curled into a small, almost thoughtful smile. He nodded slightly, acknowledging Lothar's point. "You're not wrong," he said, his tone surprisingly conversational. "With my talents, as you say, I could find something much more rewarding." He paused, his gaze shifting briefly to the carnage around them before returning to Lothar. "But you and Corvin? Well, you're just unlucky," he continued, his voice carrying a sense of inevitability. "Because the circumstances led me here." Lothar's breath caught in his throat, the weight of the young man's words sinking in. There was no grand purpose, no deep vendetta. They were simply unfortunate, caught in the path of a force far beyond their understanding or control. "Unlucky?" Lothar repeated, his voice barely audible. The young man gave a small nod, his expression unchanging. "That's all there is to it," he said, his voice calm. "If I were to be born as a normal noble or as a normal citizen of Arcanes, I would not be here doing this. At the very least, you would have your life here, and once a team to subjugate you was sent, you could get the intel and leave. But there was no way you could expect someone like me, isn't that right?" Lothar nodded weakly, his mind piecing together the grim reality of the situation. That's how it goes," he muttered, his voice shaking as the weight of it all pressed down on him. We've always known how to play the game. Move before they catch up. Keep the right people on our side, bribe the officials, and pay off the scouts. It's always worked. Until now." He coughed, blood spilling from his lips as the pain in his side flared once more. His grip on his axe weakened, and he leaned heavily against the wall to stay upright. "But we never heard about anyone like you," he continued, his voice bitter. "No warnings, no rumors." "That means you're not affiliated with anyone, are you?" "Not part of the usual system." The young man's gaze didn't waver. His calm expression remained unchanged, though a flicker of acknowledgement passed through his eyes. "That's correct," he replied softly. "I'm not bound to any of the corrupt officials you've bribed, nor am I part of the regular forces you've been dodging." Lothar let out a weak laugh, filled with disbelief and resignation. "So that's it. We were playing our usual game, and you weren't even on the board." "We were just unlucky." The young man raised his blade, its surface still shimmering with the remnants of the dark starlight that had left nothing but destruction in its wake. He stepped forward, his eyes locking onto Lothar's with an almost unsettling calmness. No, they were not calm. They were different. There was a slight sense of greed in those eyes. A sense of happiness. "This guy a broken bar. He is a demon, a broken bar." Indeed, the guy's eyes were smiling as if he was enjoying the situation himself. Lothar could feel the weight of his own mortality pressing down on him as he stared back, the bitterness of his defeat sinking in deeper with every passing second. His breath came in ragged gasps, his body failing him as the wound in his side continued to drain his strength. The young man's voice cut through the stillness, soft but firm. "Indeed. But don't worry, a broken bar." He paused, the tip of his estoc gleaming in the faint light as he raised it slightly. "You won't be alone." Lothar's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening in a mix of fear and understanding. The young man's gaze didn't falter as he continued, his tone as calm as ever. "All of your friends. Every one of them. They'll follow you. Just like you, they'll meet the same end. One by one, even the one you dislike. His name a broken bar. What was it?" "Alric." "Everyone." And then his smirk widened. Just to inform you, the people that you think escaped to inform Corvin. They are all dead. So, you don't need to buy time." At that exact moment, Lothar's fading hope was crushed entirely. From the entrance of the tavern came a soft, dragging sound. His head snapped toward it, and what he saw made his blood turn cold. A small cat padded into the room, its sleek, midnight black fur glistening in the dim light. But what caught Lothar's attention was the bundle behind it, a group of men bound in thick ropes made of glowing mana, Their bodies dragged effortlessly along the floor. Every one of the bound figures was a familiar face. These were the bandits who had escaped just moments before, now tied and gagged, their eyes wide with fear and defeat. Lothar's breath hitched as the cat, seemingly indifferent to the weight it was pulling, stopped in front of the young man. The cat glanced up at him, its eyes shimmering with a sharp intelligence far beyond any ordinary animal. The young man looked down at the cat with an almost playful smile. "Ah, Vitaliara, good work, as always." "Ah, Vitaliara, good work, as always." The cat let out a soft purr in response, its tail swishing back and forth lazily as it sat beside the bound bandits, who were now squirming in their restraints, their muffled cries of panic filling the air. Lothar's heart sank. This was it. The last hope of escape, of survival, had been dashed. The very men he had relied on to escape and warn Corvin had been caught, no, hunted down and dragged back like prey. The young man turned his gaze back to Lothar, his expression unchanging. "Now," he said, taking a step forward and raising his estoc once more. "I believe we can now start talking with our blades, no?" Lothar's eyes flickered with renewed determination, the fear and desperation momentarily replaced by a savage resolve. He would not go down without a fight. His pride, his strength, his reputation, and none of it would allow him to simply lie down and die. With a guttural roar, Lothar surged forward, his body suddenly invigorated. The wound in his side that had drained his strength moments ago began to seal itself, his internal mana surging to accelerate his healing. His body mended with unnatural speed, and he knew this moment of surprise would be his best and perhaps last a chance. Most people wouldn't expect such rapid recovery. Most would think him too weak, too wounded, to launch a full attack. But Lothar was going to show this bastard his true strength. His axe, heavy and menacing, flared to life as it became engulfed in flames, the bright red-orange mana coating the blade with a crackling intensity. Their art, he had trained for years, the flame cleaver, roared to life, his fiery mana spiraling around him in a blazing aura. Heat radiated from his body as he channeled everything into his next strike. The flames danced along the length of his axe, growing brighter and fiercer with each step he took toward the young man. "I'll burn you alive," Lothar bellowed, his voice filled with both rage and determination. His muscles tensed, and with all his strength, he swung the blazing axe toward the young man, the air sizzling from the sheer heat and force of the strike. The flames leapt from the blade in an arc, a wave of fiery mana streaking toward the young man, intent on consuming him. But the young mana-broken bar merely watched. With a calm, almost amused expression, he observed Lothar's desperate attack, the fire closing in fast. At the very last second, the young man's body moved. In a single fluid motion, his estoc glinted with that ominous black starlight once more. His eyes, glowing with purple energy, tracked every movement of the incoming flames. Void Starfall Blade. Starline. Clang. The estoc met the flaming axe, but instead of being consumed by the fire, it cut through the blazing energy with terrifying ease. The force of Lothar's strike was deflected, the flames dispersing harmlessly as the young man's sword cut through the wave of heat like it was nothing more than air. Lothar's eyes widened in disbelief as his full-powered attack was rendered meaningless. But before he could even process it, the young man struck back. Swish! With a lightning-fast strike, the young man's estoc slashed through the air, meeting Lothar's body with such precision and speed that the bandit leader had no time to react. The blade cut through his flesh, piercing deep into his chest. A Void Starfall Blade. Eclipse Star Trailer. Lothar gasped as the young man's estoc pierced through his chest with unnerving precision, the blade sinking deep into his flesh. For a brief moment, pain surged through his body, but his instincts kicked in, and he forced himself to keep moving. "This won't be enough to take me down," Lothar thought grimly, gritting his teeth as he mustered his strength. As a 3-star awakened, his body had been tempered through countless battles. His physical resilience was something he prided himself on, capable of enduring hits like this multiple times. A twisted grin spread across his face as he felt the fire still surging through his veins, his axe glowing with the mana that fed his flames. "You think this is enough to stop me?" he growled, his eyes wild with desperation. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash the hidden spell he had kept up his sleeve for moments like Caesar his final gambit. Boom! An explosion of fire erupted around him, flames scorching the air in a violent burst. The heat roared outward, consuming the space between him and the young man, creating a wall of destruction. But something was wrong. Lothar's grin faltered as he felt a sudden, unnatural pull from within. The mana in his body, his own energy, wasn't responding as it should. His flames flickered erratically, and instead of surging with power, his mana began to churn, spinning out of control. He coughed, his body shaking as his mana refused to follow his commands. Panic set in as he realized that something was horribly wrong. His mana core was going berserk. The flames he had summoned sputtered and died out, leaving him standing in a pool of failure and agony. He stumbled, his hand clutching at his chest as the sensation of his mana spiraling out of control grew stronger. It was as if the very core of his being was tearing itself apart. The young man watched with an eerie calm, his eyes glowing with that same purple energy. He took a step closer, his blade still glistening with the ominous black starlight, and met Lothar's gaze, his expression unreadable. "You can feel it, can't you?" the young man said softly, his voice almost a whisper. "The instability. Your core is about to explode." Lothar's eyes widened in horror as he gasped for breath, his body trembling. His mana was spiraling, going wild inside him, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. The young man's voice was cold and precise as he continued, his gaze unwavering. "If you want to stop this, there's only one way." Lothar tried to speak, but his voice came out in a ragged, desperate croak. He could feel the pressure building inside him, his core on the verge of shattering. "Tell me the location of your main base," the young man said, his words sharp and cutting. "Though I can find it myself, I'd rather save the trouble." "Do that, and I'll stop your cow from going berserk." Lothar's face contorted into a smirk, his lips twitching with bitter amusement despite the agony coursing through his body. He coughed, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to speak. "Do you think I'm a fool?" he rasped, his voice weak but laced with defiance. "You're not promising to save me, just to stop my cow from exploding." "Which means you'll kill me the moment I tell you where the base is." The young man's expression didn't change, but there was a slight flicker of amusement in his eyes. He nodded calmly, acknowledging the truth in Lothar's words. "Of course," he replied with a smile. "Isn't that the sort of strategy you bandits often employ?" "I figured I'd try it once, see how it felt." Lothar let out a weak, gurgling laugh, the sound hollow and strained as blood dripped from his lips. He spat on the ground, his smirk still intact despite the growing horror of his situation. "Go to hell, you bastard," he spat, his voice defiant even in his last moments. The young man tilted his head slightly, a faint, almost disappointed sigh escaping his lips. "I suppose that's your answer then," he said quietly, shaking his head as he took a step back. Without another word, the pressure inside Lothar's body reached its breaking point. His core, unable to contain the wildly spiraling mana, gave way. Boom! Lothar's insides exploded in a violent eruption of energy, his body convulsing as the force tore through him from the inside out. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose as his limbs jerked uncontrollably, the violent release of mana sending shockwaves through his body. His eyes widened in one final, silent scream before everything went dark. His body collapsed to the ground, lifeless, the remnants of the explosion still shimmering faintly around him. The young man stood over the corpse, his expression calm and indifferent. He sheathed his estoc, his gaze lingering on Lothar's remains for only a moment before turning away. "Such a waste," he muttered under his breath. Vitaliara padded up beside him, her eyes glinting in the dim light as she let out a soft purr. "Looks like I'll have to work a little bit more." With that, the young man turned to face the remaining bandits, who were now staring at him with wide, fearful eyes. Their faces were pale, and they stood frozen in place, trembling as they processed what had just happened to Lothar. The room was thick with the stench of blood and death, and the weight of their impending doom pressed down on them. The young man's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with that familiar, cold amusement. He crossed his arms casually as if completely unbothered by the carnage around him. "Well then," he said, his voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of menace. "It seems we've come to a bit of a crossroads, haven't we?" He tilted his head slightly, his gaze flicking over the terrified faces of the bandits. "I'll make this simple," he continued, his tone almost conversational. "Those who choose to speak and tell me what I want to know well, at least you'll have the dignity of a proper burial." His smirk widened, and he gestured casually toward Lothar's lifeless body, still twitching from the aftermath of the explosion. "As for those who choose to stay silent or broken bar, well, you'll end up just like him." The bandits' eyes darted toward Lothar's remains, a collective shudder running through them. The sight of their leader's twisted, blood-soaked corpse sent chills down their spines. They had seen death before or caused it, even, but nothing like this. The silence stretched, and the young man let it linger, savoring their fear. "So," he said, his voice sharp and cutting, "who's going to speak first?" "You have 10 seconds." The inn was eerily quiet now, the heavy stench of blood and death permeating the air. The bodies of the bandits lay strewn across the room, lifeless and cold, their mana dissipating into the ether. I sat in the middle of it all, cross-legged on the blood-soaked floor, my hands resting on my knees as I breathed in the death around me. The flickering starlight that had once danced across my estoc was now dim, the purple glow fading into the shadows as the energy of those I'd killed began to seep into my body. It was subtle, but I could feel it, the mana of death, flowing like a river, coiling around my core and infusing my body with cold. "It's different." I closed my eyes, allowing myself to focus on the sensation. Human death. It had a strange quality to it, stronger, richer than the death mana I'd absorbed from monsters in the past. It was almost intoxicating, this thick, potent energy that filled the room. Humans give off more death mana than most monsters. Why? It was a question that I noticed. What made humans so potent in death compared to beasts? Monsters were stronger in life, their mana often more vibrant and powerful, but in death, humans left behind something more substantial. Was it fear, emotion, regret? All those human qualities that lingered even after life had left them? I wasn't sure, but I could feel it in the air, the echoes of their final moments. The terror, the pain, the desperation. It clung to the death mana, making it heavier and richer. But what about it made the difference? Maybe because I am a human, too? I meditated on that thought for a while, letting the death mana circulate through my core. Each breath pulled it deeper into my being, and with every passing second, I felt myself grow stronger. But no answer came. Nothing tangible I could grasp. Before I could dwell on it further, Vitaliara's voice broke through the quiet. "Did you really have to kill everyone here?" she asked, her tone not accusatory but curious. I opened my eyes slowly, glancing down at her. She sat beside me, her black fur sleek and untainted by the blood that surrounded us, her green eyes watching me intently. "Did I?" I murmured, repeating her question aloud as I considered it. My gaze drifted back to the bodies lying in disarray around the inn. Men who had spent their lives taking what they wanted, killing for their own gain, and extorting the weak. And now, they had become part of the cycle of death. Vitaliara's eyes narrowed slightly. I understand the reasoning. But was it necessary to kill every last one? Some of them could have been spared, couldn't they? I chuckled softly, shaking my head. Spared? You know better than that, Vitaliara. The moment I let even one of them live, they would have spread the word about me. And you know how things work. It's not just about survival, it's about reputation. These bandits. If I'd left any of them alive, I'd only be inviting trouble. So, it's about reputation. She pressed. You are not the one to care about such things. Well, a broken bar. That's indeed not the reason, I admitted, my eyes falling on one of the lifeless faces nearby. They chose this path, a broken bar. They preyed on the weak, killed without mercy, and lived by a code of power. It's only fitting that they died by that same code. A broken bar, not bad. Was that another test? Just to see if you can survive for long? Vitaliara's voice lingered in my mind. Those who act heroic and believe in second chances often don't get one themselves. I couldn't help but smile at that, nodding as I rose to my feet. That rhymed well, I mused, brushing the dust from my coat. The death mana in the room had been fully absorbed, leaving a strange emptiness in the air where the life force had once lingered. The tavern now felt like a hollow shell, a graveyard for the souls that had once thrived on greed and violence. As I started to walk toward the door, I glanced down at my estoc, its once gleaming surface now marred by new scratches and dull spots. The blade, which had once been a testament to precision and elegance, was beginning to show signs of wear from the skirmish. "TSK," I muttered under my breath, inspecting the blade with a critical eye. "Not my best work." Vitaliara's voice chimed in with a teasing edge. "You played around quite a bit in there. If you hadn't toyed with them so much, your blade might have been in better shape." I sighed, flipping the estoc in my hand and sheathing it with a soft click. True enough, I got a little carried away. But then again, it was entertaining. "Entertaining for you, maybe," she replied, her voice tinged with amusement. "But now look at your sword. You're going to have to deal with it before long, or else it'll fail you at the worst moment." "I know," I grumbled. As I strolled through the quiet streets, I could feel their eyes on me. The people who dared to peek from behind windows or glance as I passed didn't hide their fear. It was in their quickened steps, the way they clutched their belongings tighter as if proximity to me might somehow taint them. A few whispers spread, but none dared to approach. It was funny, in a way, watching how they recoiled as if I were some sort of beast. Or well, perhaps I was. After all, I had just beheaded a bunch of their local tormentors in cold blood. Even now, the faint scent of iron clung to my clothes, and some streaks of blood had dried on my sleeves. To them, I must have seemed like some kind of executioner. "HMPH, I mused, shaking my head with a small smile. "I'm not here for their approval anyway." The fear in their eyes didn't discourage me. If anything, it was a sign that things were unfolding exactly as they should. Fear is the natural way of things. A fear of the strong, fear of death, fear of the unknown. It kept people in line and made them understand the reality of this world. Whether they viewed me as a savior or a monster didn't matter. They wouldn't challenge me. And that was the point. It was easy for them to forget that in the chaos of war, people like me were often the ones keeping them alive, whether by subduing threats or simply being someone too dangerous for others to attack. As long as I got the job done, their opinions meant nothing. Vitaliara stirred atop my head, her soft fur brushing against my skin as she shifted. "They're looking at you like you're a monster," she commented, though her tone was more amused than concerned. "I wonder why," I replied dryly. "I only decapitated a few people right in front of them." "People they hated, but people nonetheless." "You seem to enjoy it, though," she teased. I shrugged. "Fear is a tool. Let them fear me. At least then they won't become a problem." "Hey, and you wonder why they won't look you in the eye?" she snickered, her tail swishing lazily. I smirked. "As long as they stay out of my way, I don't care what they think." That was how things needed to happen anyway. But now, I need to move fast. They will eventually find out about this, won't they? Indeed. I glanced around at the fearful faces, knowing the clock was ticking. The bandits wouldn't stay in the dark for long. Word would spread, and Corvin's men would start sniffing around, trying to piece together what had happened. And when they did, the people here, innocent or not, could easily become targets. The bandits might assume I'd done this to protect someone in town, that there was a connection they weren't aware of. That's how their minds work. Either revenge through proxy, through the weak and vulnerable. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized that these people could suffer for no reason at all. Vitaliara's tail flicked lazily as she perched atop my head. "So, what's the plan?" "The plan," I replied, my tone firm, "is to move fast, before Corvin's men can regroup or retaliate. If they think someone here is responsible, they'll start picking off targets. Better to cut them down at the source before they get a chance." The locations I had gotten from Roderick and some other bandits were invaluable. It gave me the freedom to move, to hit the bandits before they could organize any sort of counterattack. I knew that taking out Lothar and his crew was just the beginning, but with their network spread thin, I could exploit the gaps and gather even more information as I went. And not all the bandits know about the entire network, I thought. While interrogating them, there were still some locations that were blank. But this should be enough. Eventually, we would be getting there anyway. That was what all mattered at the end. The road was long and dusty, stretching out beneath the caravan's wheels as they rolled slowly along the worn path. The caravan, modest in size, was made up of several wooden carts pulled by tired horses, each cart laden with burlap sacks and crates filled with agricultural goods, grain, dried fruits, and various crops. The goods themselves weren't anything rare, but they were valuable now, given the scarcity in the region. Rackenshaw and its surrounding villages had been plagued by bandit trades for weeks, making it difficult for any merchant to move goods safely. At the front of the caravan sat a young merchant, his hands tightly gripping the reins of his horse. His name was Eric. He was new to the trade, barely a year into his venture, but already he was feeling the crushing weight of the market's unforgiving demands. His face was tense, a mixture of worry and determination etched into his features. This caravan, this load of goods, was his last gamble, desperate play to save his business from collapsing. Edric glanced over his shoulder, watching the carts behind him with growing anxiety. The goods were cheaply bought from a city that had no choice but to sell at a low price, their coffers drained by bandit raids and the ongoing conflict in the region. The plan had seemed perfect at first: to acquire the goods for next to nothing, transport them back, and sell them for a tidy profit to those in need. But now, as he rode through the sparse countryside, the reality of the situation weighed on him heavily. He had barely any budget left after purchasing the goods, and that meant cutting costs where he could, including hiring protection. He had only managed to scrape together enough coins for a few guards, and even then, they weren't the most experienced. The group of guards rode beside the carts, their eyes scanning the horizon nervously. They were well aware of the dangers that lurked on these roads. Bandit activity had surged in recent weeks, and the routes between towns had become treacherous. Every rustle of leaves, every distant sound, set them on edge. Edric bit his lip, his mind racing with thoughts of what could go wrong. If the caravan was attacked, his goods would be lost. Worse, if he failed to deliver them, his business would collapse entirely. Everything he had worked for would vanish. "I can't fail," he muttered under his breath, trying to reassure himself. "I have to make this work. I have to." The road ahead wound through a dense stretch of forest, and Edric's stomach tightened as they approached it. The forest was known to be a prime spot for ambushes, a place where bandits could hide and strike without warning. He glanced at the lead guard, a gruff man named Garvin, who met his gaze with a stern nod. They both knew this was the riskiest part of the journey. As the caravan entered the shadowed path between the trees, the tension grew thicker. Edric could hear his heart pounding in his ears, and he kept a close watch on the tree line, his hand never far from the small dagger at his waist. He prayed they would make it through unscathed, but deep down, he knew that this gamble might cost him everything. The wind rustled the branches, and for a moment, all was quiet. Too quiet. The silence before the storm. Just as the caravan moved deeper into the forest, the unsettling silence was broken by a sharp whistle from the treetops. In an instant, shadows shifted among the foliage, and before Edric could fully grasp what was happening, bandits poured out from both sides of the path, weapons glinting in the dappled sunlight. They moved quickly and with practiced precision, surrounding the caravan in a deadly semicircle. "Bandits!" one of the guards shouted, drawing his sword as the others readied themselves for battle. Edric's heart raced, panic clawing at his throat. This was exactly what he had feared. Garvin, the lead guard, snarled as he raised his weapon. "Stay back, Edric. We'll handle this." For a brief moment, hope flickered in Edric's chest as the guards charged toward the approaching bandits. Steel clashed against steel, and the forest erupted into the chaotic sounds of battle. But something about it felt a broken bar off. Then it happened. Garvin, instead of striking down the nearest bandit, lowered his sword with a cold smirk. The other guards followed suit, stepping back as the bandits closed in around Edric. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. They weren't fighting. They were part of the attack. "You really thought we'd risk our necks for the pocket change you offered?" Garvin sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "You're dumber than I thought, Edric. No one takes on a suicide job like this without a better offer on the table." The other guards laughed, their eyes glinting with mockery as they dropped all pretense of loyalty. One of them, a wiry man with a scar running down his cheek, casually strolled over to one of the carts, kicking a sack of grain over as if it was worthless. Edric's mouth went dry. You were with them all along?" he stammered, his mind spinning as the full weight of the betrayal sank in. Garvin chuckled darkly, wiping the blade of his sword on his sleeve as he looked down at the terrified merchant. "Of course we were. You made it easy for us." Desperate, green, and too eager to believe you had a chance. One of the bandits, a hulking brute with a wild beard, stepped forward, grinning. "Thanks for doing all the hard work for us, Mr. Edric." Edric's knees buckled as fear coursed through him. Everything he had worked for, all the risk, all the planning, was slipping away right before his eyes. He tried to muster some sort of response, but his voice failed him, the enormity of the situation paralyzing him. "Don't look so sad," Garvin jeered, stepping closer. "You're not the first merchant we've bled dry, and you won't be the last. You were just easier than most." The bandits closed in on the caravan, laughing and jeering as they began to ransack the goods, tossing crates and sacks onto their own carts. Edric could only watch helplessly, his last gamble crumbling before him as the reality of his doomed venture became all too clear. At least, that was how it was supposed to be. Just as the bandits began ransacking the goods, their laughter and jeers filling the air, a sudden gust of wind blew through the trees. It was subtle at first, but then came the soft sound of footsteps, too soft, too deliberate. Garvin paused mid-laugh, his senses prickling as if something was off. He turned his head toward the tree line just in time to see a shadowy figure step into the clearing. The young man with the scar on his right eye. Before anyone could react, he moved with a speed that defied reason. In one fluid motion, his blade flashed, catching the sunlight for the briefest of moments before it descended. Slash! The first bandit's body was bisected cleanly, his expression frozen in shock as his torso slid apart from his legs. Blood sprayed across the ground as the young man moved like a specter through the clearing, his long, thinner stock cutting down the remaining bandits with surgical precision. Swoosh! Another bandit's head rolled to the ground, followed by the sickening sound of bodies crumpling. The chaos lasted mere seconds. One breath and it was over. Where there had been a jeering gang of bandits, now only a few twitching corpses remained, their blood pooling on the dirt road. The young man stood in the middle of the slaughter, his expression calm, as if none of it had required any effort. His eyes scanned the clearing, cold and calculating, before locking onto the one bandit he had deliberately left alive. It was Garvin, who had fallen back in sheer terror, his face drained of color as he stared up at the young man with wide, trembling eyes. The young man took a step closer, his blade still dripping with blood, and tilted his head ever so slightly. "Where is Loren?" His voice was low and cold, every word laced with dangerous intent. Garvin's lips quivered, but despite the terror coursing through him, he remained silent. His loyalty, misplaced as it may have been, kept him from betraying his leader. He looked like a cornered animal, too scared to move yet too stubborn to answer. The young man let out a quiet sigh, shaking his head in mild frustration. "Why are you all so loyal to someone like him?" he muttered, almost to himself. "It's a shame." He raised his estoc, preparing to finish Garvin, the blade gleaming with lethal precision. But just as he was about to strike, an axe came hurtling through the air. It flew with incredible speed, cutting through the space where his head had been only moments before. The young man tilted his head slightly to the side, narrowly avoiding the blade as it whizzed past him, embedding itself in a tree behind. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, turning in the direction from which the axe had been thrown. His calm demeanor remained intact, but there was a faint spark of intrigue in his gaze. "Well," he murmured, "it seems I do not need to wait for too long." It seems I do not need to wait for too long. As the young man turned his gaze in the direction from which the axe had been thrown, he saw the newcomer emerging from the shadows of the trees. A rough-looking man with beaded hair, his face weathered from countless battles, stepped forward with heavy, confident strides. His muscular arms were inked with intricate tattoos, and his eyes gleamed with a fierce, animalistic intensity. "Pitu!" He spat onto the ground, the sound sharp in the otherwise silent clearing. The man's lips curled into a sneer as he locked eyes with the young swordsman. "You look in for me, boy?" he growled, his voice thick with an accent that hinted at northern roots. The young man smiled, tilting his head slightly, intrigued. "You are Loren, then?" His voice was calm, carrying none of the arrogance or bravado that the other man exuded. Loren let out a deep, rumbling laugh, his chest shaking with the sound. "Aye, that's me," he replied, his grin widening. He raised his chin proudly as if savoring the moment. "Loren, son of the North, known by the wolves as Raven Wolf, breaker of clans, and the terror of the Icelands." He spoke his titles with an almost theatrical arrogance, his posture radiating confidence as if he expected his name alone to strike fear into the young man before him. "Raven Wolf," the young man repeated, his smile widening as he absorbed the information. His gaze flickered with amusement. "Quite the titles, I must say." Loren's chest puffed out as he stepped forward, his posture exuding arrogance. "Of course," he growled, his voice filled with pride. "I've fought in countless battles, crossed blades with warriors from the northern Icelands to the desert sands. I'm no mere bandit, boy, I'm a conqueror." The young man, however, threw his head back and laughed heartily, the sound rich with mocking amusement. His eyes sparkled with disdain as he looked Loren up and down, clearly unimpressed. "A conqueror, you say?" he chuckled, shaking his head. "You speak quite highly for someone who's nothing more than a bandit on the edge of some forgotten border, especially considering you've been running, escaping like a rat from the mess you've made." Loren's eyes flared with fury, his teeth grinding together. "Escaping?" he spat, his voice rising with indignation. "I didn't escape, I came here to conquer these lands, to make them mine." The young man's mocking smile didn't waver. He shrugged casually. "So it's true. I was just trying to provoke you, but I didn't think you'd actually confirm it." That last jab hit its mark. Loren's face flushed with rage, his pride and anger bubbling over. His hand shot to the axe at his side, and with a roar, he swung it toward the young man with all the force he could muster. "Enough of your mouth, I'll cut you down." Loren's roar echoed through the clearing as his twin axes came crashing down, lightning sparking wildly from the blades. The force of his strike sent triples of energy through the air, crackling arcs of lightning lashing out, scorching the earth around them. The power of his inner mana accumulation the lightning wolf pulsed through his body, enhancing his movements with a terrifying ferocity. Crack! The ground beneath them trembled with each of Loren's strikes, and the air hummed with electricity. His axes blurred with speed as he swung relentlessly at Lucavian, each attack leaving a trail of lightning in its wake. Loren's eyes gleamed with savage joy, his strength on full display as he tried to overwhelm his opponent. But Lucavian was not so easily swayed. With a calm, precise movement, Lucavian drew his estoc. The long, thin blade gleamed with starlight mana as it hummed to life in his hand. He moved with an eerie grace, each step measured, his eyes locked onto Loren's movements with deadly focus. His face, once playful and mocking, was now cold and serious, reflecting the intense concentration. Watching the scene, Vitali Ara could confirm. He is paying attention to it now. Lucavian was changing, slightly, but better. Clang! Loren's axe came down again, but Lucavian met it with his estoc, parrying the blow effortlessly. The force of the strike sent sparks flying, but Lucavian's blade held firm. He pivoted smoothly, allowing the electricity from Loren's attack to pass harmlessly around him. Clang! Another strike, and again Lucavian deflected it, his movements fluid and precise. His eyes remained focused, the purple glow of starlight mana swirling around his body as he calmly withstood the onslaught. His estoc, though thinner and lighter than Loren's axes, moved with such precision that it seemed to cut through the air itself, meeting each blow with deadly accuracy. Loren snarled, frustration creeping into his expression. "Stop dodging and fight me, you coward!" he bellowed, his axes crackling with lightning as he unleashed another flurry of brutal attacks. Lucavian's eyes narrowed, his expression unchanging. He shifted his stance, the starlight mana covering his blade growing more intense. His estoc began to shimmer, glowing with a soft purple light as he prepared to counter. Swish! Loren brought both axes down in a powerful double strike, arcs of lightning surging toward Lucavian. But just as the axes were about to connect, Lucavian's form blurred, his body twisting with inhuman speed as he sidestepped the attack. In one swift motion, he spun behind Loren, his estoc flashing with starlight mana. Slash! The blade cut through the air with lethal precision, its tip grazing Loren's side, sending a thin spray of blood into the air. Loren growled in pain, but his anger only fueled him further. He turned on Lucavian with another wild swing, lightning surging through the space between them. Lucavian parried once more, his estoc meeting Loren's axe with a sharp clang, but this time, there was a shift in his stance. His blade, coated in starlight mana, seemed to hum with anticipation as he prepared his next move. Void Starfall Blade, Lucavian whispered under his breath, his eyes locking onto Loren's enraged expression. The stars seemed to shimmer in the dim light as his mana surged. Loren, undeterred by the growing power in Lucavian's blade, lunged forward, lightning crackling around his axes. "I'll tear you apart," he snarled, swinging with all his might. Lucavian smiled, his starlight-coated blade moving faster than the eye could see. Clang! A Void Starfall Blade, Altered Star Surge. A Lucavian's movements were fluid, his body moving with an almost unnatural grace as he twirled his estoc, the blade glowing with starlight mana. Clank! As Loren's axes came crashing down, crackling with the violent energy of his lightning-charged strike, Lucavian's sword met the first axe with a sharp clang, but instead of simply blocking the blow, he twisted his wrist ever so slightly. The Void Starfall Blade, the Star Surge technique, was a precise, swift strike that would instantly overwhelm the enemy with a trail of stars. However, Lucavian altered the stance slightly just to fit the way Loren fought. It was instinctual, something that he did naturally, to disrupt the flow of an opponent's attack in the subtlest of ways. Lucavian's blade didn't just parry the axe, it altered its trajectory by a hair's breadth. But that minuscule shift in momentum was all it took. Loren, already preparing for his follow-up strike with the second axe, found himself momentarily off balance. His eyes widened in surprise as his body lurched forward, the momentum of his heavy swing thrown off kilter by the unexpected deflection. He tried to recover, but it was too late. The lightning mana that had been building in both axes, intended to converge into a devastating blow, was now misdirected. Instead of surging toward Lucavian, the crackling energy burst outward wildly, arcing harmlessly beside him, missing its target entirely. Lucavian's eyes gleamed as he saw the opening. Swoosh! In a flash, Lucavian's estoc shot forward, its starlight-coated blade cutting a lethal arc across Loren's chest. The tip of the blade traced a glowing line of energy, cutting through flesh and armor as if they were nothing more than air. The trail of starlight mana that followed the strike shimmered brightly for a brief moment before it detonated with a resounding boom. The force of the explosion sent Loren hurtling backward, his body crashing into the ground with a heavy thud, blood spraying from the deep gash in his chest. The scent of burnt ozone from his own misfired lightning attack hung in the air, mixing with the smoke from the starlight explosion. Loren gasped, his hand instinctively reaching for his wound, his vision blurring from the shock. He struggled to push himself up, but his limbs felt heavy, the power of Lucavian's strike leaving him disoriented and weakened. Lucavian stood where he was, his estoc still glowing with residual starlight mana, his expression calm and unbothered, as if the fight had never truly been a challenge for him. "You bastard!" Loren wheezed, his voice barely a rasp, as blood dripped from his lips. Lucavian simply smiled, watching as Loren's once mighty presence grumbled under the weight of his own arrogance and the fatal precision of Lucavian's blade. He looked down to see the marks on the blade. Not bad. He was getting better. The hideout was tucked deep in the jagged mountains, surrounded by towering cliffs and dense forests that kept it well hidden from any prying eyes. Inside, however, the atmosphere was anything but harsh. The room was filled with the warmth of crackling fires, the scent of spiced wine, and the soft laughter of women. Luxurious tapestries adorned the stone walls, and a large table was covered in half-empty bottles, scattered food, and discarded clothes. In the center of it all sat the leader of the bandits, though his name was not spoken immediately. He lounged in a plush chair, his broad shoulders relaxed, a gleaming goblet in one hand, and a woman draped across his lap. His dark hair fell messily over his forehead, and his eyes gleamed with self-indulgence as he kissed her, his free hand playing with her hair as he whispered something in her ear that made her giggle. "You're too beautiful to resist," he muttered, his voice a low, rough growl full of charm and confidence. The woman smiled, her fingers tracing the outline of his jaw as he leaned in for another kiss. The door to his chambers, heavy and reinforced with iron, suddenly creaked open. The soft laughter died instantly, the pleasant hum of the room replaced with an awkward silence. The man, still kissing the woman, paused, his lips curling into a snarl of annoyance. He didn't turn to look at the intruder, his mood visibly souring. "Didn't I give orders that no one is to enter this room at this time?" he growled, his voice dripping with venom. He shifted slightly, his back still turned to the doorway. The figure at the door stood calm. While he knew the consequences of interrupting the leader's private time, it looked like he did not care at all. "Leader," the man stammered, bowing his head quickly in a gesture of submission, "I know your orders, and I would never dare disturb you like this. But Lothar and Loren are dead." At those words, the leader froze. His hand, which had been casually running through the woman's hair, stopped. Slowly, he lifted his head, his eyes narrowing, but he didn't turn around just yet. "Dead?" His voice was low, almost too calm. "There is no room for such jokes, especially not now." "You know I don't make jokes, leader." The man standing in the doorway, unbothered by Corvin's growing rage, was none other than Alric, Corvin's right-hand man. Alric was known for his cold, calculating demeanor, always several steps ahead in the game of banditry. His reputation for devising intricate plans had earned him Corvin's trust, though many in the group feared him for his devious nature. He rarely let emotions cloud his judgment, and today was no exception. Corvin's fingers twitched, but he hadn't fully turned to face Alric yet. He spat the name like a curse. "Alric." His tone was filled with suspicion. "How can you be so sure?" Alric took a slow, deliberate step forward, his expression as sharp as ever, not a trace of hesitation in his voice. "My men found both of their bodies earlier today after I received no word from Lothar or Loren at this week's meeting." He spoke evenly, his gaze never wavering from Corvin's back. "They were supposed to report in, but they didn't." Corvin's jaw clenched as Alric continued, his words biting into the growing silence in the room. "I sent scouts to investigate. What they found wasn't pretty. Lothar and Loren, butchered. Someone went through them and their men like they were nothing." The woman, still on Corvin's lap, slowly began to pull away, sensing the dark shift in the room's atmosphere. But Corvin's arm held her firmly in place as he finally turned, his eyes narrowing as they locked onto Alric's face. The dangerous calm had turned to icy anger. "You've seen their bodies?" Corvin asked, his voice low and dangerous. Alric nodded. "Yes." "Their deaths weren't quick either. Whoever did it, they weren't just stronger, they were efficient." "Lothar and Loren didn't stand a chance." Corvin's gaze bore into Alric for a long moment, his mind working through the information. Lothar and Loren were two of his strongest lieutenants, each leading formidable groups. "For them to be wiped out so quickly." "And you didn't think to mention this sooner?" Corvin asked, his voice deadly quiet, the tension rising with each word. Alric met Corvin's glare without flinching. "I wanted to be sure. The bodies were discovered only a few hours ago, and I had to confirm it wasn't a ploy to lure us out." Corvin's lips twitched, his rage simmering beneath the surface. Alric's words were always calculated, and Corvin knew his right-hand man didn't speak carelessly. But to lose both Lothar and Loren in one fell swoop, it stung his pride more than anything. Corvin finally let go of the woman, who hastily retreated to the far corner of the room, her presence forgotten. His full attention was now on Alric, and the storm brewing behind his eyes was unmistakable. "Who did it?" Corvin demanded, his fists clenching as the need for revenge burned inside him. "I don't know. But it can only be those Rackenshaw." Corvin's eyes flared with fury at the mention of the town. Rackenshaw had always been a thorn in his side, a seemingly insignificant town that had somehow managed to survive his relentless raids. But for them to hire someone strong enough to take out both Lothar and Loren, that was more than just defiance here. It was a direct challenge to his authority. Without warning, Corvin's rage exploded. He slammed his fist down onto the handle of his plush chair with such force that the wood splintered beneath his grip. The sound echoed through the chamber, and the woman still perched on his lap flinched, her body trembling in fear. Corvin's eyes, now wild with anger, flicked toward her. Her sudden movement only seemed to irritate him further, as though her fear was a reflection of his own humiliation. Without a second thought, he grabbed her roughly by the arm and hurled her to the ground. She hit the cold stone floor with a yelp, scrambling to get as far from him as possible, tears welling in her eyes. Useless. Corvin spat, standing from his chair and towering over the cowering woman. He didn't even spare her a second glance as he turned his focus back to Alric, his mind entirely consumed by thoughts of revenge. Rackenshaw, Corvin growled, pacing now, his hands flexing as though ready to strangle the life out of someone. They dare to hire someone like that? They think they can stand against me? Alric, calm as ever despite Corvin's outburst, nodded slightly. It's the only logical explanation. Rackenshaw has been desperate for protection, especially with the recent raids. It seems they've pooled their resources to bring in someone capable of dealing with us. Corvin's fists clenched even tighter, his knuckles turning white. I should have crushed them when I had the chance, he muttered under his breath, his voice trembling with rage. Now they think they can fight back against me? Alric's cold gaze never wavered. It appears they've hired someone who isn't just capable. Whoever did this was skilled. Lothar and Loren didn't stand a chance, meaning we are dealing with more than just some mercenary. Those bastards from the capital. Corvin roared, his fury intensifying. He slammed his fist into the stone wall, the impact sending a fresh cascade of cracks running through the already damaged surface. We've been paying them, bribing them. They were supposed to inform us if anything like this happened. And now they're not even doing their job properly? Alric, standing with his usual calm demeanor, watched Corvin's outburst without a flicker of emotion. Leader, he said, his voice cool and measured, I contacted the capital. None of the officials or adventurers we bribed were involved in this. They confirmed no one has been dispatched from the capital to Rackenshaw. Corvin, mid-step, froze. His eyes narrowed, the rage in them burning hotter. Then who is this motherfucker? He growled, his voice low and dangerous. Alric's lips curled slightly at the edges, a faint hint of something devious in his expression. Likely some newly rising nobody, he replied smoothly. Someone who thinks they're a hero, probably. Skilled, yes, but there are still clear signs of a battle. Whoever it was, they weren't a 4-star. Corvin's face twisted with a mixture of disbelief and anger. Not a 4-star? He repeated, his voice rising in fury. You're telling me that some random 3-star warrior without a name, without any reputation took down Lothar and Loren? What the hell were those bastards doing? His fists trembled, his knuckles cracking under the strain of his clenched fists. Alric remained calm, though the glint in his eyes grew sharper. It seems that while this person was skilled, Lothar and Loren underestimated them. And you know how arrogance can lead to one's downfall. Corvin's rage simmered, but as he glared at Alric, something shifted. He knew Alric well enough to recognize the look on his face here, the one he wore when he had a plan brewing, something devious and underhanded. You've got something in mind, don't you, Alric? Corvin asked, his voice a little calmer now, though the anger still boiled underneath. Alric's small smile widened, though it remained as cold as ever. Indeed, this individual may be skilled, but they're not invincible. I've already been working on something that will ensure we handle this threat. And make sure Rackenshaw never dares to challenge us again. Corvin's interest was piqued. He knew when Alric was plotting something it usually ended in blood and results. So, what's your plan? Alric stepped closer, his voice lowering conspiratorially. We need to lure them out. Set a trap. I've already begun laying the groundwork. We'll make them come to us. And when they do, his eyes gleamed darkly. We'll make sure they don't leave. And on tomorrow night, something had happened in the house of Rackenshaw Town's mayor. Ron, my son. His voice rambled through the whole mansion. The grand halls of the Rackenshaw Town's mayoral mansion were filled with the echo of frantic footsteps and the desperate shouts of Baron Edris Windhall. His voice, filled with panic and fear, rang through every corridor, calling for his son. Ron, my son. Baron Edris bellowed, his face flushed with worry, as he rushed down the hallway toward his son's chambers. The grand house, usually quiet and dignified, was now alive with chaos. Servants scrambled in every direction, their faces pale as they whispered among themselves. The door to Ron's room stood wide open, and the Baron stormed inside, his heart racing in his chest. His eyes swept over the empty bed, the open window, and the scattered belongings. It was as if Ron had vanished into thin air. But what caught Idris' attention and sent a cold chill down his spine was the letter left conspicuously on his son's desk. Baron Idris rushed over to the desk, snatching up the letter with trembling hands. His eyes scanned the parchment, his face darkening with every word he read. Baron Windhall, you've dared to meddle in our affairs, fully aware of the consequences. Now you face them. Your son, Ron, is with us. If you wish to see him alive again, you will cease your interference and comply with our demands. You've made your choice, now live with it. His brow furrowed in confusion. Meddle in their affairs? Baron Idris had no idea what this letter was referring to. He hadn't been involved in any deal or taken any action against the bandits beyond the usual town defenses. His fists clenched, the letter crumpling in his grip. The idea that these criminals had been able to capture his son from under his very nose without him even knowing and without anyone in his mansion noticing ignited a fury in him. The fact that someone had acted in his name or perhaps been mistaken for him made it even worse. He threw the letter down, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and anger. What is this madness? Idris roared, slamming his fist on the desk. Who in the world is meddling with these bastards in my name? The Baron stormed out of the room, his rage boiling over as he shouted for his household staff. Servants hurried in, eyes wide with fear as they saw the Baron's state. Gather everyone. Now. Every member of this household. All the personnel. He barked, his voice echoing through the mansion. Someone knows something. Or worse, someone has betrayed us. We'll find out who's behind this. As the staff scrambled to comply, Baron Idris began to pace, his mind racing. How could someone take his son without anyone noticing? And who in his household could be missing? As each servant and guard was accounted for, the absence of several key personnel quickly became apparent. A few guards who had been posted near Ron's chambers were nowhere to be found, and neither was one of the household aides who had recently joined the staff. His anger grew even fiercer at the realization. Traitors! Right under my own roof, he growled. Without wasting a moment, Baron Idris summoned two of the most trusted figures in Rackenshaw, the knight of the household and leader of the city guard, Roderick. The knight, a grizzled veteran named Garrett, entered the room first, his expression grim as always. Roderick followed shortly after, his brow furrowed in concern though he maintained his usual calm demeanor. Baron Idris wasted no time, thrusting the crumpled letter into Roderick's hand. Read it, he ordered, his voice low but seething with barely contained rage. My son's been taken, and I want answers now. Roderick's grip tightened on the letter as he read it, his eyes narrowing with each word. Fuck. Out of all those things. He cursed internally, feeling a wave of unease settle over him. His usually stoic expression faltered for just a brief second as the realization hit him like a hammer. This was connected to his deal with Lucavian. His mind raced. Lucavian. That reckless bastard. Roderick hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. He had made a quiet arrangement with Lucavian to deal with the bandits and clean up the outskirts without drawing too much attention. But now, it seemed that the bandits had retaliated in a way no one could have predicted. As Roderick finished reading, he felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. He clenched his jaw, trying to maintain his composure, but his eyebrows twitched involuntarily. He cursed both himself and Lucavian, knowing that this situation was spiraling out of control faster than he could have anticipated. Roderick, what is it? Garrett, the household knight, asked. His keen eyes caught the slight change in Roderick's expression. You look troubled. Do you know something? Roderick felt Garrett's gaze boring into him, and for a brief moment, he considered coming clean. But then he shook his head, swallowing his frustration. No, nothing, he said curtly, his voice steady despite the turmoil churning inside him. It's just the gravity of the situation. We need to be careful how we proceed. Baron Idris, still pacing furiously, caught the tail end of their conversation. "What do you mean careful?" he barked, his voice filled with impatience. "My son has been taken, Roderick. I need to know what you're thinking. If you know anything about Thesa." Roderick held Baron Edris's gaze for a long moment, then sighed deeply, trying to rein in his own frustration. He knew that keeping his composure in front of the Baron was crucial now. "Sir Edris," Roderick began carefully, "there's no reason to trust the words of bandits. They're liars by nature, and even if someone has stirred up trouble for them, at the end of the day, they are the ones who've kidnapped your son. Rather than focusing on who may or may not have provoked them, it's wiser to tread carefully and deal with the bandits directly." Baron Edris stopped pacing, his anger still simmering just beneath the surface, but Roderick's words had started to get through to him. The Baron's eyes narrowed slightly, his chest heaving with controlled breaths as he listened. "There's more," Roderick added, his voice measured. "Two of Corvin's subordinates, Loren and Lothar, have already been dealt with. Both are dead." The Baron blinked in surprise, his face momentarily flashing with confusion. "Lothar and Loren? Those bastards are dead?" Baron Edris was well aware of Corvin's operations and knew the strength of his lieutenants. He was no stranger to the name Corvin, the leader of the bandit group terrorizing Rackenshaw and the surrounding regions. "Who? How?" he stammered, trying to make sense of the situation. Roderick chose his next words carefully. "It seems someone has already made a move against Corvin's forces. That might be why they retaliated by kidnapping your son. However, the deaths of Loren and Lothar have weakened Corvin significantly. It's the best time to strike." Baron Edris took a deep breath, his hands trembling slightly as he tried to regain control of his emotions. The shock of hearing about the deaths of two of Corvin's key men had begun to shift his focus away from the panic of his son's abduction. "You're right," the Baron said after a moment, his voice quieter, more controlled. "I've been too reckless. They kidnapped Ron, and I let my emotions cloud my judgment." He swallowed hard, his eyes hardening with resolve. "I'm sorry, Roderick." "You're right, there's no reason to trust the words of these bandits." Roderick gave a brief nod, glad that the Baron had calmed down somewhat. "We need to act swiftly but carefully. With two of Corvin's lieutenants gone, his forces will be disorganized. We have an opportunity, but it won't last long. We should strike while they're vulnerable." Roderick's eyes gleamed with quiet determination as he continued, his voice steady. This should also satisfy him. He had been serving Baron Edris and his household from the moment when he was drafted. That is why he was feeling attached, and he knew that if that young man was able to deal with Loren and Lothar on the same day, that would mean he was strong just as he looked confident. That is why, by issuing such a reward, he could make connections with such a man and could even possibly build a safety net for the young Master Ron in the future. My hunch had broken. It was not wrong this time either. That is why he opened his mouth. "There's something else we should consider, Baron. We need to offer a bounty not just to our soldiers but to anyone capable." Someone already dealt with Lothar and Loina. Whoever they are, they're powerful, and they might be interested in taking down Corvin as well. If we offer a sizable reward, we'll attract more manpower and perhaps draw this person out. They've already proven themselves effective. Baron Edris considered Roderick's suggestion, rubbing his chin as he mulled over the idea. "A bounty? Yes, that could work," he said, his tone shifting to one of resolve. "It will send a clear message. Not only will we be calling on the best fighters, but it will also show the people of Rackenshaw that I'm serious about ending this bandit threat once and for all. And if this mystery fighter takes the bait, we'll have a valuable ally." Roderick nodded in agreement. "We can deal with these annoying pests ourselves, but the added help could be the key to finding Ron and finishing Corvin's reign of terror. Offering a reward will turn the tide in our favor." Baron Edris straightened, his posture firm with renewed confidence. "Then it's settled. I'll issue the decree tomorrow morning. Anyone who can bring back my son and take Corvin's head will be handsomely rewarded. We'll offer gold and land to anyone who aids us in this fight. No one will ignore such an offer." Roderick smiled faintly. "It will get the attention of every fighter within the region and possibly beyond." Edris took another deep breath, the tension in his body easing as a plan finally began to form. "We'll make sure no stone is left unturned. If this person is as skilled as we believe, They will take interest, and Corvana Broken Bar will fall. Indeed, Roderick agreed. With the right preparation, we can end this threat once and for all. Baron Edris clenched his fist, determination etched across his face. By tomorrow, the decree will be public. Let the hunt for Corvin begin. Roderick bowed slightly, concealing his inner thoughts. While the Baron's plan was sound, Roderick couldn't help but feel a surge of apprehension. Lucavian, he thought, you'll be drawn into this mess even further, whether you want it or not. The next morning, the inn was already bustling with early risers. As I descended the stairs to the common room, the scent of fresh bread and bacon filled the air, along with the hum of quiet conversation. I made my way to a corner table, sitting down as a few curious glances flicked my way from the other patrons. I ignored them, my focus drifting to the task ahead. The bandits were still scattered, but now that I knew their locations, it wouldn't take long to start making my way through them. As I waited for breakfast, snippets of conversation floated over from a nearby table, catching my attention. "Did you hear? The Baron's son's been kidnapped by Corvin's men," a man whispered, his voice barely audible over the clatter of dishes. "Yeah, I heard. They say Baron Edris is offering a huge reward for anyone who can take down Corvin and bring his son back. Gold and land, no less. Every fighter within 100 miles is going to be flocking to Rakenshire to try their luck. It's going to be chaos." My lips twitched into a faint smirk as I leaned back in my chair. "So, they've finally started to make their move," I thought, mildly amused by the desperation of the Baron's offer. Of course, golden land would attract all kinds of riffraff, but none of them would be capable of doing what needed to be done. Still, it was amusing that they were willing to go so far. Just then, Greta approached, a warm smile on her face as she set a plate of food in front of me. "Good morning, sir," she greeted cheerfully. "Is there anything else you'd like?" I nodded toward the table of gossipers. "What's all this talk about a decree?" I asked casually, picking up my fork. "Something about a reward?" Greta's smile faltered slightly, her eyes darting to the other table before returning to me. "Oh, yes," she said quietly, lowering her voice. "Baron Edris Windhall's son was kidnapped last night. The Baron's offering a reward to anyone who can bring him back and put an end to Corvin's bandits." She paused, her brow furrowing in concern. "It's dangerous business, though. Corvin's men are, well, they're not to be trifled with." "Dangerous," I mused, taking a bite of the bread. "And yet, there's a reward." Greta nodded, her hands fidgeting nervously. "Yes, a large one. Gold, land. Enough to set someone up for life. But it won't be easy. Those bandits have terrorized this town for years, and now, with the Baron's son taken, they're more vicious than ever." I glanced at Greta, her concern genuine. "And what do you think will happen?" I asked, leaning back slightly. She hesitated, glancing around the room as if to make sure no one was listening. "I don't know," she admitted softly. "But I fear that things will only get worse before they get better. With so many mercenaries and fighters coming into town, it's bound to bring more trouble." Her words hung in the air, but I could sense that there was something more, something she wasn't saying. "It seems you're worried about something else," I noted, watching her expression carefully. Greta bit her lip, then sighed. "It's just the Baron's son, Ron. He's not exactly, well, people say he's, how do I put this politely, an arrogant fool." I finished for her, raising an eyebrow. Greta winced but nodded. "Yes, he's made some enemies, even among those who should be helping. If it wasn't for his father's influence, well, let's just say he'd be in trouble more often." I hummed thoughtfully, absorbing her words. So, the Baron's son wasn't exactly beloved, even by his own people. That made things more interesting. Still, none of that mattered in the grand scheme. The bandits were my concern, not the boy's personality. "Well," I said, finishing my food, "thank you for the information." Greta smiled, though it was more subdued this time. "Of course, sir. Be careful out there." I gave her a nod and stood, heading for the door. "A bounty, huh?" I thought, amused at the idea of being rewarded for something I'd planned to do anyway. "I'll take care of the bandits, and the rest will fall into place." As I made my way toward the door, Vitaliara's voice echoed in my mind, her tone laced with amusement. A reward for something you were going to do anyway. Sounds like you're about to make an easy profit. Seems like that, I replied, adjusting the grip on my earstock. Although I've already taken care of two of Corvin's subordinates, Lothar and Loren. It's only a matter of time before the rest of them come looking for revenge. They will, she agreed, her tail flicking lazily as she perched on my shoulder in her cat form. Though I have to say, these humans are quite interesting. You've already done the hard work, and now they're scrambling to throw gold and land at you. I doubt they know I was the one who killed Lothar and Loren, I mused. And if they did, they wouldn't be so eager to offer a reward. After all, we would pay a man who's already taken care of half the problem. True, Vitaliara purred, but it's amusing, isn't it? The Baron is desperate to save his son, and yet he has no idea that you've already done more than any of these so-called mercenaries could dream of. I smirked at her comment. Humans tend to rely on grand gestures when they're cornered. They don't realize the quiet work is already being done behind the scenes. Still, she continued thoughtfully, you've drawn more attention than I expected. With the Baron issuing this decree, it's only a matter of time before more people start sniffing around. Not just for Corvin, but for you. That was the main point. The main point? Vitaliara asked, her tone a mix of curiosity and surprise. I glanced around, noticing how more and more people were gathering in small groups, clearly buzzing about the Baron's new decree. The reason I asked for an identity and a letter of recommendation isn't just for convenience, I explained, my voice lowering slightly. It's about legitimacy. Legitimacy? She echoed, a soft purr accompanying her question. You've never seemed too concerned with how others see you. Why now? A small smile tugged at my lips as I considered her words. It's not about how they see me, but how I position myself in the world, I said. My reputation will spread, especially after dealing with Corvin and his men. That's part of the plan. Build a name, attract stronger opponents, and rise through the ranks. But without legitimacy, she added thoughtfully, you'll just be seen as another outlaw. A powerful one, but a criminal nonetheless. Exactly, I nodded. If I don't establish myself with proper recognition, I'll constantly be hunted, not just by enemies, but by the authorities. I'd spend more time running than fighting, and that's not what I want. That's why it's crucial that this whole series of events are the Baron's decree. Corvin's downfall spreads far and wide. It'll give me the legitimacy I need. And it is also important for me to have legitimacy and connections so that I can enter the academy. This world is a world of romance fantasy, and it is from a book named Shattered Innocence. For the sake of the promise, I must enter the academy. At first, I did not want to have anything with the main cast or the storyline of the novel. But then, after Master was involved and requested that I look after his daughter at his last breath, it became a promise. And while I'm at it, I will also close those ends. Familiar broken bar. It was indeed a word that I did not like. But at the same time, it was something that I would eventually need to face. That is why I need to build a reputation, so that you can understand what you have lost. The revenge I want to take. I don't want to destroy those who abandoned me. That would be too shallow. What I want is different. That will be my path. But before that, I need to talk with someone. Let's go and meet that Roderick. He owes me an explanation. I need to be informed of what happened, and I am sure that he wants the same. The morning sun cast a pale light over Rackenshaw as I made my way to Roderick's quarters, the city still bustling with the Baron's newly issued decree. Whispers of mercenaries and hunters filled the air, the scent of greed and desperation lingering like an invisible fog. Vitaliara padded softly at my side, her ears twitching at every hushed conversation we passed. You seem troubled, she remarked, her voice sliding into my thoughts. Thinking about your next move? More like thinking about how Roderick managed to get this tangled mess started, I replied. Issuing a decree like that while Ron's still in enemy hands, oh, it's reckless. Do you think they'll retaliate? She asked, her tail flicking behind her. They will, without question. Corvin's men are no fools. If any of them hear about this decree, they'll realize the Baron's playing a dangerous game, and that puts Ron in serious danger. We reached Roderick's quarters, the guards standing aside as I pushed open the door. Inside, the knight sat behind his desk, a map spread out before him, his brows furrowed in concentration. Roderick, I called out, my tone firm. We need to talk. He looked up, his eyes narrowing as I approached. Lucavian, I was expecting you. I assume you've heard about the decree? I have, I replied, taking a seat opposite him without waiting for an invitation. And I also know you're smart enough to realize how reckless it was. Roderick's jaw tightened, but he remained composed. Reckless? We had no choice. Baron Edris is desperate to get his son back, and we needed to make a bold move. The decree will draw in the kind of manpower we need to finally deal with Corvin. I leaned forward, my gaze piercing into his. And what happens when Corvin's men, or worse, Corvin himself, find out about this? What do you think they'll do when they realize the Baron is calling for their heads? They'll kill Ron. You're gambling with his life, and you know it. Roderick's expression faltered for just a moment, the weight of my words sinking in. We're Broken Bar. We've taken precautions, he said. I shook my head, letting out a frustrated sigh. You're dealing with bandits, not fools. If there are any of Corvin's men within the city, and I'm certain their area, they'll know soon enough. They'll put 2 and 2 together, and when they do, Ron's life is forfeit. We know that. In a Broken Bar, there is someone amongst Corvin's men that is working with us. At that moment, a bomb was revealed. Roderick's words hit me like a hammer. There is someone amongst Corvin's men that is working with us. I raised an eyebrow, unable to conceal my surprise. Indeed, I was not expecting such a thing to happen at all. A man in Corvin's crew is working for you? Roderick nodded, his expression grim. That's right. He's been with them for a while now, and he'll get Ron out when the time is right, or once we make our move. I narrowed my eyes, leaning forward slightly. And why wasn't I informed of this earlier, Roderick? If you had someone embedded with Corvin's men, we could have used that to our advantage. At the very least, we would know where to find them. Roderick met my glare, his voice steady but tinged with frustration. He only reached out yesterday. I was in the dark about this, too, Lucavian. And in fact a Broken Bar. Roderick paused, rubbing his temple. The only reason we know Ron was captured at all was because of him. I blinked, processing his words. You're telling me this insider allowed Ron to be taken? Roderick nodded. Yes. He's one of my men. He'd been approached by the bandits and had been playing both sides, gathering information for us while feeding them just enough to stay alive. When they told him about the plan to kidnap Ron, he let it happen so we could use it to our advantage. I glared at him, feeling the tension rising between us. You let them take Ron to gain an upper hand. You knowingly let them think they have control? Roderick's expression hardened, but there was no apology in his tone. Yes, it was a calculated risk. By allowing them to believe they have the upper hand, we've gained crucial insight into their operations. The insider now knows the exact location of their base. If we had tried to stop the kidnapping outright, we would have tipped our hand and lost any chance of tracking Corvin down. I stood up, pacing the room for a moment, trying to digest the information. You're playing a dangerous game, Roderick. You're gambling with Ron's life here, hoping your man won't be discovered or turn on you. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. I'm aware of the risks, but it's the best chance we have to bring Corvin down once and for all. I stopped, turning to face him, my voice low and cold. You'd better hope you're right. If this goes wrong, Ron's blood will be on your hands. Roderick held my gaze, his expression unflinching. I know. I narrowed my eyes at him, leaning slightly forward. Why do you think I won't tell Baron Edris about this little plan of yours? Roderick's lips curled into a small, knowing smirk. Firstly, you're an outsider, he said, his tone calm and measured. Baron Edris has known me for years and trusted me with the defense of this town. You think he'll believe someone he's just met over me, his loyal knight? I didn't respond, allowing him to continue. And secondly, Roderick added, his smirk widening slightly, if you do tell him, you'll implicate yourself. You've been seen talking with me, creating a bit of chaos around town. If the Baron catches wind of that, it won't be hard for him to connect the dots and view you as an accomplice. At the very least, you'll be arrested, or worse, your entire plan falls apart. After all, you're just an outsider with no real standing here. A perfect scapegoat if things go south. I couldn't help but let out a laugh, shaking my head at his reasoning. You've thought this through, haven't you? Roderick's smirk faded slightly, replaced by a more serious expression. "I have no intention of screwing you over, Lucavian. Believe me, I want this to end just as much as you do. The bandits need to be dealt with, and I didn't make this choice lightly. But you and I both know that sitting around, waiting for some miracle, isn't going to help the people of Rackenshaw." I folded my arms, watching him carefully as he spoke. "I didn't betray the Baron or the household by allowing this to happen," Roderick continued, his voice firm. "I did what I had to do because I can no longer sit by and watch innocent people suffer. The people here are living in fear, barely scraping by because of those bastards. And if letting Ron be taken means we can finally end Corvin's reign of terror, then that's a price I'm willing to pay." There was a brief silence as his words settled between us. I studied his expression. There was no hint of malice, no hidden agenda beyond what he had already revealed. He wasn't lying. He truly believed this was the best course of action. I leaned back, crossing my arms. "You've got guts, I'll give you that. But you're still gambling with a lot more than just your reputation." "Well, you are not that different." "Indeed, that I am." "Well, you're not that different," Roderick added, a wry smile tugging at his lips. I let out a low chuckle, leaning back in my chair. "Indeed, that I am." My gaze locked onto his. "But now that it's come to this, you must know where the hideout is. And you must be aware that we need to move fast." Roderick's expression hardened, and he gave a single nod. "I do." "My man is already in position, and everything is set." I raised an eyebrow, an amused smirk playing on my lips. "The decree," thought Ufo, "it was just a way to get my attention, wasn't it? And to create a deception that the city would take its time preparing." Roderick's eyes gleamed with a hint of approval. "Exactly. By issuing the decree, we've given the bandits the impression that we're biding our time, gathering forces. They'll think they have a window to fortify their defenses or even negotiate. But in reality, we'll strike before they have a chance to react." I couldn't help but smile at that. "I like this plan," I said, my voice tinged with amusement. "A surprise assault while they're busy underestimating us." "Now, tell me, how many people do you have for this strike?" Roderick leaned back in his chair, his face thoughtful. "Not enough to take on the entire group head-on, but we don't need that many." "Hey, a broken bar. You still want me to work, it seems." "That is right. Though I did not see how strong you are, considering you were the one who had taken care of Lothar and Loren. You must be really powerful." "My broken bar. Go on." Roderick's eyes narrowed in thought as he continued, "When we make our move, it'll be you and me dealing with Corvin, and his top lieutenants are 2 more 3-star awakened like Lothar. The rest of my men will handle the lower-level fighters, but we don't have the numbers for a prolonged battle. We'll need to strike hard, hit fast, and eliminate the leadership before they can rally." I leaned back, crossing my arms with a smirk playing on my lips. "You want me to do most of the heavy lifting, huh?" "Well, I don't mind, but you're right, we don't have time for a drawn-out fight." Roderick met my gaze, his expression serious. "We don't have the manpower for it, and we can't afford to get bogged down. If we're too slow, Corvin's men will regroup, and Ron's life will be forfeit. We need precision. Once we hit Corvin and his lieutenants, the rest will crumble." A low chuckle escaped me as I stood up, adjusting the grip on my earstock. "Don't worry. It'll be quick. I'll take care of Corvin and the others. You and your men just make sure the rest of the rats don't crawl away." Roderick gave a nod, his gaze hardening with resolve. "Then it's settled. We move at dawn." There's no room for hesitation. I turned toward the door, casting one last glance over my shoulder. "Dawn, then. Get your men ready. I'll make sure Corvin never sees it coming." As I stepped out of the room, Vitaliara's voice echoed in my mind. "This will be interesting, won't it? You've already taken down 2 of his top men. Corvin must be seething by now." "We will see about that." "There is this feeling, a broken bar. I feel like things will not be that easy." "Really?" "Yeah, at the very least, some people will die. As long as you don't, I don't care." "Well, I will not, you can be sure of that." In the dense, shadow-laden forest where Corvin's hideout was nestled, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The bandits moved quietly through the trees, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Despite the relative silence of the camp, there was an unmistakable sense of unease that had settled over the group. Corvin's top men had fallen, and whispers of something far worse approaching swirled through the ranks. Inside the cavernous hideout, Corvin sat brooding on a throne-like chair made of dark wood and bone, his brow furrowed in deep thought. A goblet of wine rested in his hand, but his mind was elsewhere, focused on the fact that two of his most trusted lieutenants, Lothar and Loren, has been taken out so swiftly. He couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something bigger was at play, something far more dangerous than a simple mercenary. Suddenly, the door to the chamber swung open, and one of his scouts stumbled in, his face pale with urgency. "Leader!" The scout panted, his voice tight with fear. "We've received news from Brackenshaw. The Baron. He's issued a decree." Corvin's eyes snapped up, his grip tightening around the goblet. "A decree?" he growled, his deep voice filling the room. "What are you talking about?" The scout swallowed hard, taking a hesitant step forward. "Baron Edris has called for mercenaries, bounty hunters. Anyone who can bring your head and rescue his son. He's offering a fortune in gold and land." The moment the words left the scout's mouth, Corvin's face twisted into a mask of fury. His goblet slammed onto the armrest, spilling wine across the floor. "That bastard dares to make such a move?" he roared, his voice echoing off the stone walls. "Doesn't he care about his son?" Corvin stood, his large frame towering over the scout. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous fire as he paced the room, fists clenched tightly at his sides. The thought that Baron Edris had issued such a bold decree, knowing full well that Corvin still had Ron in his clutches, filled him with a seething rage. "This is a direct challenge." Ulrich, his right hand, exclaimed. "He knows that we won't kill the boy." "This is a direct challenge." "He knows that we won't kill the boy." Ulrich's words echoed in the room, and that made Corvin's pacing grow more furious with each passing second, his mind churning with anger. "Kill the boy," he growled, his voice filled with venom. "We should cut his head off right now and throw it at Drakkenshaw's gates. Show them what happens when they cross me." Ulrich, standing in the shadows just beside Corvin's throne, narrowed his eyes slightly but maintained his calm demeanor. "Corvin, we can't do that," he said, his tone measured and calculating. "If we kill the boy, we lose our only leverage. The moment his head rolls, Baron Edris will have no reason to hold back. He'll come at us with everything he has." Corvin spun on his heel, glaring at Ulrich. "He's already coming at us," he roared. "That damn decree is proof enough that the Baron has decided to confront me. He doesn't care about his son's life anymore." Ulrich met Corvin's gaze, unflinching. "That's precisely why this situation feels off," he replied, his voice cool. "The Baron's acting recklessly, yes, but that decree a broken bar, it's a bluff. He wants us to panic, to make a mistake. If we kill Ron, he'll have no reason to negotiate, no reason to stall. And once that happens, we lose any control we have over this situation." Corvin's fists tightened, but he listened. Ulrich always had a knack for seeing through traps, and his cold logic had kept Corvin's operations running smoothly for years. Still, the thought of the Baron issuing such a public challenge made his blood boil. "You think this decree is a bluff, then?" Corvin asked, his voice simmering with barely contained rage. Ulrich nodded. "Yes, the Baron's desperate, but he isn't foolish. He knows we're still holding his son, which is the only thing keeping him from launching a full-scale assault. But this decree, Corvano, it's designed to provoke us, to force us to make a move before we're ready." Corvin gritted his teeth, considering Ulrich's words. "So, what do you propose?" he asked, his voice low. "We just sit here and wait?" Ulrich's lips curled into a small, calculating smile. "We prepare. We fortify the camp and make sure no one slips in unnoticed. But we don't kill the boy. Not yet. Let them think they have us cornered. Let them believe their decree is working. Meanwhile, we'll be the ones setting the trap." Corvin's anger slowly began to subside as Ulrich's plan took shape in his mind. His right-hand man was righter. They still had leverage. Killing the boy now would only lead to chaos. But keeping him alive via broken bar, that gave them options. Corvin took a deep breath, nodding slowly. "Fine, we'll play their game for now. But if they make one wrong move here just near, I want that boy's head on a pike." Ulrich gave a slight bow. "Understood." Leader, I'll make sure everything is ready. We won't let them catch us off guard. As Alric left the chamber to set the preparations in motion, Corvin sat back in his chair, his mind still buzzing with anger but tempered by the knowledge that they still held the upper hand. Yet, Alric did not expect such a reckless thing to be the first thing at dawn. In the dim light of dawn, the forest around Corvin's hideout was shrouded in a thick fog. The bandits, uneasy after the news of Lothar and Loren's deaths and the Baron's decree, were more alert than usual. A small group of them patrolled the perimeter of the camp, their weapons at the ready, though the weariness in their eyes betrayed their exhaustion. Two bandits, walking side by side, muttered to each other, their voices low but tense. "Can you believe this mess?" one of them grumbled, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. "Everything was fine just a few weeks ago. We had Rackenshaw in our pockets, and now we're losing men left and right, and that decree? I didn't sign up to fight a whole army." The other bandit, a scruffy-looking man with a scar running down his cheek, snorted in agreement. "Yeah, no kidding. First, Lothar and Loren get wiped out like nothing, and now the Baron's calling for our heads. I don't like this one bit." They continued their patrol in silence for a moment, the oppressive atmosphere of the forest closing in around them. The thick fog muffled their footsteps, creating an eerie stillness. Just as the first bandit opened his mouth to speak again, the underbrush to their right rustled violently. Before either of them could react, figures emerged from the bushes, weapons gleaming in the pale morning light. "Ambush!" one of the bandits shouted, his voice cracking in panic as he drew his sword. But it was too late. Roderick's men, awakened warriors under his command, struck with brutal precision. A gleaming blade sliced through the air, cutting down the first bandit before he could even raise his weapon. Blood sprayed across the forest floor as the others scrambled to defend themselves. "Enemies!" one of the surviving bandits screamed as he staggered back, his eyes wide with terror. "And form the camp. We're under attack." The remaining patrol scattered in all directions, some reaching for their horns to sound the alarm, others trying desperately to hold off the attackers. But Roderick's men moved with lethal efficiency, their strikes precise, their intent clear: eliminate the bandits before they could warn the main camp. Amid the chaos, one of the bandits managed to blow his horn, the deep, echoing sound reverberating through the trees. The alert had been raised. More of Roderick's forces surged forward, breaking through the fog like a wave of vengeance. The clash of steel rang out as the front-line assault began in earnest. From the camp, shouts of alarm could be heard as the bandits scrambled to defend their hideout. "We're going in," one of Roderick's lieutenants growled, his blade already slick with blood. The forest erupted into chaos as the assault began, the element of surprise in full effect. Corvin paced restlessly in his chambers, still simmering from the conversation with Alric. His mind raced with anger and paranoia, unable to shake the uneasy feeling that something was wrong. He took a deep swig of wine, his thoughts momentarily clouded by the bitter liquid. But then, a loud, frantic pounding echoed from the door. "Leader!" a voice shouted from outside, filled with urgency. Corvin's eyes narrowed as he marched to the door, throwing it open. One of his lieutenants stood there, panting heavily, his face pale with fear. "We're under attack." The lieutenant gasped, his words tumbling out in a rush. "Roderick's men are there here, right outside the camp." For a moment, Corvin froze, the wine goblet slipping from his hand and crashing to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief, fury igniting in his chest like a roaring inferno. "What?" Corvin bellowed, his voice filled with raw anger. "How could they have found us so soon?" The lieutenant, shaking, took a step back. "I don't know, leader. But they're already fighting our men at the perimeter. We have to act fast, or we'll be overrun." Corvin's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. He turned sharply and shouted, "Alric!" Alric appeared in the doorway moments later, his expression calm but his eyes calculating. "I assume the attack has begun," he said, his voice cold and collected. "Get every man we have ready." Corvin snarled, "We'll crush them." But first a broken bar. His voice trailed off as his eyes darkened with sudden realization. He stormed past Alric, heading straight for the room where Ron was being held captive. His boots thudded against the stone floor, the sound echoing in the now chaotic hideout. His mind raced. Ron was his bargaining chip, his last line of leverage. If anything had happened to the boy, a broken bar. Corvin reached the door, throwing it open with such force that it slammed against the wall. His eyes darted around the room, scanning every corner. But it was empty. Ron was gone. Corvin's breath hitched, his heart pounding as he stepped further into the room. There were no signs of a struggle, no overturned furniture or nothing. It was as if Ron had simply vanished. "Where is he?" Corvin roared, his voice echoing in the empty chamber. His fists slammed into the wall, cracking the stone. His eyes blazed with fury as he spun around, glaring at Ulrich, who had just arrived at the door. "He's gone," Corvin bellowed, his rage threatening to boil over. "How the hell did this happen?" Ulrich's eyes scanned the room, his calculating gaze taking in every detail. His expression remained calm, though a glint of concern flickered in his eyes. "It seems we've been outplayed," he muttered, almost to himself. They knew exactly when to strike. Corvin's hands trembled with fury. "Find him!" he shouted, his voice hoarse with anger. "Find the boy, or I'll tear this whole place apart." Ulrich nodded, already turning to leave and issue orders. But in the back of his mind, he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that they were now playing into their enemy's hands. The situation was spiraling out of control faster than he had anticipated. And it was only a matter of time before everything came crashing down. At the edge of the forest, the battle had erupted into a frenzy of steel and blood. Roderick's men, awakened warriors, tore through the bandit ranks with precision and ferocity. While they were not the strongest, as many of the town's forces were sent to the battlefield, they were all trained warriors who had worked under a knight like Roderick. Their blades gleamed in the early light of dawn, cutting down bandits left and right as they surged forward toward Corvin's hideout. The forest floor was slick with blood, and the cries of the dying echoed through the trees. Bandits fell one after another, desperately calling for reinforcements, but the attack had come too swiftly. They hadn't expected such a well-coordinated assault, and their panic was palpable. "Help! Get the others!" One bandit screamed as he clutched a gaping wound in his side, his face pale with fear. Another stumbled backward, his sword slipping from his hand as he collapsed into the dirt, his body trembling. "We're being overrun," he shouted, his voice barely audible over the clash of steel. Roderick's men pressed forward relentlessly, their faces grim and focused, cutting down anyone in their path. One soldier, an awakened, swung his sword with brutal efficiency, his blade slicing through a bandit's torso, leaving a spray of blood in its wake. It seemed like nothing could stop their advance. But then, a shadow loomed over them from above. "You bastards!" A voice, deep and filled with fury, roared from the treetops. The ground trembled as a figure came crashing down from high above, landing with a thunderous impact that sent a shockwave through the clearing. Dirt and debris exploded outward, forcing the attackers to momentarily halt and shield themselves from the force of the landing. As the dust cleared, a man stood tall amidst the carnage. His broad frame was covered in scars, his muscles rippling beneath his tattered armor. A wicked grin spread across his face as he hefted a massive spear, its blade gleaming menacingly in the early light. "I'm going to tear you all apart," the man shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. The spear in his hand crackled with energy, the air around him practically vibrating with his raw power. He was one of Corvin's lieutenants, a 3-star awakened who had gained a fearsome reputation among the bandits for his ruthless efficiency in combat. The bandits, emboldened by the appearance of their leader, began to rally around him, their fear turning to desperate resolve. The lieutenant slammed the butt of his spear into the ground, his eyes blazing with fury as he pointed the tip toward Roderick's forces. "You think you can waltz into our territory and take us down? You're dead wrong." One of Roderick's men stepped forward, his sword raised, but before he could strike, the lieutenant lunged with incredible speed. His spear shot forward like a bolt of lightning, skewering the man clean through the chest. Blood spurted from the wound, and the soldier crumpled to the ground, lifeless. "Anyone else?" Swoosh. "I am here, you bastard!" A powerful voice rang out as a figure moved with incredible speed, landing just beyond the fallen soldier. His blade gleamed with a radiant golden light, cutting through the haze of battle like a beacon. It was Roderick, the Knight of Baron Windhall, his massive sword held firmly in both hands as he faced the towering lieutenant. His eyes locked onto the man standing before him, a flicker of recognition flashing through his expression. The lieutenant's grin widened as he lowered his spear slightly, eyeing Roderick with dark amusement. "Roderick," he spat, his voice dripping with venom. "I should have known you'd show your face here." "Still playing the Baron's loyal lapdog, I see." Roderick's jaw tightened, his grip on his sword tightening as well. "Garak," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "I should have put you down when I had the chance back in the forest." Garak chuckled, his spear crackling with energy once more. "That's your mistake, Roderick. You never finished the job. And now, look where that mercy's gotten you." He gestured to the carnage surrounding them, the bodies of Roderick's men strewn across the battlefield. "You're going to pay for this," Roderick said, his voice filled with cold fury. He raised his sword, the golden light radiating from the blade intensifying as he channeled his mana into it. "I let you go once. That was a mistake I won't make again." Garak whirled his spear, his expression darkening. "We'll see about that." "Come on then, Knight. Show me what you've got." Swoosh. With a roar, Roderick charged forward, his sword cutting through the air as he brought it down with incredible force. Garak met the strike head-on, his spear clashing against the golden blade with a deafening clang. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, causing the surrounding bandits and soldiers to stumble back from the sheer power of the two clashing awakened warriors. For a moment, the two stood locked in a brutal contest of strength, neither giving an inch. Sparks flew as their weapons ground against each other, the air crackling with the raw energy radiating from their mana-infused strikes. Just as Roderick's sword began to overpower Garak's spear, the knight's technique shone through. He twisted his body, channeling his mana into a precise arc, sending Garak stumbling back, his defenses faltering. Roderick pressed the advantage, his golden blade surging forward with lethal intent, aiming to finish the fight. "You're finished, Garak," Roderick roared, his sword just inches away from cutting through the lieutenant's chest. But before the blade could make contact, a shadow loomed behind Roderick. The sound of rushing wind filled the air, and then swoosh. A sharp blade, gleaming with dark energy, cut through the space behind Roderick, aiming for his unprotected back. Roderick's eyes widened slightly as he realized the danger, but it was too late to block. Garak's smirk widened as he saw his ally arrive just in time. "Did you really think this fight was fair?" Garak spat, laughing as he saw Roderick's predicament. "You're not leaving here alive, Knight." The second lieutenant, a wiry man named Sorn, his face twisted in a sinister grin, lunged forward with his sword, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Roderick's exposed back. But just before the strike could land, a clang. Just as Roderick's sword began to overpower Garak's spear, the knight's technique shone through. He twisted his body, channeling his mana into a precise arc, sending Garak stumbling back, his defenses faltering. Roderick pressed the advantage, his golden blade surging forward with lethal intent, aiming to finish the fight. "You're finished, Garak," Roderick roared, his sword just inches away from cutting through the lieutenant's chest. But before the blade could make contact, a shadow loomed behind Roderick. The sound of rushing wind filled the air, and then swoosh. A sharp blade, gleaming with dark energy, cut through the space behind Roderick, aiming for his unprotected back. Roderick's eyes widened slightly as he realized the danger, but it was too late to block. Garak's smirk widened as he saw his ally arrive just in time. "Did you really think this fight was fair?" Garak spat, laughing as he saw Roderick's predicament. "You're not leaving here alive, Knight." The second lieutenant, a wiry man named Sorn, his face twisted in a sinister grin, lunged forward with his sword, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Roderick's exposed back. But just before the strike could land, a clang. Another figure appeared out of nowhere, their blade intercepting Sorn's with incredible speed. The impact sent sparks flying, and the dark energy around Sorn's sword dissipated instantly. The newcomer stood tall, his face obscured by the shadows of the trees, save for the scar running down his right eye. The young man with the scar had arrived. "I don't think so," he said, his voice cold and calm, his eyes glowing with a faint purple light as he stared down Sorn. The two locked eyes for a moment and Sorn's grin faltered, the confidence draining from his face as he realized he had just been stopped by someone far beyond his expectations. Roderick, now free from the imminent threat, stepped back, his breathing heavy as he glanced at the young man. "We're broken bar," he muttered. "You are late." The young man didn't respond, his focus entirely on Sorn and Grak. "This fight," he said softly, "is over now." Grak's laughter died in his throat as he saw the fierce determination in the young man's eyes, realizing that this new player was no ordinary warrior. The tides of battle had shifted, and the fight was now finished. "You are the one who killed Loren and Lothar." He had realized this guy was the one who had been taking down the other lieutenants. "You are the one who killed Loren and Lothar." Lucavian's lips curled into a small, confident smile as he raised his estoc, the blade glinting in the morning light. His eyes never left Sorn, who stood frozen, his earlier arrogance replaced by uncertainty. The faint purple glow of Lucavian's starlight mana swirled around his sword, crackling with restrained power. "That's right," Lucavian said softly, his voice carrying an air of finality. "I'm the one who took down Loren and Lothar. And now, it's your turn." Sorn's face twisted into a sneer, but there was no hiding the fear behind his eyes. He took a half step back, his sword trembling slightly in his grip. "You think you can just walk in here and take us all down? You're nothing but a..." Before he could finish, Lucavian's sword ignited with starlight mana, the energy swirling around the blade in brilliant arcs of light. His eyes narrowed, and he took a slow, deliberate step forward. "Roderick," Lucavian said without turning his head, "this one is yours." "It seems you two have unfinished business." Roderick, still catching his breath, nodded. His gaze flicked to Garak, who had recovered enough to regain his footing, his spear poised for another strike. "I wouldn't have it any other way," Roderick growled, stepping forward to face Garak once more. The two warriors squared off, their intense history clear in their eyes. But Lucavian's focus remained on Sorn. Sorn's sneer hardened into a grimace, his eyes narrowing as he regained some of his composure. He took a step back, his stance shifting, the wind around him picking up in intensity. His long sword began to glow faintly, the air around him swirling with controlled gusts, responding to his command. "You'll regret underestimating me," Sorn hissed, his voice low and filled with menace. "I'm no pushover. Wind responds to my every move, and I'll cut you down before you even know it." "Wind a broken bar," he mumbled as he looked into Sorn. "It reminds me of that time." "Whatever," Sorn said as he grabbed his blade. Lucavian's gaze remained calm and focused, the starlight mana swirling around his estoc intensifying as he channeled his energy, his stance poised and ready. "Let's see just how fast you are," he said coolly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Swoosh! Sorn moved first. In an instant, he disappeared from his spot, a gust of wind kicking up behind him as he blurred toward Lucavian, his sword raised for a lightning-fast strike. The wind gathered around Sorn's blade, extending it beyond its physical reach, creating an invisible edge meant to catch Lucavian off guard. But Lucavian was ready. His eyes tracked Sorn's movements with precise accuracy, his instincts honed from countless battles. Just as Sorn's sword slashed toward him, Lucavian sidestepped the attack, his estoc glowing with brilliant starlight mana. Clang! Their blades met with a clash of sparks and wind, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Sorn twisted his sword, using the momentum of the wind to push Lucavian back, but the starlight energy surrounding Lucavian's estoc held firm, deflecting the force with ease. "Is that all you've got?" Lucavian asked, his voice taunting as he shifted his stance, his feet light and ready for the next exchange. Sorn snarled, his eyes flashing with fury. He thrust his sword forward, wind blades materializing around him and shooting toward Lucavian. Each strike was a precise, wind-enhanced slash designed to overwhelm and confuse his opponent. It was something that he could do as a 3-star. While the other lieutenants, like Lothar and Loren, were also 3-star, none of them could use their mana outside of their body this well. That was what made him different from others and made him third in line of command in terms of strength. But Lucavian danced around the attacks with fluid grace, his stock parrying and deflecting the wind blades with expert precision. His movements were smooth and calculated, as if he was one step ahead of every strike Sorn unleashed. Clang, swoosh, clang. Their swords clashed again and again, the battlefield lit by the glowing arcs of wind and starlight mana. Each time Sorn tried to outmaneuver Lucavian, the young man's blade was already there, meeting his attack head-on. Lucavian's eyes gleamed with amusement as he pushed forward, his stock shimmering with an intensified glow. "You rely too much on your speed and wind," he said, his voice calm amidst the chaos. "But I fought faster." None of them compare to that time. After all, there was one battle that he had played countless times in his head. The battle was where he lost quite a lot. Swoosh, with a sudden burst of energy, Lucavian struck. His stock moved like a blur, with the starlight mana surrounding it extending outward, forming a crescent arc of light. The arc sliced through the air, heading straight for Sorn, who barely managed to dodge the attack. The wind around Sorn intensified as he attempted to gather more power, but Lucavian didn't give him a chance to recover. He lunged forward, his stock glowing brighter as he closed the distance in an instant. A Void Starfall Blade, Crescent Surgia. The crescent-shaped energy surged towards Sorn, cutting through his wind defenses like a hot knife through butter. Sorn's eyes widened in shock as the attack connected, sending him stumbling backward. Blood splattered across the ground as the force of the blow cut deep into his side. "Not bad, but not quite there," Lucavian said as he approached right beside him once again. Clank. At the last second, Sorn managed to raise his blade, meeting the strike, but that was still not enough. Sorn's sword clashed against Lucavian's again, but his grip faltered. Lucavian wasted no time. With a sharp flick of his wrist, his stock slashed across Sorn's hand, striking his wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The pain shot through Sorn's arm, his grip weakening. Before Sorn could react, Lucavian struck again. His stock, shimmering with starlight mana, cut through the air and crashed against Sorn's sword, knocking it aside with a forceful blow. Lucavian leapt back gracefully, his blade leaving a glowing trail of starlight in its wake. Boom! The starlight exploded in a brilliant flash, and in the aftermath of the blast, the sound of metal clattering to the ground echoed through the battlefield. Sorn's sword slipped from his hand, his strength drained as his fingers lost their hold on the weapon. Sorn staggered, clutching his wrist, his eyes wide with disbelief and pain. His sword lay several feet away, useless. Blood dripped from his wounds, and his wind defenses dissipated into nothing. Lucavian's expression remained cold, focused. Without a word, he dashed forward in a smooth, practiced motion. His long stock glimmered as he closed the distance between them, his speed blinding. Sorn barely had time to gasp before Lucavian's blade found its mark. Schlunk. The stock pierced cleanly through Sorn's neck, the starlight energy swirling around the wound as blood spurted into the air. Sorn's eyes went wide with shock, his body trembling as he struggled to breathe, his wind magic fading entirely. Lucavian withdrew his blade with a calm, practiced grace, stepping back as Sorn's body crumpled to the ground. The duel was over. Not bad, and Lucavian was satisfied. At the very least, his blade, now without any mana, looked like how it was before the fight. Less damage this time. Lucavian wiped the blade of his stock on Sorn's fallen form, his expression cold as he straightened up. He glanced around, taking in the battlefield with sharp eyes. The chaos of the fight was evident, but there was a strange sense of control in Roderick's manner. They were organized, putting on a strong showing against the remaining bandits. The element of surprise had worked in their favor, and the bandits were faltering. Lucavian's gaze shifted toward the clash between Roderick and Grak. He could see that Roderick was holding the upper hand, his golden sword radiating power with each strike, while Grak, despite his brute strength, was clearly on the defensive. The knight's precise movements and control over his mana were pushing Grak further back with every blow. "He's got this," Lucavian thought, his eyes scanning beyond the immediate battle. He turned his attention toward the heart of the camp. The main hideout. That was where Corvin would be. Lucavian's instincts sharpened as his gaze locked onto it, knowing that Corvin was their true target. Rumors of Corvin being a peak 3-star awakened filled his mind, making him pause for a brief moment. There's no time to waste. Lucavian wanted to kill every bandit he could, to gather their death mana and increase his power, but he knew he couldn't afford to be distracted. Doing so would expose the true nature of his death mana to Roderick and his mana, something he couldn't allow. And more importantly, he needed to conserve his energy. Corvin was leagues above his lieutenants in both strength and cunning, and there was still Alric, the last lieutenant, to consider. Can't afford to waste more energy here. With that thought, Lucavian made his decision. In an instant, he shifted his stance, focusing all his energy on his legs. The starlight mana that coated his blade flowed into his body, amplifying his speed. He shot forward, leaving the skirmish behind as he rushed toward the center of the bandit camp. Lucavian's figure blurred as he darted between tents and structures, weaving through the battlefield with deadly precision. Any bandit who dared to step in his path barely had time to react before his estoc sliced through them, leaving behind only a whisper of blood and death in his wake. His goal was clear, Corvin. And then, as he rounded the final corner, he saw him. So, this is the bastard who's been cutting down my men. You are the one who killed Loren and Lothar. Lucavian's lips curled into a small, confident smile as he raised his estoc, the blade glinting in the morning light. His eyes never left Sorn, who stood frozen, his earlier arrogance replaced by uncertainty. The faint purple glow of Lucavian's starlight mana swirled around his sword, crackling with restrained power. That's right, Lucavian said softly, his voice carrying an air of finality. I'm the one who took down Loren and Lothar. And now, it's your turn. Sorn's face twisted into a sneer, but there was no hiding the fear behind his eyes. He took a half step back, his sword trembling slightly in his grip. You think you can just walk in here and take us all down? You're nothing but a... Before he could finish, Lucavian's sword ignited with starlight mana, the energy swirling around the blade in brilliant arcs of light. His eyes narrowed, and he took a slow, deliberate step forward. Roderick, Lucavian said without turning his head, this one is yours. It seems you two have unfinished business. Roderick, still catching his breath, nodded. His gaze flicked to Garak, who had recovered enough to regain his footing, his spear poised for another strike. I wouldn't have it any other way, Roderick growled, stepping forward to face Garak once more. The two warriors squared off, their intense history clear in their eyes. But Lucavian's focus remained on Sorn. Sorn's sneer hardened into a grimace, his eyes narrowing as he regained some of his composure. He took a step back, his stance shifting, the wind around him picking up in intensity. His long sword began to glow faintly, the air around him swirling with controlled gusts, responding to his command. You'll regret underestimating me, Sorn hissed, his voice low and filled with menace. I'm no pushover. Wind responds to my every move, and I'll cut you down before you even know it. Wind a broken bar, he mumbled as he looked into Sorn. It reminds me of that time. Whatever, Sorn said as he grabbed his blade. Lucavian's gaze remained calm and focused, the starlight mana swirling around his estoc intensifying as he channeled his energy, his stance poised and ready. Let's see just how fast you are, he said coolly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Swoosh! Sorn moved first. In an instant, he disappeared from his spot, a gust of wind kicking up behind him as he blurred toward Lucavian, his sword raised for a lightning-fast strike. The wind gathered around Sorn's blade, extending it beyond its physical reach, creating an invisible edge meant to catch Lucavian off guard. But Lucavian was ready. His eyes tracked Sorn's movements with precise accuracy, his instincts honed from countless battles. Just as Sorn's sword slashed toward him, Lucavian sidestepped the attack, his estoc glowing with brilliant starlight mana. Clang! Their blades met with a clash of sparks and wind, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Sorn twisted his sword, using the momentum of the wind to push Lucavian back, but the starlight energy surrounding Lucavian's estoc held firm, deflecting the force with ease. Is that all you've got? Lucavian asked, his voice taunting as he shifted his stance, his feet light and ready for the next exchange. Sorn snarled, his eyes flashing with fury. He thrust his sword forward, wind blades materializing around him and shooting toward Lucavian. Each strike was a precise, wind-enhanced / designed to overwhelm and confuse his opponent. It was something that he could do as a 3-star, while the other lieutenants, like Lothar and Loren, were also 3-star. None of them could use their mana outside of their body this well. That was what made him different from others and made him third in line of command in terms of strength. But Lucavian danced around the attacks with fluid grace, his eye-stalk parrying and deflecting the wind blades with expert precision. His movements were smooth and calculated, as if he was one step ahead of every strike Sorn unleashed. Clang, swoosh, clang. Their swords clashed again and again, the battlefield lit by the glowing arcs of wind and starlight mana. Each time Sorn tried to outmaneuver Lucavian, the young man's blade was already there, meeting his attack head-on. Lucavian's eyes gleamed with amusement as he pushed forward, his eye-stalk shimmering with an intensified glow. "You rely too much on your speed and wind," he said, his voice calm amidst the chaos. "But I fought faster." None of them compare to that time. After all, there was one battle that he had played countless times in his head. The battle was where he lost quite a lot. Swoosh, with a sudden burst of energy, Lucavian struck. His eye-stalk moved like a blur, with the starlight mana surrounding it extending outward, forming a crescent arc of light. The arc sliced through the air, heading straight for Sorn, who barely managed to dodge the attack. The wind around Sorn intensified as he attempted to gather more power, but Lucavian didn't give him a chance to recover. He lunged forward, his eye-stalk glowing brighter as he closed the distance in an instant. A Void Starfall Blade, Crescent Surgia. The crescent-shaped energy surged towards Sorn, cutting through his wind defenses like a hot knife through butter. Sorn's eyes widened in shock as the attack connected, sending him stumbling backward. Blood splattered across the ground as the force of the blow cut deep into his side. "Not bad, but not quite there," Lucavian said as he approached right beside him once again. Clank. At the last second, Sorn managed to raise his blade, meeting the strike, but that was still not enough. Sorn's sword clashed against Lucavian's again, but his grip faltered. Lucavian wasted no time. With a sharp flick of his wrist, his eye-stalk slashed across Sorn's hand, striking his wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The pain shot through Sorn's arm, his grip weakening. Before Sorn could react, Lucavian struck again. His eye-stalk, shimmering with starlight mana, cut through the air and crashed against Sorn's sword, knocking it aside with a forceful blow. Lucavian leapt back gracefully, his blade leaving a glowing trail of starlight in its wake. Boom! The starlight exploded in a brilliant flash, and in the aftermath of the blast, the sound of metal clattering to the ground echoed through the battlefield. Sorn's sword slipped from his hand, his strength drained as his fingers lost their hold on the weapon. Sorn staggered, clutching his wrist, his eyes wide with disbelief and pain. His sword lay several feet away, useless. Blood dripped from his wounds, and his wind defenses dissipated into nothing. Lucavian's expression remained cold, focused. Without a word, he dashed forward in a smooth, practiced motion. His long eye-stalk glimmered as he closed the distance between them, his speed blinding. Sorn barely had time to gasp before Lucavian's blade found its mark. Slunk. The eye-stalk pierced cleanly through Sorn's neck, the starlight energy swirling around the wound as blood spurted into the air. Sorn's eyes went wide with shock, his body trembling as he struggled to breathe, his wind magic fading entirely. Lucavian withdrew his blade with a calm, practiced grace, stepping back as Sorn's body crumpled to the ground. The duel was over. Not bad, and Lucavian was satisfied. At the very least, his blade, now without any mana, looked like how it was before the fight. Less damage this time. Lucavian wiped the blade of his eye-stalk on Sorn's fallen form, his expression cold as he straightened up. He glanced around, taking in the battlefield with sharp eyes. The chaos of the fight was evident, but there was a strange sense of control in Roderick's manner. They were organized, putting on a strong showing against the remaining bandits. The element of surprise had worked in their favor, and the bandits were faltering. Lucavian's gaze shifted toward the clash between Roderick and Grak. He could see that Roderick was holding the upper hand, his golden sword radiating power with each strike, while Grak, despite his brute strength, was clearly on the defensive. The knight's precise movements and control over his mana were pushing Garak further back with every blow. "He's got this," Lucavian thought, his eyes scanning beyond the immediate battle. He turned his attention toward the heart of the camp. The main hideout. That was where Corvin would be. Lucavian's instincts sharpened as his gaze locked onto it, knowing that Corvin was their true target. Rumors of Corvin being a peak 3-star awakened filled his mind, making him pause for a brief moment. There's no time to waste. Lucavian wanted to kill every bandit he could, to gather their death mana and increase his power, but he knew he couldn't afford to be distracted. Doing so would expose the true nature of his death mana to Roderick and his mana, something he couldn't allow. And more importantly, he needed to conserve his energy. Corvin was leagues above his lieutenants in both strength and cunning, and there was still Alric, the last lieutenant, to consider. Can't afford to waste more energy here. With that thought, Lucavian made his decision. In an instant, he shifted his stance, focusing all his energy on his legs. The starlight mana that coated his blade flowed into his body, darkened with sudden realization. He stormed past Alric, heading straight for the room where Ron was being held captive. His boots thudded against the stone floor, the sound echoing in the now chaotic hideout. His mind raced. Ron was his bargaining chip, his last line of leverage. If anything had happened to the boy, a broken bar. Corvin reached the door, throwing it open with such force that it slammed against the wall. His eyes darted around the room, scanning every corner. But it was empty. Ron was gone. Corvin's breath hitched, his heart pounding as he stepped further into the room. There were no signs of a struggle, no overturned furniture or nothing. It was as if Ron had simply vanished. "Where is he?" Corvin roared, his voice echoing in the empty chamber. His fists slammed into the wall, cracking the stone. His eyes blazed with fury as he spun around, glaring at Alric, who had just arrived at the door. "He's gone," Corvin bellowed, his rage threatening to boil over. "How the hell did this happen?" Alric's eyes scanned the room, his calculating gaze taking in every detail. His expression remained calm, though a glint of concern flickered in his eyes. "It seems we've been outplayed," he muttered, almost to himself. They knew exactly when to strike. Corvin's hands trembled with fury. "Find him!" he shouted, his voice hoarse with anger. "Find the boy, or I'll tear this whole place apart." Alric nodded, already turning to leave and issue orders. But in the back of his mind, he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that they were now playing into their enemy's hands. The situation was spiraling out of control faster than he had anticipated. And it was only a matter of time before everything came crashing down. At the edge of the forest, the battle had erupted into a frenzy of steel and blood. Roderick's men, awakened warriors, tore through the bandit ranks with precision and ferocity. While they were not the strongest, as many of the town's forces were sent to the battlefield, they were all trained warriors who had worked under a knight like Roderick. Their blades gleamed in the early light of dawn, cutting down bandits left and right as they surged forward toward Corvin's hideout. The forest floor was slick with blood, and the cries of the dying echoed through the trees. Bandits fell one after another, desperately calling for reinforcements, but the attack had come too swiftly. They hadn't expected such a well-coordinated assault, and their panic was palpable. "Help! Get the others!" One bandit screamed as he clutched a gaping wound in his side, his face pale with fear. Another stumbled backward, his sword slipping from his hand as he collapsed into the dirt, his body trembling. "We're being overrun," he shouted, his voice barely audible over the clash of steel. Roderick's men pressed forward relentlessly, their faces grim and focused, cutting down anyone in their path. One soldier, an awakened, swung his sword with brutal efficiency, his blade slicing through a bandit's torso, leaving a spray of blood in its wake. It seemed like nothing could stop their advance. But then, a shadow loomed over them from above. "You bastards!" A voice, deep and filled with fury, roared from the treetops. The ground trembled as a figure came crashing down from high above, landing with a thunderous impact that sent a shockwave through the clearing. Dirt and debris exploded outward, forcing the attackers to momentarily halt and shield themselves from the force of the landing. As the dust cleared, a man stood tall amidst the carnage. His broad frame was covered in scars, his muscles rippling beneath his tattered armor. A wicked grin spread across his face as he hefted a massive spear, its blade gleaming menacingly in the early light. "I'm going to tear you all apart," the man shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. The spear in his hand crackled with energy, the air around him practically vibrating with his raw power. He was one of Corvin's lieutenants, a 3-star awakened who had gained a fearsome reputation among the bandits for his ruthless efficiency in combat. The bandits, emboldened by the appearance of their leader, began to rally around him, their fear turning to desperate resolve. The lieutenant slammed the butt of his spear into the ground, his eyes blazing with fury as he pointed the tip toward Roderick's forces. "You think you can waltz into our territory and take us down? You're dead wrong." One of Roderick's men stepped forward, his sword raised, but before he could strike, the lieutenant lunged with incredible speed. His spear shot forward like a bolt of lightning, skewering the man clean through the chest. Blood spurted from the wound, and the soldier crumpled to the ground, lifeless. "Anyone else?" Swoosh. "I am here, you bastard." A powerful voice rang out as a figure moved with incredible speed, landing just beyond the fallen soldier. His blade gleamed with a radiant golden light, cutting through the haze of battle like a beacon. It was Roderick, the Knight of Baron Windhall, his massive sword held firmly in both hands as he faced the towering lieutenant. His eyes locked onto the man standing before him, a flicker of recognition flashing through his expression. The lieutenant's grin widened as he lowered his spear slightly, eyeing Roderick with dark amusement. "Roderick," he spat, his voice dripping with venom. "I should have known you'd show your face here." "Still playing the Baron's loyal lapdog, I see." Roderick's jaw tightened, his grip on his sword tightening as well. "Garak," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "I should have put you down when I had the chance back in the forest." Garak chuckled, his spear crackling with energy once more. "That's your mistake, Roderick. You never finished the job. And now, look where that mercy's gotten you." He gestured to the carnage surrounding them, the bodies of Roderick's men strewn across the battlefield. "You're going to pay for this," Roderick said, his voice filled with cold fury. He raised his sword, the golden light radiating from the blade intensifying as he channeled his mana into it. "I let you go once. That was a mistake I won't make again." Garak whirled his spear, his expression darkening. "We'll see about that." "Come on then, knight. Show me what you've got." Swoosh. With a roar, Roderick charged forward, his sword cutting through the air as he brought it down with incredible force. Garak met the strike head-on, his spear clashing against the golden blade with a deafening clang. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, causing the surrounding bandits and soldiers to stumble back from the sheer power of the two clashing awakened warriors. For a moment, the two stood locked in a brutal contest of strength, neither giving an inch. Sparks flew as their weapons ground against each other, the air crackling with the raw energy radiating from their mana-infused strikes. Just as Roderick's sword began to overpower Garak's spear, the knight's technique shone through. He twisted his body, channeling his mana into a precise arc, sending Garak stumbling back, his defenses faltering. Roderick pressed the advantage, his golden blade surging forward with lethal intent, aiming to finish the fight. "You're finished, Garak," Roderick roared, his sword just inches away from cutting through the lieutenant's chest. But before the blade could make contact, a shadow loomed behind Roderick. The sound of rushing wind filled the air, and then swoosh. A sharp blade, gleaming with dark energy, cut through the space behind Roderick, aiming for his unprotected back. Roderick's eyes widened slightly as he realized the danger, but it was too late to block. Garak's smirk widened as he saw his ally arrive just in time. "Did you really think this fight was fair?" Garak spat, laughing as he saw Roderick's predicament. "You're not leaving here alive, knight." The second lieutenant, a wiry man named Sorn, his face twisted in a sinister grin, lunged forward with his sword, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Roderick's exposed back. But just before the strike could land, a clang. Just as Roderick's sword began to overpower Garak's spear, the knight's technique shone through. He twisted his body, channeling his mana into a precise arc, sending Garak stumbling back, his defenses faltering. Roderick pressed the advantage, his golden blade surging forward with lethal intent, aiming to finish the fight. "You're finished, Garak," Roderick roared, his sword just inches away from cutting through the lieutenant's chest. But before the blade could make contact, a shadow loomed behind Roderick. The sound of rushing wind filled the air, and then swoosh, a sharp blade, gleaming with dark energy, cut through the space behind Roderick, aiming for his unprotected back. Roderick's eyes widened slightly as he realized the danger, but it was too late to block. Grak's smirk widened as he saw his ally arrive just in time. "Did you really think this fight was fair?" Grak spat, laughing as he saw Roderick's predicament. "You're not leaving here alive, knight." The second lieutenant, a wiry man named Sorn, his face twisted in a sinister grin, lunged forward with his sword, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Roderick's exposed back. But just before the strike could land, a clang, another figure appeared out of nowhere, their blade intercepting Sorn's with incredible speed. The impact sent sparks flying, and the dark energy around Sorn's sword dissipated instantly. The newcomer stood tall, his face obscured by the shadows of the trees, save for the scar running down his right eye. The young man with the scar had arrived. "I don't think so," he said, his voice cold and calm, his eyes glowing with a faint purple light as he stared down Sorn. The two locked eyes for a moment and Sorn's grin faltered, the confidence draining from his face as he realized he had just been stopped by someone far beyond his expectations. Roderick, now free from the imminent threat, stepped back, his breathing heavy as he glanced at the young man. "We're broken, bar," he muttered. "You are late." The young man didn't respond, his focus entirely on Sorn and Grak. "This fight," he said softly, "is over now." Grak's laughter died in his throat as he saw the fierce determination in the young man's eyes, realizing that this new player was no ordinary warrior. The tides of battle had shifted, and the fight was now finished. "You are the one who killed Loren and Lothar." He had realized this guy was the one who had been taking down the other lieutenants. "You are the one who killed Loren and Lothar." Lucavian's lips curled into a small, confident smile as he raised his estoc, the blade glinting in the morning light. His eyes never left Sorn, who stood frozen, his earlier arrogance replaced by uncertainty. The faint purple glow of Lucavian's starlight mana swirled around his sword, crackling with restrained power. "That's right," Lucavian said softly, his voice carrying an air of finality. "I'm the one who took down Loren and Lothar. And now, it's your turn." Sorn's face twisted into a sneer, but there was no hiding the fear behind his eyes. He took a half step back, his sword trembling slightly in his grip. "You think you can just walk in here and take us all down? You're nothing but a..." Before he could finish, Lucavian's sword ignited with starlight mana, the energy swirling around the blade in brilliant arcs of light. His eyes narrowed, and he took a slow, deliberate step forward. "Roderick," Lucavian said without turning his head, "this one is yours." "It seems you two have unfinished business." Roderick, still catching his breath, nodded. His gaze flicked to Grak, who had recovered enough to regain his footing, his spear poised for another strike. "I wouldn't have it any other way," Roderick growled, stepping forward to face Grak once more. The two warriors squared off, their intense history clear in their eyes. But Lucavian's focus remained on Sorn. Sorn's sneer hardened into a grimace, his eyes narrowing as he regained some of his composure. He took a step back, his stance shifting, the wind around him picking up in intensity. His long sword began to glow faintly, the air around him swirling with controlled gusts, responding to his command. "You'll regret underestimating me," Sorn hissed, his voice low and filled with menace. "I'm no pushover. Wind responds to my every move, and I'll cut you down before you even know it." "Wind a broken bar," he mumbled as he looked into Sorn. "It reminds me of that time." "Whatever," Sorn said as he grabbed his blade. Lucavian's gaze remained calm and focused, the starlight mana swirling around his estoc intensifying as he channeled his energy, his stance poised and ready. "Let's see just how fast you are," he said coolly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Swoosh! Sorn moved first. In an instant, he disappeared from his spot, a gust of wind kicking up behind him as he blurred toward Lucavian, his sword raised for a lightning-fast strike. The wind gathered around Sorn's blade, extending it beyond its physical reach, creating an invisible edge meant to catch Lucavian off guard. but Lucavian was ready. His eyes tracked Sorn's movements with precise accuracy, his instincts honed from countless battles. Just as Sorn's sword slashed toward him, Lucavian sidestepped the attack, his estoc glowing with brilliant starlight mana. Clang! Their blades met with a clash of sparks and wind, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Sorn twisted his sword, using the momentum of the wind to push Lucavian back, but the starlight energy surrounding Lucavian's estoc held firm, deflecting the force with ease. "Is that all you've got?" Lucavian asked, his voice taunting as he shifted his stance, his feet light and ready for the next exchange. Sorn snarled, his eyes flashing with fury. He thrust his sword forward, wind blades materializing around him and shooting toward Lucavian. Each strike was a precise, wind-enhanced slash designed to overwhelm and confuse his opponent. It was something that he could do as a 3-star. While the other lieutenants, like Lothar and Loren, were also 3-star, none of them could use their mana outside of their body this well. That was what made him different from others and made him third in line of command in terms of strength. But Lucavian danced around the attacks with fluid grace, his estoc parrying and deflecting the wind blades with expert precision. His movements were smooth and calculated, as if he was one step ahead of every strike Sorn unleashed. Clang! Swoosh! Clang! Their swords clashed again and again, the battlefield lit by the glowing arcs of wind and starlight mana. Each time Sorn tried to outmaneuver Lucavian, the young man's blade was already there, meeting his attack head-on. Lucavian's eyes gleamed with amusement as he pushed forward, his estoc shimmering with an intensified glow. "You rely too much on your speed and wind," he said, his voice calm amidst the chaos. "But I fought faster." None of them compare to that time. After all, there was one battle that he had played countless times in his head. The battle was where he lost quite a lot. Swoosh! With a sudden burst of energy, Lucavian struck. His estoc moved like a blur, with the starlight mana surrounding it extending outward, forming a crescent arc of light. The arc sliced through the air, heading straight for Sorn, who barely managed to dodge the attack. The wind around Sorn intensified as he attempted to gather more power, but Lucavian didn't give him a chance to recover. He lunged forward, his estoc glowing brighter as he closed the distance in an instant. A Void Starfall Blade, Crescent Surgia. The crescent-shaped energy surged towards Sorn, cutting through his wind defenses like a hot knife through butter. Sorn's eyes widened in shock as the attack connected, sending him stumbling backward. Blood splattered across the ground as the force of the blow cut deep into his side. "Not bad, but not quite there," Lucavian said as he approached right beside him once again. Clank! At the last second, Sorn managed to raise his blade, meeting the strike, but that was still not enough. Sorn's sword clashed against Lucavian's again, but his grip faltered. Lucavian wasted no time. With a sharp flick of his wrist, his estoc slashed across Sorn's hand, striking his wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The pain shot through Sorn's arm, his grip weakening. Before Sorn could react, Lucavian struck again. His estoc, shimmering with starlight mana, cut through the air and crashed against Sorn's sword, knocking it aside with a forceful blow. Lucavian leapt back gracefully, his blade leaving a glowing trail of starlight in its wake. Boom! The starlight exploded in a brilliant flash, and in the aftermath of the blast, the sound of metal clattering to the ground echoed through the battlefield. Sorn's sword slipped from his hand, his strength drained as his fingers lost their hold on the weapon. Sorn staggered, clutching his wrist, his eyes wide with disbelief and pain. His sword lay several feet away, useless. Blood dripped from his wounds, and his wind defenses dissipated into nothing. Lucavian's expression remained cold, focused. Without a word, he dashed forward in a smooth, practiced motion. His long estoc glimmered as he closed the distance between them, his speed blinding. Sorn barely had time to gasp before Lucavian's blade found its mark. Schlunk! The estoc pierced cleanly through Sorn's neck, the starlight energy swirling around the wound as blood spurted into the air. Sorn's eyes went wide with shock, his body trembling as he struggled to breathe, his wind magic fading entirely. Lucavian withdrew his blade with a calm, practiced grace, stepping back as Sorn's body crumpled to the ground. The duel was over. Not bad, and Lucavian was satisfied. At the very least, his blade, now without any mana, looked like how it was before the fight. Less damage this time. Lucavian wiped the blade of his estoc on Sorn's fallen form, his expression cold as he straightened up. He glanced around, taking in the battlefield with sharp eyes. The chaos of the fight was evident, but there was a strange sense of control in Roderick's manner. They were organized, putting on a strong showing against the remaining bandits. The element of surprise had worked in their favor, and the bandits were faltering. Lucavian's gaze shifted toward the clash between Roderick and Grak. He could see that Roderick was holding the upper hand, his golden sword radiating power with each strike, while Grak, despite his brute strength, was clearly on the defensive. The knight's precise movements and control over his mana were pushing Grak further back with every blow. He's got this, Lucavian thought, his eyes scanning beyond the immediate battle. He turned his attention toward the heart of the camp. The main hideout. That was where Corvin would be. Lucavian's instincts sharpened as his gaze locked onto it, knowing that Corvin was their true target. Rumors of Corvin being a peak 3-star awakened filled his mind, making him pause for a brief moment. There's no time to waste. Lucavian wanted to kill every bandit he could, to gather their death mana and increase his power, but he knew he couldn't afford to be distracted. Doing so would expose the true nature of his death mana to Roderick and his mana, something he couldn't allow. And more importantly, he needed to conserve his energy. Corvin was leagues above his lieutenants in both strength and cunning, and there was still Alric, the last lieutenant, to consider. Can't afford to waste more energy here. With that thought, Lucavian made his decision. In an instant, he shifted his stance, focusing all his energy on his legs. The starlight mana that coated his blade flowed into his body, amplifying his speed. He shot forward, leaving the skirmish behind as he rushed toward the center of the bandit camp. Lucavian's figure blurred as he darted between tents and structures, weaving through the battlefield with deadly precision. Any bandit who dared to step in his path barely had time to react before his estoc sliced through them, leaving behind only a whisper of blood and death in his wake. His goal was clear, Corvin. And then, as he rounded the final corner, he saw him. So, this is the bastard who's been cutting down my men. You are the one who killed Loren and Lothar. Lucavian's lips curled into a small, confident smile as he raised his estoc, the blade glinting in the morning light. His eyes never left Sorn, who stood frozen, his earlier arrogance replaced by uncertainty. The faint purple glow of Lucavian's starlight mana swirled around his sword, crackling with restrained power. That's right, Lucavian said softly, his voice carrying an air of finality. I'm the one who took down Loren and Lothar. And now, it's your turn. Sorn's face twisted into a sneer, but there was no hiding the fear behind his eyes. He took a half step back, his sword trembling slightly in his grip. You think you can just walk in here and take us all down? You're nothing but a... Before he could finish, Lucavian's sword ignited with starlight mana, the energy swirling around the blade in brilliant arcs of light. His eyes narrowed, and he took a slow, deliberate step forward. Roderick, Lucavian said without turning his head, this one is yours. It seems you two have unfinished business. Roderick, still catching his breath, nodded. His gaze flicked to Grak, who had recovered enough to regain his footing, his spear poised for another strike. I wouldn't have it any other way, Roderick growled, stepping forward to face Grak once more. The two warriors squared off, their intense history clear in their eyes. But Lucavian's focus remained on Sorn. Sorn's sneer hardened into a grimace, his eyes narrowing as he regained some of his composure. He took a step back, his stance shifting, the wind around him picking up in intensity. His long sword began to glow faintly, the air around him swirling with controlled gusts, responding to his command. You'll regret underestimating me, Sorn hissed, his voice low and filled with menace. I'm no pushover. Wind responds to my every move, and I'll cut you down before you even know it. Wind a broken bar, he mumbled as he looked into Sorn. It reminds me of that time. Whatever, Sorn said as he grabbed his blade. Lucavian's gaze remained calm and focused, the starlight mana swirling around his estoc intensifying as he channeled his energy, his stance poised and ready. "Let's see just how fast you are," he said coolly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Swoosh! Sorn moved first. In an instant, he disappeared from his spot, a gust of wind kicking up behind him as he blurred toward Lucavian, his sword raised for a lightning-fast strike. The wind gathered around Sorn's blade, extending it beyond its physical reach, creating an invisible edge meant to catch Lucavian off guard. But Lucavian was ready. His eyes tracked Sorn's movements with precise accuracy, his instincts honed from countless battles. Just as Sorn's sword slashed toward him, Lucavian sidestepped the attack, his eye stalk glowing with brilliant starlight mana. Clang! Their blades met with a clash of sparks and wind, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Sorn twisted his sword, using the momentum of the wind to push Lucavian back, but the starlight energy surrounding Lucavian's eye stalk held firm, deflecting the force with ease. "Is that all you've got?" Lucavian asked, his voice taunting as he shifted his stance, his feet light and ready for the next exchange. Sorn snarled, his eyes flashing with fury. He thrust his sword forward, wind blades materializing around him and shooting toward Lucavian. Each strike was a precise, wind-enhanced slash designed to overwhelm and confuse his opponent. It was something that he could do as a 3-star. While the other lieutenants, like Lothar and Loren, were also 3-star, none of them could use their mana outside of their body this well. That was what made him different from others and made him third in line of command in terms of strength. But Lucavian danced around the attacks with fluid grace, his eye stalk parrying and deflecting the wind blades with expert precision. His movements were smooth and calculated as if he was one step ahead of every strike Sorn unleashed. Clang! Swoosh! Clang! Their swords clashed again and again, the battlefield lit by the glowing arcs of wind and starlight mana. Each time Sorn tried to outmaneuver Lucavian, the young man's blade was already there, meeting his attack head-on. Lucavian's eyes gleamed with amusement as he pushed forward, his eye stalk shimmering with an intensified glow. "You rely too much on your speed and wind," he said, his voice calm amidst the chaos. "But I fought faster." None of them compare to that time. After all, there was one battle that he had played countless times in his head. The battle was where he lost quite a lot. Swoosh! With a sudden burst of energy, Lucavian struck. His eye stalk moved like a blur, with the starlight mana surrounding it extending outward, forming a crescent arc of light. The arc sliced through the air, heading straight for Sorn, who barely managed to dodge the attack. The wind around Sorn intensified as he attempted to gather more power, but Lucavian didn't give him a chance to recover. He lunged forward, his eye stalk glowing brighter as he closed the distance in an instant. A Void Starfall Blade, Crescent Surgia. The crescent-shaped energy surged towards Sorn, cutting through his wind defenses like a hot knife through butter. Sorn's eyes widened in shock as the attack connected, sending him stumbling backward. Blood splattered across the ground as the force of the blow cut deep into his side. "Not bad, but not quite there," Lucavian said as he approached right beside him once again. Clank! At the last second, Sorn managed to raise his blade, meeting the strike, but that was still not enough. Sorn's sword clashed against Lucavian's again, but his grip faltered. Lucavian wasted no time. With a sharp flick of his wrist, his eye stalk slashed across Sorn's hand, striking his wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The pain shot through Sorn's arm, his grip weakening. Before Sorn could react, Lucavian struck again. His eye stalk, shimmering with starlight mana, cut through the air and crashed against Sorn's sword, knocking it aside with a forceful blow. Lucavian leapt back gracefully, his blade leaving a glowing trail of starlight in its wake. Boom! The starlight exploded in a brilliant flash, and in the aftermath of the blast, the sound of metal clattering to the ground echoed through the battlefield. Sorn's sword slipped from his hand, his strength drained as his fingers lost their hold on the weapon. Sorn staggered, clutching his wrist, his eyes wide with disbelief and pain. His sword lay several feet away, useless. Blood dripped from his wounds, and his wind defenses dissipated into nothing. Lucavian's expression remained cold, focused. Without a word, he dashed forward in a smooth, practiced motion. His long eye stalk glimmered as he closed the distance between them. his speed blinding. Sawn barely had time to gasp before Lucavian's blade found its mark. Slunk. The stock pierced cleanly through Sawn's neck, the starlight energy swirling around the wound as blood spurted into the air. Sawn's eyes went wide with shock, his body trembling as he struggled to breathe, his wind magic fading entirely. Lucavian withdrew his blade with a calm, practiced grace, stepping back as Sawn's body crumpled to the ground. The duel was over. Not bad, and Lucavian was satisfied. At the very least, his blade, now without any mana, looked like how it was before the fight. Less damage this time. Lucavian wiped the blade of his stock on Sawn's fallen form, his expression cold as he straightened up. He glanced around, taking in the battlefield with sharp eyes. The chaos of the fight was evident, but there was a strange sense of control in Roderick's manner. They were organized, putting on a strong showing against the remaining bandits. The element of surprise had worked in their favor, and the bandits were faltering. Lucavian's gaze shifted toward the clash between Roderick and Grak. He could see that Roderick was holding the upper hand, his golden sword radiating power with each strike, while Grak, despite his brute strength, was clearly on the defensive. The knight's precise movements and control over his mana were pushing Grak further back with every blow. He's got this, Lucavian thought, his eyes scanning beyond the immediate battle. He turned his attention toward the heart of the camp. The main hideout. That was where Corvin would be. Lucavian's instincts sharpened as his gaze locked onto it, knowing that Corvin was their true target. Rumors of Corvin being a peak 3-star awakened filled his mind, making him pause for a brief moment. There's no time to waste. Lucavian wanted to kill every bandit he could, to gather their death mana and increase his power, but he knew he couldn't afford to be distracted. Doing so would expose the true nature of his death mana to Roderick and his mana, something he couldn't allow. And more importantly, he needed to conserve his energy. Corvin was leagues above his lieutenants in both strength and cunning, and there was still Alric, the last lieutenant, to consider. Can't afford to waste more energy here. With that thought, Lucavian made his decision. In an instant, he shifted his stance, focusing all his energy on his legs. The starlight mana that coated his blade flowed into his body, amplifying his speed. He shot forward, leaving the skirmish behind as he rushed toward the center of the bandit camp. Lucavian's figure blurred as he darted between tents and structures, weaving through the battlefield with deadly precision. Any bandit who dared to step in his path barely had time to react before his stock sliced through them, leaving behind only a whisper of blood and death in his wake. His goal was clear, Corvin. And then, as he rounded the final corner, he saw him. So, this is the bastard who's been cutting down my men. Lucavian moved swiftly through the heart of the bandit camp, his footsteps barely making a sound as he closed the distance. The chaotic din of the battlefield faded into the background, his focus entirely on the target ahead. And then, as he rounded the final corner, he saw him. Corvin stood in the center of the camp, his broad frame imposing and still amidst the chaos. He wasn't hiding, nor was he preparing to flee. Instead, he stood tall, waiting, his dark eyes locked onto Lucavian the moment he entered the clearing, a knowing smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. So, Corvin said, his voice low but carrying easily across the space between them, this is the bastard who's been cutting down my men. He crossed his arms, the muscles in his shoulders bulging under his tattered cloak, his posture relaxed but his gaze sharp. I've been hearing a lot about you, stranger. Loren, Lothar, and another one. Impressive. Lucavian slowed his steps, his grip on his stock tightening as he met Corvin's gaze. The air between them was tense, filled with a quiet intensity that neither seemed willing to break. The starlight energy around Lucavian's blade flickered, and Corvin's eyes briefly flicked to it before returning to his face. I've been waiting for you, Corvin continued, his voice carrying a trace of amusement. Did you really think you'd walk in here, kill a few of my men, and everything would go according to plan? His grin widened, dark and predatory. You've made a grave mistake coming here, boy. Lucavian's eyes narrowed. You talk too much, he said coldly, this time without any playfulness. He could feel the raw power radiating off Corvin, the unmistakable presence of a peak 3-star awakened. This would not be an easy fight, but Lucavian had never intended for it to be. Corvin chuckled, unfolding his arms as he took a step forward. His hand rested on the hilt of a massive, blackened axe strapped to his back, the weapon gleaming ominously in the dim light of the camp. "You've got guts, I'll give you that. But guts alone won't save you." "Why do I hear that a lot?" "It seems your men like to use the words that you speak of." Corvin's grin twisted into a snarl, his fists clenching so tightly that the veins in his arms bulged. "Useless." He spat, his voice seething with contempt. His eyes locked onto Lucavian's with a fiery intensity. "You really think you'll get a normal death?" "No, boy. I'll make it as painful as possible." "You'll beg for it to end." Lucavian remained unfazed, his eyes narrowing slightly as he lifted his estoc, the starlight energy coiling around the blade like a serpent. His smirk returned, but it held no amusement this time, only cold resolve. "Do your worst." Corvin's lips curled into a dark smile as he reached behind him, drawing his weapon. It wasn't the axe Lucavian had initially thought it was a spear, its shaft blackened as if charred by fire. The tip glowed faintly, pulsing with heat as if the flames within were barely contained. "I will," Corvin growled, his voice now a low, dangerous rumble. With a flick of his wrist, flames erupted from the tip of the spear, dancing along the length of the weapon. The heat radiated off him in waves, the fire swirling around him like a living thing, eager to consume everything in its path. Lucavian stood his ground, watching as Corvin's fire mana surged through the air. The intense heat threatened to smother the cool glow of his starlight, but Lucavian held steady, his eyes never leaving Corvin. The showdown between the two had started. I tightened my grip on the estoc, feeling the familiar hum of starlight mana coil around the blade. The cool, soothing energy felt at odds with the heat radiating from Corvin's spear, but I held steady. I couldn't afford to be intimidated by his strength. Even though I knew on all fronts he outclassed me. "He's stronger a broken bar, faster a broken bar. And that spear isn't just for show," I thought, watching the flames ripple along the blackened shaft. "He's a peak 3-star, no doubt about it." His mana felt like a suffocating wave, ready to crash down. My eyes tracked every movement he made, every slight shift of his weight. Corvin's smirk hadn't faded, a predator sizing up prey he believed already defeated. He stepped forward, deliberately slow, as if testing how long I could keep calm under pressure. The air between us simmered with heat, the fire mana dancing in the air. "He's toying with me." The moment the thought crossed my mind, he lunged. A blur of motion, faster than I'd anticipated. I barely had time to react, raising my estoc just in time to parry the searing tip of his spear. A clank. The force behind his strike was monstrous. My arms rattled from the impact, my feet sliding back despite my attempt to hold firm. "Damn, he's strong." Corvin's spear twisted, sweeping toward my side in a brutal arc. I sidestepped, narrowly avoiding being gutted by the flaming tip. The heat singed my cloak, but I couldn't focus on that. There was no time. "Stay calm. Find an opening." He was already coming at me again, his movements fluid and relentless. I ducked beneath another swipe, feeling the rush of heat as it passed inches from my head. A quick glance upward and I saw his eyes so focused, calculating. He wasn't just a brute with strength. He had precision too. Clank. Another strike and my estoc barely held. I could feel my arms trembling from the force of the blow. "He's faster than me, too," I thought, gritting my teeth, as I parried another brutal swing. Corvin's grin widened as if he sensed the gap between us. His spear came down in a vicious overhead strike, aimed to split me in half. I spun away, the ground cracking where the spear had landed. The force of the impact sent dust and debris into the air. I spun away from Corvin's overhead strike, dust swirling in the air as his spear smashed into the ground. My breath came in short bursts, sweat dripping down my face from the intense heat of his mana. But then I saw it, a fleeting moment, barely noticeable. His guard dropped ever so slightly as he pulled his spear back. It was only for a split second, but it was enough. Now, without hesitation, I lunged forward, channeling starlight mana into my blade. The familiar surge of energy flowed through me, coiling like a serpent around my estoc. I aimed for his exposed side, my blade a blur of silver light as it cut through the air. But just as my strike was about to land, Flames roared to life, a sudden and blinding. A boom, a wall of fire erupted between us, the heat hitting me like a tidal wave. I could barely see through the blaze, but I knew this was no mistake. It's a triple exclamation mark. Before I could fully retreat, a blast of fire surged toward me, and I threw myself backward with every ounce of speed I could muster. My instincts screamed at me to move, and I obeyed without question. The fire barely missed, the heat scorching my skin as I leapt away. I rolled across the dirt, my lungs burning from the effort. But Corvin was faster. He didn't let me catch my breath. The moment I retreated, he was on me, closing the distance with frightening speed, his spear now fully extended. The range of his weapon was deadly, and I was too far to parry in time. Too fast. Corvin stormed through with his spear, the blackened tip cutting through the air like a deadly comet. I twisted my body, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike, but his spear grazed my shoulder, searing through the fabric of my cloak and biting into my flesh. Gah! I grunted, the pain sharp and immediate. But I couldn't stop her. He was relentless. Corvin followed up, spinning the spear in a wide arc, the flames licking dangerously close to my face. I barely had time to react, throwing up my estoc to block the strike. Clank! The impact rattled through my bones, forcing me back again. My feet slid across the dirt as I struggled to maintain my footing, my shoulder throbbing from the fresh wound. Corvin's grin widened as he advanced, the heat from his fire mana suffocating. Caught you off guard, didn't I? He taunted, his spear crackling with flames. You're quick, but not quick enough. Feeling the pain of burning on my right shoulder, I could not help but admire the way Corvin fought. The searing pain in my shoulder was sharp, but it was nothing compared to what I'd endured before. I'd felt much worse thanks to my unique condition. Pain was something I had grown used to, something I had learned to bury beneath my focus. You are just as crafty as I could expect from a bandit, I said, my voice calm, steady. My eyes locked on Corvin, watching his every move. Corvin snorted, his lips curling into a sneer. Crafty, huh? You're acting tough, boy. But I see the pain in your eyes. Don't think you can fool me. I didn't answer. The burn in my shoulder pulsed, but I willed it away, focusing instead on the cool energy coursing through me. I could feel the starlight mana gathering in my estoc, wrapping itself around the blade like a living thing, flickering with cold, radiant power. It flowed not just into the blade but through my entire body, strengthening my limbs, sharpening my senses. Corvin's sneer deepened, clearly thinking I was putting on a show, pretending not to feel the agony that burned across my skin. But I wasn't pretending. The pain was real, but it wasn't enough to stop me. I raised my estoc, the blade glowing with the pale, cold light of starlight mana. My breath steadied as I entered the stance, feet planted firmly on the ground, my gaze never wavering from his. Focus. Channel the mana. The energy flowed in sync with my breath, each inhale pulling in more power, each exhale sharpening my focus. The world around me narrowed. There was only Corvin and the starlight running through my veins. I gestured toward him with the blade, a silent invitation. Come at me. Come at me. Corvin's sneer faltered for a moment, his eyes narrowing. He saw the shift in my stance, the way I held my ground, no longer retreating. His eyes flicked to my glowing blade, recognition dawning in his expression. Playing the tough guy, are we? He growled, his grip tightening on the spear. Let's see how long that lasts. And then he charged, flames erupting from his spear as he closed the distance between us in a heartbeat. His movements were fast, blindingly so, the tip of the spear a blur as it cut through the air toward me. But I was ready. With a sharp breath, I stepped forward to meet him, my estoc raised. The starlight mana pulsed through my body, giving me the speed and strength I needed to parry his strike. Clang! The sound of our weapons clashing echoed through the clearing, sparks flying as fire met starlight. Corvin's eyes widened slightly as I held my ground, refusing to be pushed back this time. I twisted my blade, redirecting the force of his strike to the side. For a brief moment, there was an opening, small, but there. I seized it, lunging forward with a quick, precise thrust aimed at his side. But Corvin wasn't done yet. He spun his spear with a flick of his wrist, flames roaring to life around him. A wall of fire rose up between us, forcing me to retreat before I could land my blow. The heat was suffocating, but I managed to dodge the blast of fire just in time. Corvin came at me with a ferocity that felt like a hurricane of flame and steel. His spear, wreathed in fire, cut through the air in rapid, vicious arcs, each strike coming faster and heavier than the last. I parried, deflecting the blows as best as I could, but the force behind his attacks was monstrous. Clang, clang, each strike rattled through my bones, my earstock barely managing to keep up with his relentless assault. My muscles burned, but I matched his pace, refusing to fall back again. I twisted my body, deflecting another slash and countering with a thrust aimed at his midsection. Corvin batted my blade aside, the flames on his spear flaring as he swung at my shoulder. I ducked just in time, the heat from the weapon grazing my skin. A bead of sweat rolled down my temple, but I pressed forward, turning my dodge into a strike. My earstock lashed out, aiming for his exposed leg. Swoosh! But Corvin was faster. His spear blocked my attack, and before I could fully withdraw, his next blow came crashing down. Arg! I hissed, feeling the sharp bite of his spear's edge as it cut across my arm. Blood trickled down, warm and wet, against my skin, but I didn't retreat. The pain was real, but there was something else now, something unexpected. Thrill. A spark flickered inside me, something raw and primal. It started small, a faint pulse deep in my chest, but with each clash, each cut, it grew. The sharp sting of the wound on my arm only fueled it. Clang! I blocked another strike, feeling the pressure of Corvin's strength pushing against me. The thrill bubbled up, a strange exhilaration that pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat. This wasn't just a fight anymore, it was a test, a challenge, a battle where my life hung in the balance. And something inside me welcomed it. That's right, a broken bar. This feeling, a broken bar. I gritted my teeth, as another swing of Corvin's spear sliced across my shoulder, tearing through my cloak and leaving a trail of fire in its wake. My body screamed in pain, but my mind was clear, sharper than ever. Is this what I've been missing? I thought as I dodged another of Corvin's strikes, the adrenaline pumping through my veins. The thrill was growing stronger, a feeling of excitement that coursed through me with every move I made, every blow I deflected. For the first time in a long while, I felt alive. I spun around Corvin's next attack, the starlight mana around my earstock flaring brighter as I drove it forward, aiming for his chest. Corvin deflected the strike with ease, but I didn't stop. My movements flowed, one after the other, pushing him back even as my body screamed in protest from the cuts and bruises forming across my arms and torso. His spear came crashing down, and I met it head-on, feeling the force of his blow rattle my weapon. My feet skidded across the dirt, but I stood firm, a grin slowly creeping onto my face despite the pain coursing through me. "You're smiling, boy," Corvin growled, his eyes narrowing as he swung his spear again. "You're starting to enjoy this?" I didn't answer. I didn't need to. I could feel the heat of the battle in every fiber of my being now. The thrill of putting my life on the line, of fighting an opponent stronger than me, faster than me. It was intoxicating. Each cut, each close call, only fueled the fire inside me. The more dangerous the fight became, the more alive I felt. Clang! I blocked another strike, the starlight mana in my blade pulsing stronger, brighter. The thrill was overwhelming now, a raw, electric excitement that surged through me with every breath. "Come on, Corvin," I muttered under my breath, feeling the adrenaline spike again. "Let's see how far we can take this." Corvin's eyes narrowed, and for the first time, there was something other than smugness in his gazy wariness. He could sense the change in me. He wasn't just fighting a skilled swordsman anymore, he was fighting someone who was embracing the chaos, the danger, the risk. I dashed forward, my earstock glowing with starlight as I launched into a flurry of attacks, faster and more aggressive than before. Each strike carried the full weight of my energy, my focus laser sharp. Clank! Swoosh! Our weapons clashed, the air between us crackling with mana and heat. I didn't care about the pain anymore. I didn't care about the blood trickling down my arms or the burn of his flames. All that mattered was the fight, the thrill of it, the challenge of pushing myself to the limit. For the first time, Corvin looked rattled. "You're insane!" he shouted, blocking another of my strikes. His spear flared with fire, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. The thrill had taken hold of me now, and I wasn't about to let go. With a grin, I lunged forward, the starlight mana in my earstock blazing brighter than ever. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. Life or death, victory or defeat. And I welcomed it. Kill or get killed. That is the essence of the battle. Either you cut down your enemy, or you get cut down. Why does one learn the way of a sword? To display their lives? To display their nobility? For what reason did we create the term weapon? Isn't the answer clear? To kill the enemy. That is what a weapon is for. The world around me blurred as I gave into the feeling surging inside me. My body moved on its own, my instincts taking over. My earstock flashed with starlight mana, each strike more vicious than the last. I heard the clash of metal, the searing hiss of flames, the sharp crackle of mana, but it was all distant, like the sounds were coming from another world. All that existed was the blood. It splattered across my vision, red against the glow of starlight, mixing with the orange and yellow of Corvin's flames. Every slash, every parry, every movement was instinctual now, primal. My blade sang with each swing, my muscles burning but alive with a sensation beyond pain, beyond exhaustion. I could feel it coursing through me, a need, a hunger to end this fight with my enemy cut down at my feet. I could hear Corvin's grunt with every deflected strike, his frustration building as I pressed on. His fire mana surged again, flaring hot and dangerous, but I didn't care. The heat, the blood, the pain, oh, it all fed the growing thrill inside me, blurring the lines between who I was and the blade I wielded. Kill or get killed. That was the essence of battle. I could see it so clearly now. The reason a weapon exists are to kill the enemy, to cut them down, to survive at their expense. Every clash of my earstock against his spear, every spark of mana and flame, every strike that found flesh or all of it blurred into a dance of death. But then, just as suddenly as it began, something changed. The blur shattered. I felt a sharp, burning force crash into my body, my chest exploding with pain. Corvin's fire-embedded spear struck true, slamming into me with enough force to send me flying back. The air was knocked from my lungs, the sharp impact driving me into the ground. I hit the dirt hard, rolling several times before coming to a stop. The world around me spun, the flames and starlight flickering wildly in my vision. My head pounded, my body screaming in pain as I tried to force myself upright. Everything felt sluggish, the adrenaline that had fueled me moments before now ebbing away, leaving only raw agony in its wake. Corvin stood over me, his spear still glowing with embers, his eyes dark with fury. You fought well, but this is where it ends, boy. What a broken bar happened? My thoughts felt sluggish, muddled by the pounding in my skull and the burning pain that rippled through every inch of my body. I tried to piece together what had just happened, but everything felt so distant, so disconnected. I blinked, trying to clear the haze from my vision, but all I saw was red. Blood smeared across my eyes, dripping down my face. My chest throbbed, every breath shallow and ragged. Flames crackled in the distance, their heat pressing in on me, but none of it made sense. Nothing did. I looked down at myself. Burns and cuts marred my skin, the fabric of my cloak and armor torn to shreds. Blood soaked through my clothes, staining everything dark. My body trembled, my muscles weakened, screaming in protest, and then I noticed my hand. The hand that once gripped my earstock with confidence and purpose was now in tatters, torn and bleeding. My fingers were raw, shaking uncontrollably. Blood dripped from my fingertips, splattering onto the dirt beneath me. How? I glanced at my earstock, still clutched weakly in my broken grip. The blade, once sharp and filled with starlight mana, was now riddled with cracks, dozens of them, spider webbing across the surface of the steel. The glow of starlight was dim, flickering weakly, as if the weapon itself was on the verge of breaking apart. No, a broken bar, not now. My vision swam again, the crimson haze intensifying as my head pounded with each heartbeat. I tried to focus, to make sense of the situation, but everything felt wrong. The ground beneath me felt unsteady, and the world round me blurred in and out of focus. Corvin's voice echoed in the back of my mind, but I couldn't concentrate on the words. All I could see were the flames. All I could feel was the ache in my chest, the numbness in my hand, the cracks in my blade. How did this happen? I tried to force my body to move, but every muscle screamed in protest. My head was spinning, my thoughts scattered. The red and black of my vision merged, and I couldn't tell if the blood was my own or Corvin's. Everything felt so far away, so distant. As everything around me began to drift into a distant blur, I felt a dark cold. It crept in, slow at first, a faint chill brushing against my skin, but then it deepened, cutting through the haze of pain and exhaustion. Corvin's spear was coming at me, burning with the same fire that had scorched my flesh moments before. Yet now, the world seemed to slow, the flames dancing in slow motion, crackling like some living creature, eager to consume me. And amidst the heat, there it was again, the coldness, the icy grip of death, like an old, familiar presence wrapping around my body, tightening its hold. I had felt it before, time and time again, absorbing that same cold energy from my surroundings, letting it seep into me as I brushed up against the edges of mortality. Now, I was facing death again. The chill sank into my bones, making everything feel heavy, almost paralyzing. This is it, I thought, the cold threatening to swallow me whole. It wasn't just the feeling of death approaching, it was something else, something inside me, stirring. That same dark thrill that had bubbled up before, the excitement of putting my life on the line, of embracing the bloodlust. But now it was worse, stronger. It was clawing its way back to the surface, ready to take over, just like it had before. No, a broken bar, not again. The thought barely registered as I struggled to fight it off, to push back against the tide of that overwhelming sensation. My hands trembled, my vision darkened, and for a brief moment, I felt as though I would lose myself completely to it. The beast within me roared, ready to break free, to consume everything in its path. But then, through the suffocating cold, a voice cut through the storm inside my head, clear and sharp. Your weapon is a graceful one. An estoc is a blade of precision, of finesse. It's meant for thrusting, for finding the gaps in armor, for striking with elegance. But the way you fight a broken bar, it's anything but graceful. You wield that blade like a beast, all raw power and bloodlust. There's no balance, no harmony between you and your weapon. It's as if the sword itself is screaming against the way you use it. The voice was calm and steady, but its words pierced through me with a brutal clarity. My heart pounded in my chest as I listened, my mind grasping for its meaning. There's more to wielding a blade than just knowing how to kill. A true swordsman understands the balance between power and grace, between the blade and the hand that guides it. You've got the skill, boy, but you lack the understanding. You're letting the beast inside you control the sword rather than mastering the beast and letting the sword become an extension of yourself. Those were the words that both Harlan and Master had spoken to me. At that time, it was hard for me to discern the beast that they were talking about. But now, I could feel it. The way I had fought just now, it wasn't about skill or precision. I had been reckless, consumed by the thrill of death, by the need to survive at any cost. My estoca, my weaponer, was a tool of precision, but I had treated it like a blunt instrument, like a beast slashing wildly at prey. I looked at my estoc again, cracks webbing across its surface, the blade trembling in my broken grip. I hadn't just damaged my body, I had damaged my weapon, the very thing I had relied on. It wasn't just my injuries that had left me on the edge of defeat, it was my failure to truly understand the balance between myself and the blade. The beast inside me growled, urging me to keep fighting, to give in to the bloodlust. But the voice reminded me of something deeper. The flames swirled toward me, Corvin's spear just inches from my face, burning with the intensity of a predator about to finish its prey. The heat was overwhelming, the air thick with the weight of death. My heart pounded in my chest, and for a moment, I could see it at the end. His words echoed in my ears, cruel and final, swirl. Goodbye, boy. But then, something clicked. In that split second, just before the flames could consume me, I understood. The words of Harlan, the lessons from my master, everything I had been too blind to see before, it all fell into place. Master the beast within you. I hadn't understood it at the time, but now, as the world seemed to slow around me, I could feel it. The beast wasn't just the bloodlust, the thrill of fighting with reckless abandon. It was me, my instincts, my desires, my fear of death, all of it was the beast that had driven me. But I had let it control me, rather than mastering it. I had fought like a cornered animal, throwing everything into the battle without thinking, without control. Now, I had a choice, to let the beast consume me or to find the harmony I had been missing. My body fell into an eerie serenity. The roar of flames, the pressure of the fight to it all faded away. The world around me disappeared, and in that moment, there was only me and my sword. I looked down at my estoc. The cracks webbed across its surface, the once sharp, pristine blade now damaged by my recklessness. But as I gripped it, I could feel its weight, its presence in my hand. This weapon had been with me through countless battles. It wasn't just a tool, it was an extension of myself. I had treated it like a blunt instrument, driven by desperation and raw instinct. But now, as the flames approached, I felt calm. The bloodlust that had surged inside me was still there, but I no longer let it dictate my actions. My mind was clear. My grip on the estoc tightened, and I felt the weapon settle in my hand, as if it had been waiting for this memento for me to finally wield it with purpose, with understanding. And then, in the midst of that serenity, I felt the power within me stir. The vortex inside my body, the second core I had kept locked away for so long, pulsed with energy. It had always been there, waiting to be unleashed, but I had been too focused on survival to use it properly. But now, I was ready. I opened the dam within me, releasing the power of the flame of equinox. It surged through my body, a perfect balance of life and death. The flame enveloped me, but it was no longer a chaotic force. It was controlled, harmonious, a reflection of the understanding I had gained in this moment. The flames of life and death wrapped around my estoc, strengthening it, mending the cracks. I could feel the cold fire of death and the warm flame of life merging, surrounding me, becoming one with my blade. And then, in the stillness, I whispered the words I had come to understand. This is how my sword needs to be. With a single motion, I moved. The world, slow and hazy, seemed to bend around me as I stepped forward. Corvin's spear, once inches from my face, now seemed distant, as if it were frozen in time. The flames around it flickered, but they didn't touch me. My estoc, glowing with the combined power of life and death, cut through the air with precision and purpose. There was no hesitation, no fear, no desperation, only clarity. The tip of my blade found its mark, cutting through the very fabric of the space between us. It wasn't just a strike here, it was annihilation, a complete severance of the distance, the power, and the fire that separated me from my enemy. In that moment, the world shattered. The moment the world shattered, time seemed to snap back into place. My senses heightened in an instant, and Corvin's spear, now right in front of me, burned with deadly intent. But my mind was clearer, focused. I could see the precise point where I needed to strike, the exact moment to change the trajectory of his attack. My body moved with a calm I had never felt before, my estoc glowing with the black flame of the flame of equinox. The sword glided through the air, effortless yet deliberate, meeting the spear at the perfect angle. A clank. The force of the impact reverberated through my blade, but it wasn't like before. I wasn't fighting the spear, I was redirecting it. My sword slid along the length of the spear, altering its course just enough to avoid a fatal blow. But I wasn't fast enough to completely avoid it. The tip of Corvin's spear pierced through my abdomen, the sharp pain blooming in my side as it sank deep. I grunted, the force pushing me back a step, but I didn't let the pain overwhelm me. My grip on the estoc tightened, and I looked Corvin in the eyes, seeing the triumph in his gaze. He expected to see me falter, expected to see his flames devour me. But something was different. The flames of his spear, which had burned so fiercely just moments before, flickered. And then, as they met the black flames surrounding me, they cooled. Corvin's eyes widened in shock, his mouth twisting in confusion as the fire around his spear was smothered, as though my flame was devouring his. I felt it, the power of the flame of equinox, the balance of life and death, suppressing the chaotic nature of his fire. The black flame around me pulsed, cold and deadly, absorbing the heat and suffocating Corvin's mana with a chilling finality. What a broken bar? Corvin's voice was low, disbelief laced in every word. He yanked his spear back, but it was too late. His fire had lost its edge, the heat around him fading as my flames consumed it. I could see the panic in his eyes now, the momentary flash of fear that hadn't been there before. The same man who had mocked me, who had towered over me with strength and fire, now looked uncertain. The predator had become prey. I could feel the blood dripping from my abdomen, but the pain no longer mattered. I raised my stock again, the black flame swirling around it with purpose, with control. "This is the difference," I murmured, more to myself than to him. Between us, Corvin's grip tightened on his spear, his face contorting into a snarl. He stepped forward, trying to rally, trying to summon the flames again, but they flickered weakly, unable to match the cold fire that surrounded me. "We're broken, Bar. You think this changes anything?" He spat, his voice shaking slightly. "You're still just a swoosh." Before he could finish, I moved again. This time, there was no hesitation, no desperation. My stock cut through the air with deadly precision, the black flame surging forward. Corvin's eyes widened as he barely managed to raise his spear in defense. But it was futile. My blade, enveloped in the power of life and death, sliced cleanly through his guard, the force of the blow sending him staggering back. His armor cracked, and I saw the flash of panic once more in his eyes as he realized his fire could no longer protect him. The flames were gone, extinguished by the balance I had found. Corvin staggered back, his armor cracked, but I knew better than to think it was over. Even now, I could see the determination in his eyes, the raw power of a peak 3-star warrior refusing to falter. He wasn't just any bandit. Corvin had reached the pinnacle of his strength, and he wasn't about to let himself fall so easily. He pulled himself up, a growl rumbling deep in his chest. The flames around him flared to life once again, swirling violently, but they weren't like before. They burned with desperation, flickering as they tried to reclaim their former ferocity. "I'm not done yet," Corvin spat, his voice trembling with fury. He raised his spear, the tip glowing with a faint but renewed flame. "I'll land you here, boy." He took his stance, muscles tensing, spear poised to strike. This time, though, something was different. I could sense it, the raw determination behind his attack, the last push of a warrior who had fought countless battles. His spear was raised, the flames crackling weakly but still present, and he charged forward, the ground trembling under his feet. But I wasn't the same, either. I could feel the cold flame of the flame of Equinox coursing through me, steady, balanced. I didn't give in to the bloodlust, the reckless urge to meet his attack head-on like before. This time, I fought like a true swordsman. As Corvin came at me, something clicked within me, a small, almost imperceptible shift. It wasn't a physical sensation but a feeling, a knowing. The world around me seemed to slow, just for a moment, and I saw it. The path. His spear, still wreathed in flame, arced through the air toward me, but my eyes followed it with a clarity I hadn't felt before. The faintest shift in his weight, the tension in his grip, the trajectory of the flame, so they all guided me. It wasn't just instinct anymore, it was something deeper, something almost natural. I knew exactly where Corvin was going to strike. Without thinking, my body moved. I sidestepped just as his spear came crashing down, the flames licking the air where I had just been standing. My stock, now steady in my hand, glowed with the black flame of my own power, and I saw it gain the path. The perfect moment, the opening in his stance. With precision, I moved, my sword cutting through the air with effortless grace. It wasn't driven by desperation or brute force, it was guided by clarity, by the understanding that had eluded me before. The blade slipped past his spear, finding the gap in his armor. Clang! Corvin's eyes widened as my stock pierced through his side, the black flame searing through his defenses. He staggered, blood spilling from the wound, but I could see it in his eyes. He hadn't expected me to move like this. "We're broken, Bar," Corvin gasped, his grip on the spear faltering. "How a broken, Bar?" I didn't answer. There was no need for words. I had seen the path, the guidance of the sword, and I had followed it. This wasn't just a fight anymore. It was a dance of death, and I was in control. Corvin, for all his strength, couldn't understand. He was powerful, no doubt, but he had lost his balance. His desperation, his fury, they had consumed him, just as the beast inside me had threatened to do. But I had found the harmony between the blade and the hand, the power, and the precision. As he stumbled back, clutching the wound at his side, I could see him making a face of an ugly one. The air around us grew thick with tension, and then, I saw something dangerous. A surge of mana pulsed through Corvin's body, so fierce and wild that it felt unnatural. His breathing quickened, his muscles tensing, and the flickering flames around his spear flared to life again, more ferocious than before. "We're broken, bar. Think this is over?" Corvin's voice was low, guttural. His eyes burned with a mixture of fury and madness. "No, a broken bar, no, boy. You've pushed me too far." I could feel the shift in the air, the unmistakable weight of something forbidden. "He's going to do it," I realized, my senses sharpening as the threat became clear. I had heard of it before, a dangerous, forbidden technique that was only spoken about in whispers. Corvin raised his spear, the flames around it now darker, more erratic, and I saw him tap into something deep within his core. He was flooding his meridians with mana far beyond what was safe for any awakened to handle. His veins bulged, and his skin darkened as the power coursed through him, pushing his body past its natural limits. Berserk flame. His voice was a growl, a primal command as the flames around him erupted into a roaring inferno. The heat was suffocating and oppressive, and I could feel the raw, uncontrollable mana tearing at the very air between us. His body trembled with the strain of overloading his core, and yet, he smiled a savage, crazed grin that promised destruction. I knew what he was doing. Overpushing one's core and meridians with mana was a forbidden act for a reason. It was a reckless gambling one that gave immense power in exchange for irreversible damage to the body. Most who attempted it never lived to tell the tale. But Corvin had made his choice. He was willing to sacrifice himself if it meant taking me down with him. The flames around him intensified, turning a deep, violent red, and I could feel the sheer force of it pressing against me. His aura had become wild and unstable, like a storm ready to break loose. "I'll burn you to ash," Corvin roared, his voice echoing with the fury of his unleashed power. He charged at me, the ground shaking beneath his feet, the firestorm around him swallowing everything in its path. But as he came, I didn't move. Normally, one was supposed to escape in such situations. The fact that Corvin was attempting to do something reckless as this one alone showed that he was now on the border of a 4-star. A whole rank difference. How sad. Yet it was just pathetic. Corvin charged, flames spiraling wildly around him, his body consumed by the reckless power of his berserk flame. The ground trembled beneath his feet, the heat searing the air as the inferno closed in. Yet, as I stood there, calm and steady, watching the man before me, I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of finality. Normally, anyone in my position would have tried to escape, to avoid the suicidal charge of someone who had broken through the threshold of a 4-star warrior. The sheer force Corvin was releasing was nothing short of monstrous. He was a man who had pushed himself beyond his limits. But I didn't flinch, didn't waver. I saw him for what he truly was. "How sad," I murmured, my voice barely audible beneath the roar of flames. I watched him rush toward me, a storm of rage and destruction, but all I saw was pathetic. Corvin, a man who had lived his life as an outlaw. He had broken countless laws, slaughtered the innocent, taken what wasn't his, and destroyed lives without a second thought. A man who had reveled in the misery of others, who had taken pride in his brutality. He wasn't just a bandita, he was a blight on the world. Someone who had brought nothing but suffering to those around him. And yet, at this moment, as his body was consumed by flames of his own making, he was nothing more than a broken creature. A man too desperate to admit defeat, too far gone to realize he had already lost. But still a broken bar. He had served his purpose. It was through this battle, through his relentless, savage nature, that I had come to understand the meaning behind Harlan's and my master's words. The importance of balance. The mastery of the beast within. Corvin, this man who had killed and destroyed, had unknowingly become my teacher. He had forced me to find the harmony between power and control, between life and death. He had pushed me to the edge, and because of that, I had grown. He was nothing but a stepping stone. I tightened my grip on my earstock, feeling the weight of the blade settle comfortably in my hand. The black flames of the flame of Equinox swirled around me, cold and controlled, as I faced Corvin's fiery charge. His power was immense, his flames scorching, but they no longer frightened me. He had chosen a path of destruction, one that could only lead to his own undoing. I, on the other hand, had chosen a path of balance, of mastery. Corvin's face was twisted with fury, his eyes wide with madness, as he closed in on me. But to me, he was already defeated. His fate was sealed the moment he chose to forsake control, to let his power consume him. "You don't deserve sympathy," I whispered to myself, my voice steady. "But you've served your purpose." Corvin's berserk form rushed at me with terrifying speed, his spear aimed right for my right abdomen. The flames around his weapon burned intensely, wild and untamed, but I could see through his movements now. His rage had clouded his judgment, and in his desperation, his attacks had become predictable. The first strike came fast, but I was faster. My estoc moved with precision, deflecting his spear just as it was about to pierce my side. I twisted my blade, redirecting the force of his attack downward, driving the tip of his spear into the ground. His face twisted in fury, but before he could pull his weapon free, I felt the heat of his flame surge again. From behind him, several javelins of fire materialized, each one blazing with dangerous intent as they shot toward me. I didn't flinch. The black flames of the flame of Equinox swirled around me, absorbing the incoming fire like a black hole devouring light. The javelins fizzled out, their heat no match for the cold balance of my flames. But Corvin, lost in his berserk state, wasn't finished. With a snarl, he ripped his spear from the ground and swung it in a wide, diagonal arc, flames dancing wildly along the weapon. His eyes were filled with nothing but rage now, his mind fully consumed by the destructive power he had unleashed. He appeared before me in an instant, his spear raised for another strike. But I could see it a leather way his muscles tensed, the angle of his body, the wild energy that flared around him. In that split second, my mind simulated his next three moves with perfect clarity. First strike, aimed high. Second, sweeping low. Third, a stab to my center. It was like playing a game of chess, every move laid out before me, and I adjusted my stance accordingly. The first strike came down, fast and deadly, but I was already in motion. My estoc met his spear with a sharp clang, deflecting the blow with ease. Before he could recover, I shifted my weight, stepping to the side just as his second sweep cut through the air, missing me entirely. Then came the third strike, a brutal, direct thrust aimed at my center. I twisted my body, my estoc sliding along the length of his spear, guiding it away from its target. Corvin let out a frustrated roar, his berserk flames flaring wildly, but I was already moving. With a quick surge of mana to my leg, I struck. A thud. My foot connected with his chest, the force of the blow sending him staggering backward. His grip on his spear faltered for just a moment, but that was all the opening I needed. I took my stance, my right arm pulling back to my side. The flame of Equinox pulsed through me, cold and deadly, as I settled into the wing stance. My body felt weightless, perfectly aligned with my weapon, as if the estoc was an extension of myself. This would be the final strike. The black flames around me flared, wrapping around my blade, and at that moment, I could feel everything: the balance between life and death, the harmony between power and precision. Corvin's wild flames were nothing compared to the control I had found. 8 Annihilation Sword. Last breath. 8 With a single, fluid motion, I moved. My estoc cut through the air like a phantom, swift and silent. The black flame surged forward, cold and unstoppable. As my blade found its mark, I saw the shock in Corvin's eyes as my estoc pierced through his chest, the black flames devouring the last remnants of his berserk power. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze. Corvin stood there, his body trembling, his eyes wide with disbelief. The wild flames around him flickered, then faded entirely, snuffed out by the cold embrace of the flame of Equinox. Coke. His gaze slowly lifted, locking onto me. His eyes, filled with confusion and pain, searched for an answer. Any answer. How a broken bar? He rasped, his voice barely audible, strained. How a broken bar could this happen? I stood over him, my estoc still glowing faintly with the black flames, the cold energy of life and death swirling quietly around me. For a moment, I didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. The battle was over, and Corvin was living his final moments. His berserk energy, the wild power he had unleashed, had consumed him, and yet it hadn't been enough. Corvin's body shuddered as he tried to stand, his legs giving out beneath him. Blood poured freely from the hole in his chest, staining his hands and his armor. His eyes, wide and frantic, fixed on me again. "How a broken bar?" he repeated, his voice growing weaker. "Even after a broken bar I used the berserk flame. A broken bar. Even after a broken bar pushed my core. A broken bar. How can you defeat me? Even a 4-star warrior would struggle. Broken bar." His words trailed off, and I could see the disbelief etched into his face. He couldn't comprehend it. In his mind, his power, his rage, his destructive nature should have been enough to crush me, to break me. He had become something beyond human, or so he thought. I remained silent for a moment longer, watching as the last remnants of his strength slipped away. His breathing was labored, each breath shallower than the last, as his body struggled to keep going. I could see the dawning realization in his eyes that his life was slipping away, and there was no power left to save him. Finally, I spoke, my voice low and calm. "Power that controls you is nothing but a weakness." The words hung in the air, soft but firm, as I watched the life drain from Corvin's eyes. His once imposing figure now lay crumpled before me, the wild flames that had raged around him now nothing more than flickering embers. His strength, his fury, his destructive nature were all that had failed him in the end. This was the truth I had come to understand. The beast inside me of the raw, untamed power that I had felt from the moment I first touched the blade was real. It was a force that had driven me forward in the darkest moments, when survival seemed impossible. It had pushed me to break through my limits, to fight when I had nothing left. It was the primal instinct that all warriors knew, the deep-seated hunger for battle, for victory. But that power, as strong as it was also a double-edged sword. Left unchecked, it consumed. It turned even the mightiest into nothing more than tools of destruction, mindless forces of chaos. Corvin had given into that beast, believing that raw power alone would bring him victory. But in the end, it had been his downfall. What made the difference in this fight, what had allowed me to stand victorious, was the understanding that the beast, while powerful, could not be allowed to control me. I had to master it, not be consumed by it. That was the balance I had found in the midst of the battle. The harmony between power and control, between destruction and restraint. Corvin had failed to see that. He had given everything to the fire of his berserk flame, hoping it would carry him through. But power without direction was nothing but chaos. He had unleashed everything he had, only to watch it slip through his fingers, unable to harness the very force he had relied on. The realization settled over me like a quiet calm. The feeling of bloodlust, of reckless abandon, it was still there, but now I understood its place. I wouldn't deny it, nor would I let it rule me. It was a tool, just like my sword, and it was up to me to wield it with precision, not desperation. Corvin's body lay still now, his face frozen in disbelief. He had never understood what true power meant. He had thought it was in raw strength, in overwhelming force. But power was more than that. It was the mastery of oneself, the ability to direct that strength with purpose and clarity. That was it. The difference between us wasn't just in skill or strength, it was in understanding. Corvin had fought as a man desperate to win at any cost, while I had fought as a swordsman who knew his limits, who had found the balance between power and precision. In the end, it wasn't just about defeating him. It was about mastering the battle within myself. As Corvin's lifeless body slumped to the ground, I let out a long, slow breath, feeling the weight of exhaustion settle over me. The adrenaline that had carried me through the fight began to fade, replaced by a dull ache that spread through my entire body. Every muscle screamed in protest, my wounds burning with the pain I had managed to ignore until now. I staggered backward, my vision swimming slightly. The world around me spun for a brief moment before I collapsed onto the ground, my legs giving out beneath me. My breathing was ragged, each breath a struggle as I lay there, staring up at the dark sky. The battle had taken more out of me than I had realized. Reaching for my spatial pouch, I fumbled for a moment before my fingers found the small vial of healing potion that Roderick had given me. It was a simple concoction meant to speed up recovery from minor injuries, but it would have to do for now. I uncorked the vial with shaky hands, downing its contents in one quick motion. The familiar taste of bitter herbs and something metallic hit my tongue, and almost immediately, I felt a soothing warmth spread through my body. The pain dulled slightly, though it didn't disappear entirely. The potion was working, but it wouldn't be enough to heal me completely. I'd need time, a time I didn't have. Reckless, as always, Vitaliara's voice echoed softly in my mind as she appeared at my side. The sleek black fur of her feline form shimmered faintly under the moonlight as she began to lick one of the gashes on my arm, her tongue warm and oddly comforting. "You push yourself too far." "I had to," I muttered, wincing as the pain in my ribs flared up again. Corvin wasn't the kind of opponent I could afford to hold back against. "You say that every time," she replied with a hint of amusement. "And yet, every time, you end up like Thesa on the ground, half dead." I chuckled, though it hurt to do so. "Guess I have a habit of picking fights that are too big for me." Vitaliara let out a soft purr as she continued tending to my wounds. "You've mastered the art of survival, even if your methods leave much to be desired." "Survival's what matters," I said, closing my eyes for a moment as the healing potion worked its way through my system, easing some of the pain. "The rest is just her broken bar details." "Still," she mused, "you're not invincible. And one day, this recklessness is going to catch up with you." I didn't respond immediately, letting the silence stretch between us as I focused on catching my breath. The battle had drained me, but I was alive. That was enough for now. Finally, I opened my eyes, glancing down at the estoc lying beside me, its blade now dulled and scratched from the intensity of the fight. "I know," I said quietly, "but until the broken bar I'll keep pushing forward." Vitaliara paused in her licking, her golden eyes meeting mine. "Just don't forget that you're not alone in this." I smiled weakly. "I haven't forgotten." With her help, I managed to sit up, though the pain still lingered in my body. Corvin was dead, and his bandit network would soon crumble. "How are the others doing?" I asked, my voice steadying as the potion worked its magic, dulling the pain coursing through my body. Vitaliara paused for a moment, her eyes flickering as she reached out with her senses, no doubt checking on the status of the rest of the battle. "They're fine," she replied, her voice laced with calm confidence. "After that night with the golden aura Roderick, I believe he took down the last of the 3-star warriors. The rest of the fight became trivial. No one left standing can match him now." A small smile tugged at the corners of my lips. "Good. It sounds like the others have things under control then." I took a deep breath, the taste of the healing potion still lingering on my tongue. "That means it's time for me to claim my reward." "Your reward?" Vitaliara's tail flicked in curiosity, though her voice carried a hint of amusement. "Don't tell me you're going to meditate right here." I nodded. "Of course." Corvin was a peak 3-star warrior, and the death mana he's left behind is far greater than anything I've come across so far. It'd be a waste to leave it unattended. Vitaliara sighed, though there was an edge of approval in her tone. "You really are something. But I suppose it makes sense, considering what you're after." I shifted my position, sitting up straighter as I prepared to focus. The energy in the air was thick, saturated with the death that Corvin had unleashed in his final moments. It swirled around me, invisible yet palpable, waiting to be absorbed. Closing my eyes, I reached out with my senses, feeling the ebb and flow of the death mana lingering in the area. It was heavy, oppressive even, but that only made it more valuable. This was the kind of energy that would push my cultivation further, the kind that would help me unlock more of the power within. Yes, a broken bar. This is exactly what I need. I could feel Vitaliara watching me closely as I settled into the familiar rhythm of my meditation, my breathing slowing as I began to draw in the death mana around me. It flowed into me like a slow, dark river, filling the void within and merging with the power already coursing through my body. "Just don't push yourself too far," she warned, her voice soft but firm. "You're still wounded." "I know," I whispered, my voice barely audible as I focused on the flow of energy. "But Thesa broken bar. This is an opportunity I can't pass up." As I sat there, absorbing the death mana from Corvin's fallen body. I felt a surge of energy flood through me. The weight of it was immense, far more powerful than anything I'd experienced from lesser foes. This wasn't like absorbing the death energy from some beast or low-level bandit. This was different. Corvin had been a peak 3-star awakened, and the energy he left behind carried the weight of his power, his life force, and all the battles he had fought. The dark energy swirled around me, seeping into my body, and I could feel the slow but steady formation of a second vortex in my core there, Flame of Equinox. It had been progressing for a while now, but always at a slow pace since I needed to constantly meditate and draw in the surrounding energy. But now, with Corvin's death, the process was accelerating. I felt the flame within me, the flame of vitality, react to the death mana. It balanced the opposing forces with delicate precision, allowing the two to coexist without tearing me apart. It was a dangerous process, but one I had become familiar with. There, Flame of Equinox, was the key to mastering the balance between life and death, a path that few dared to walk. As the second vortex started to form, I could feel my entire being changing. The power within me was growing, expanding beyond what I had thought possible. My muscles tightened, my mana core pulsed with renewed strength, and my senses sharpened as the energy coursed through me. Every fiber of my being felt alive with the newfound power, and I couldn't help but smile at the feeling. Stronger, a broken bar, much stronger, I thought, my eyes still closed as I maintained my focus on the absorption process. The death energy flowed into me like a torrent, filling the second vortex to the brim. "You're getting stronger," Vitaliara noted, her voice now laced with quiet satisfaction. "Corvin's power is more potent than you anticipated, isn't it?" "It is," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Much stronger than I thought." "Hey, a broken bar." "That is because he had killed countless different people before," Vitaliara's voice echoed softly in my mind, laced with quiet understanding. I felt her gaze settle on me as I continued to absorb Corvin's death energy, the torrent of dark mana filling me with more power than I had ever anticipated. But there was something in her tone, a hint of unease, as if there was more to this power than I understood. "You know," she began, her voice soft but firm, "every action we take leaves an imprint on the world. Whether we realize it or not, the choices we make here, especially the darker ones, bind us to something greater." I opened my eyes slightly, still focusing on the energy coursing through me, but her words caught my attention. "What do you mean?" Vitaliara paused for a moment, her tail flicking thoughtfully. "It's a concept that many refuse to acknowledge, but it's real." "You've heard of karma, haven't you?" I nodded slowly. "Yeah, I've heard the term." "Karma, in essence, is the accumulation of one's deeds, are good or bad," she explained, her golden eyes gleaming in the dim light of the night. "But it's not just a moral principle. It's an actual force that lingers in the air, in the very fabric of existence. Every person leaves a trace of their actions behind, a kind of imprint that's tied to their soul." Her words sank in, and I couldn't help but think of Corvin. The sheer amount of death mana swirling around me, far more potent than I had ever encountered before, seemed to resonate with what she was saying. "So you're saying Corvin a broken bar?" I asked, trailing off as I tried to piece it together. "Corvin's actions are the lives he took, the evil he spread, they didn't just vanish into thin air," Vitaliara continued, her voice steady. "They left a mark on him, and that mark has become part of the energy he's left behind. His soul was corrupted by the countless lives he destroyed, and that corruption became a part of him, an imprint on his very being." "I see. That makes sense." A broken bar. The oppressive weight of the death mana wasn't just Corvin's strength, though it was the weight of all the wrongs he had committed, the lives he had taken, and the darkness that had consumed him. If you stare into the abyss long enough, the abyss stares back. If you stare into the abyss long enough, the abyss stares back," Vitaliara said quietly, her tone more solemn now. "The more one delves into acts of destruction and harm, the stronger the abyss clings to them. It's not just about power, it's about the nature of that power. Those who accumulate bad karma, those who revel in the suffering of others, tend to carry the imprint of the abyss within them." The concept hit me hard. Corvin hadn't just been stronger, he had been consumed by the very darkness he embraced. And now, I was absorbing that darkness. Vitaliara's gaze softened slightly as she continued. I can sense it in people, you know. Those who have accumulated too much bad karma. Broken bar. There's something about their aura. It's tainted. The world remembers their actions, and it imprints on them like a shadow that never fades. You can see it? I asked, my voice tinged with surprise. Vitaliara had never mentioned this before. The idea that she could sense something so profound, so invisible to most, caught me off guard. She didn't answer immediately, but when she did, it was with a knowing smirk, her tail flicking in amusement. I wouldn't say I can see it in the literal sense, she replied, her tone light but firm. I'm a mythical beast of life, after all. What I can sense is far more a broken bar nuanced. I can't discern evil from good the way you might think, but I can feel the energy associated with the abyss. Those who have steeped themselves in it, who've let it seep into their souls so they carry its imprint. I stared at her, absorbing what she said. So, you can sense anyone linked to the abyss? In a way, yes, she said, her smirk softening into something more thoughtful. It's not as simple as good and evil, though. Life and death are intertwined, and it's about balance. Those who embrace the abyss tilt that balance, and their energy becomes a broken bar different. I can feel that shift. Her words stirred something within me. If Vitaliara, as a being tied to life, could sense those who were touched by the abyss, then what about me? I had a unique condition, a bond with both life and death through my flame of equinox. If I could harness it more fully and refine my control over both death energy and vitality, couldn't I do the same? The thought rolled through my mind, a quiet whisper of possibility. If that's the case, broken bar, wouldn't I be able to sense it too? I mumbled, almost to myself, my thoughts taking shape as I spoke. With enough control over my flame of equinox, over the balance of death and life energy, I should be able to detect the abyss imprint as well. Vitaliara's ears perked up at my words, her gaze sharpening with curiosity. A broken bar, it's not out of the realm of possibility, she mused. Your connection to both death and life makes you different. If you master that balance, it's very possible you could develop that ability. But you'll have to be careful. Not everything that you see will be helpful for you. I nodded slowly, the idea settling deeper in my mind. I'll need to push my control further. But for the time being, there was one thing else that I needed to do. Though there is one thing left. One of the lieutenants of the Corvan was now trying to run away. I rose slowly from my position, feeling the lingering death mana settle into my core as I steadied myself. The faint warmth of the healing potion still coursed through my veins, numbing some of the worst of the pain, but I wasn't fully healed yet. That didn't matter. There was one last thing that needed to be done. My eyes narrowed as I sent a small pulse of mana into the wind, letting it carry out across the battlefield. It wasn't long before I felt it respond, like a ripple returning to its source, guiding me. A faint silhouette appeared in my mind, a person moving swiftly, too fast for a normal human. I didn't need to guess who it was. Ulrich, I muttered, a grim smile tugging at the corners of my lips. The vice captain of Corvan's bandits was trying to flee, but he wouldn't get far. The wind whispered his direction to me, confirming what I already knew. Ulrich had always been quick, always one step ahead of his enemies, but now he was the prey. And I was the hunter. Vitaliara's eyes flicked toward me, sensing the shift in my demeanor. He's running, isn't he? She asked, her voice calm but expectant. He is, I replied, my gaze locking onto the distant horizon. But he won't escape. With a deep breath, I felt the mana gather at my feet. A footwork technique that master had left behind for me. A King Kong movement technique. 8 tilde, a devourer of stars. Astral step. 8 tilde. The familiar sensation of the technique surged through me. In an instant, I moved swift and silent, the wind bending to my will as I closed the distance between myself and my prey. The moment Corvan received the news that the boy Ron had disappeared, he stormed through the corridors of his hideout, his fury building with every step. The moment he reached the room where Ron was supposed to be held, he saw the empty space. Something inside him had snapped. The boy was gone. Their insurance year vanished. It was all too clear now, they'd been played. There's a traitor, Corvan muttered under his breath, his voice barely controlled. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he marched toward the heart of his base. One of our own fouled everything. As he approached the main chamber that overlooked the battlefield, Corvin's mind raced. It was a perfect setup, he realized. The boy's disappearance wasn't just an unfortunate event, it had been orchestrated. Someone within his own ranks had betrayed him, and now they were facing the consequences. He burst into the room where his remaining lieutenant, Alric, was standing calmly by a large window overlooking the battle that was still raging below. "Alric," Corvin snarled, his voice echoing through the chamber. "The boy, he's gone. There's a traitor in our ranks." Corvin's fury was palpable, his eyes blazing as he barked orders to Alric. "Find the boy," he snarled, his voice low and dangerous. "Now." "We need him as leverage. If we lose him, this entire game falls apart." Alric nodded without a word, his calm demeanor never wavering. He understood the gravity of the situation better than anyone. Corvin's rage was a force of nature, but Alric had always been the one who thought 3 steps ahead. He could feel the weight of a noose tightening around their necks. This wasn't just a raid, this was a well-coordinated attack, a plan months in the making. And they had walked right into it. Corvin turned, his eyes gleaming ominously in the dim light of the chamber. "I'll handle those bastards myself," he growled, his voice filled with vengeful determination. "They'll know who they're messing with." Without waiting for a response, Corvin stormed out of the room, his heavy footsteps echoing through the stone halls as he made his way toward the battlefield. Alric watched him go, his mind racing. As soon as Corvin disappeared from sight, Alric turned on his heel and slipped silently from the chamber, moving with the grace and precision of the assassin he once was. His task was clear, but his thoughts were already several steps ahead. He would find the boy, but not just for Corvin. Moving swiftly through the shadows, Alric made his way out of the hideout and into the dense jungle that surrounded the base. The air was thick with tension, the sounds of battle ringing out in the distance. Alric crouched low, his senses sharpening as he began his hunt. His eyes flickered across the forest floor, searching for any sign of a trail. Alric was not like the others, he was never the brute force that Corvin could throw at his enemies. Alric was a strategist to a former assassin who had turned to Corvin's side after narrowly escaping his previous life. And now, as Corvin's right-hand man, Alric had become indispensable, not because of raw strength but because of his craftiness. That is why, being a former assassin, Alric had honed his skills in tracking. He knew how to read the subtle signs of the disturbed leaves, the broken branches, the faint traces of movement in the underbrush. He followed the trail with precision, moving like a shadow through the jungle, his breath steady and controlled. But as he tracked the boy, Alric's mind worked through the larger picture. The attack was too well timed, too organized. Whoever was behind it had clearly planned every move, which meant they likely had a counter for Corvin as well. Alric knew Corvin's strength. He was a peak 3-star awakened, nearly invincible in close combat, but even Corvin had his limits. If they were attacking now, it was because they had something or Samionia who could deal with him. Alric's lips curled into a grim smile. Corvin was walking into a trap, and he likely didn't even realize it. The realization hit Alric hard. Corvin would be defeated. Whether by Roderick's forces or someone stronger, the outcome was becoming clear. And if Corvin fell, everything would collapse. The bandits would scatter, and the power they had built would crumble. For Alric, it meant only one thing: survival. He would not die for Corvin's arrogance. His decision was made. He needed the boy, not just to help Corvin but to secure his own escape. With Ron in his hands, he had leverage to barter for his freedom, to negotiate with whoever won this battle. Alric wasn't a fool. He knew how the game was played, and he always made sure to be on the winning side.